solutions that they're going to have to find against some of those compositions, which might be more of a surprise, is going to be the difference maker between these teams being able to pick up a podium finish and put as many points into the circuit at the very beginning of the year as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have already put a fair number of points, maybe not into the circuit, but certainly into their back pockets. Take a look at what we rocked out with the previous 2 days, which of course started on Friday. 2 days of Swiss is a whole lot of Overwatch to be played, not to mention we had teams coming in from Europe, some of them, and the players playing on paying on obscene times. They wanted this more than anybody, but unfortunately we only had 16 tickets to give away to today, and now you're into that prizing $10,000 of prize pool as well, so it's not just circuit points you're fighting for.
It is, however, incredibly cutthroat, given that we are in a single elimination bracket. So one loss and you are going to be out of potentially picking up those placement points for those circuit points, as we can have a look at how they're going to be allocated. First place, obviously getting those $5,000, as well as the maximum of 900 points before we start to settle into second, picking up half of the 5,000, so 2,500, 750 circuit points, so definitely not something to sniff at. And then even third and fourth getting 600, 450, fifth picking up 350, and even if you're towards the lower end of this leaderboard, having things like 275 or 225 points to start off in comparison to some of these teams who haven't been able to make it into the top 16 and put any points onto the board is going to be a significant advantage moving into all of the rest of these majors that are going to be littered throughout 2023.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big things, taking any points out of this. Granted, I may be no mathematician, but 1 point better than 0. But on top of that, points further on are going to be harder to get. It's only getting more crowded, and the teams are only getting better. And so the points are going to become harder and harder to come across. We've already seen the inflation of talent just consistently coming in. We talked about it earlier off broadcast, just how difficult it is for some of the teams that we expected to do well to get those spots that they thought they might have been guaranteed. It is a real dogfight up at the top now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players and people watching were expecting to see maybe some more teams coming in undefeated, but it is only the one. It is only Timeless Ethereal who are going to be able to retain that crown, as NYXL Academy, Vancouver Titans Blue, even Dart Monkeys, one of the more favored teams to come into this tournament, were taking losses across the board, as we can have a look at how we're going to see this bracket folding on out. Timeless Ethereal going to be going up against Bumblebees, Wisp Luminaria going up against Memorialist Kraken, Starry Knights heading up against Whiplash, which is the team we're going to get to see on broadcast. And then obviously those winners moving on to be able to go head to head against all of the other teams still in the running, as we are still waiting to see whether or not Vancouver Titans Blue move forward against Genesis Rain and Shiki Kami up against NYXL Academy, if they're going to be matching up against the other two teams instead.
I mean, it makes you wonder if Dart Monkeys is going to be the only sacrifice made in the round of 16 out of those top teams that we expect. Like you said, NYXL Academy and Vancouver Titans Blue are still floating around there, and their lives are still in flux as of right now. But we're starting the day off with the quarterfinals. Our first match today is going to be Starry Knights up against Whiplash. Two teams that we haven't gotten to see too much of, but promise a fair bit.
I do want to mention the fact that Vancouver Titans Blue and NYXL Academy are potentially going head to head in match 7. So, in the quarterfinals, one of those teams, one of the more favored teams coming into this tournament, is going to be knocked out alongside, like you said, that surprise upset coming through. Dart Monkeys are going to be knocked out entirely. It's a single elimination bracket. Taking that loss up against Memorialist Kraken means that they are going to be out of the quarterfinals, out of being able to put themselves into a position where they could move forward into the semis and even the finals themselves. So, already upsets across the board coming through.
Yeah, and I think the fortunate part about that, although it is single elimination, we're moving back to best of 5. I think you brought it up earlier, but that is a critical change. Best of 3s, you can get blindsided pretty quickly. It can be over in a flash. You might not have the time to adapt. Best of 5, I expect these things to go the distance. Look, we had best of 3s that were going the distance yesterday, and most of the time, best of 3s, in my experience, and I've cast a lot of best of 3s in my time, they usually end pretty quick. Like, it's decisive. There just isn't enough time to adapt. But these teams are showing depth, and that's what I love to see out of rosters like these. Whether they're recently formed or whether they're teams that have had that time to bond, the depth has been phenomenal, and so the adaptation has been just as much so, making for some really great series.
Yeah, like we said, like we saw yesterday, we were having teams come through with not quite meta picks and not quite meta situations, but still finding a lot of value because they were able to play those heroes and know them inside and out as we get the confirmation. Whiplash, by the way, just as cute a logo as Bumblebees. I think Bumblebees and Whiplash are just two of my favorite logos in the entirety of the teams that are currently competing. Starry Nights not having a brilliant logo, not going to lie. In fact, not having a logo at all, it looks like, unfortunately. Going to have the standard Overwatch logo instead, but you can't go wrong with a classic.
Yeah, I think for these kind of tournaments, the more your logo looks like it was made in MS Paint, the more I am just drawn to it. And there's something about that you just have to give points to.
I love as well just like the little initials underneath.
Yeah, it's like just in case you didn't get it, we wrote it down there for you.
Yeah, it's sort of like, you know, when 5-year-olds in like their first ever art class are just doing like the dip their hands in the paint.
I need someone to sign up with just their handprint,
and then you just little scroll of your name so you know exactly who left those handprints.
Yeah.
It really is just like hitting me with full nostalgia back to my preschool days.
The evolution really is somebody finger painting their logo for the next Calling All Heroes Major and Minor, whatever it may be. Either way, logo's serious, logo's fun. The teams have meant some business, and thus far, getting into the top 16 already proves that you've got something to fight for. These teams, of course, the reason why we're going to the missed round is because in theory, they're pretty well matched. These are two of the closest teams we have in seeds, starting out with Starry Nights, with Senna, CB, Ailisu, who is a name to look out for, Mimyo, and AJMR. This is a team that's definitely going to feel some frontline pressure, and I want to see them go off the back of that experience that Ailisu brings.
I mean, not just Ailisu, but as well, one of their subs who's not going to be starting off, Bayer, is also going to be that. Both of these players have played for Munich back in Contenders EMEA, where they were able to really push through open division and then move up to challenge some really strong pedigreed teams in that Contenders region. SMC as well, Ataraxia. There is a whole wealth of experience in Tier 2 for all of these players, as we have players coming through from Angels, from Oh Yeah, which is one of my favorite teams to come out of the EMEA Contenders region. Not gonna lie, because they do push the boat out in terms of meta picks. They do not stick to what is quote-unquote meta. Instead, they go for comfort compositions, and a lot of the time they're able to find a lot of value from it because everyone else is screaming the meta, and Oya just comes along and throws in that curveball like we've been wanting to see come through. And that curveball may be quite literal. We may get to see Ailisu on that Hammond and Senna on the Pharah taking full advantage of the space that wrecking ball creates. Very similar to the way that we see EMEA teams play teams like O1 Esports and Twisted Minds, where they're running things like Crammed Up on that Winston or that wrecking ball, and they have LBBBD or even just Yezen on the Pharah being able to just take full advantage of the moments when the Hammond is able to pile drive onto a squishy and set that Pharah up for a pick.
I like to imagine every time somebody says Lambda's name, they add an extra B. Either way, though, the team like this certainly can bring some lethality to especially a single elimination bracket where you don't get that second chance, where you don't get to learn how to play against them. The Whiplash has their work cut out for them. This roster, though, no slouches in their own right. Par, Mini, Mari, Jono, and Meeman. Really hard stuff they're going to have to go up against. Like we said, what are we looking for here? For me, it's DPS flexibility. That's what's going to allow you to counter a lot of that stuff, especially in the skies.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye out because, like you said, there is a lot of experience for these players in terms of Calling All Heroes pedigree. A lot of these players coming through from Altiora teams where they were able to find a lot of value. But it is really going to come down to flexibility. If they are going to be running into an off-meta composition posted there by Starry Nights, they're going to have to be able to adapt very quickly into the situation that they're set in. Because while Hammond has lost a lot of that sort of stall potential he had in Overwatch 1, where you were unlimited in the amount of time that you were able to spin around on that grapple, he is also remaining to be one of the most annoying tanks to deal with, given the fact that as we move from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, one thing that was hit for a lot of these players was utility in forms of that crowd control. So being able to lock this hamster down, especially given the fact that we are going to be playing on the patch where the Ana Sleep Dart does not disable the Wrecking Ball for long enough to be able to chunk through his health if you don't have the full team focus coming through. You'll be able to land the nade, you'll be able to land the dart, but the Hammond is still going to be rolling around after that 3.5 second wears out, and then you're right back to square one, only you're waiting that 15 extra seconds for that utility to come up again.
Yeah, that's a very real possibility, considering that our first map, I believe, is Ilios, which opens up a lot of dive potential for either of these teams should they want to get into it. My question now is how much of that is going to be reliant on the dive? How much of the rush do we get? What different versions of the dive do we get? Because rush was fairly prominent yesterday. We saw a lot of Ramatra, and neither of these teams are lining up with at least tank players that I know of that are thinking about bringing the Ramatra to the table, but it might not be that prevalent on this first map to begin with.
Yeah, we don't know what the first map is at the moment. We are just going through all of the lovely, pretty scenery of Ilios. Do you want to take a stab in the dark? Do you have a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right?
It's Lighthouse.
It's Lighthouse. Okay.
It's not, no, it's not a 1 in 3. I know what it is. I know what it is.
It's going to be Lighthouse, and like you said, this does open the door up for that dive potential Pharah as well to be able to play around the skyboxes. There's a little bit less of a position for snipers to be able to set themselves up. Still possible with that high ground control going around, not just over the point itself, but also on the side lanes of that point. So if you do manage to win that first duel, the Pharah finds a lot more difficulty being able to put themselves back into the fight, as opposed to somewhere like Ruins, where snipers just rule the roost with all of this high ground and that ability to have that really nice clear line of sight from that high ground onto the point where if left uncontested, they're just going to click heads and win you the round.
Yeah, along with snipers, one of the big things that we saw, especially on Ilios yesterday, and it was kind of just a theme throughout the day, was the quality of Sombra play. It was very high for one, and then number two is that it was critical to winning the match, especially given that the Sombra was often a through point from not just the Ramatra compositions, but apparently Sigma compositions, which I would never have put on my bingo card coming into the day, but also, of course, the dive composition. So if either of these teams are looking to field it, it certainly does offer that utility that can be brought across multiple compositions, and if it looks good on one map, it's extremely applicable to almost everyone following.
Yeah, Sombra as well doing a very good job. Oh
my god, I'm so good. I'm so good at this. I told you, I just know. I just know. I am an oracle.
Basking in the sunset. You would probably like to holiday on this map. I can just see you smugly sitting in one of those deck chairs.
Very smugly.
Very, very happily watching the sunset go down. I love being right. Take us to Lighthouse, first of all, and Starry Nights and Whiplash both going to be fielding a semblance of dives. It is going to be different tanks, however, locked in for the two. We've already talked in depth yesterday about the matchup between the Winston and the D.Va. The Winston with that bubble, able to get a little bit more pressure onto the members of the hit scan that they go after, but also incredibly vulnerable if they don't have that continued line of sight for their Ana, as opposed to Alisu on the D.Va, who gets defense matrix to be able to play around with and sustain themselves with far longer. So it does mean that Starry Nights backline aren't going to be in as aggressive and vulnerable a position as Whiplash is.
No, but while they may have brought the more defensive tank, Starry Nights have a slightly more aggressive support line with that Ash. Oh, never mind, that Ash is gone. The Ash is no longer there to peel for the Ana. Sensucht is gone as well. And he get up to the high ground, blaming the land, which they've oh so hardly worked for, to be completely honest. Quick cap over based off the back of just 2 easy tracer picks.
Yeah, really good being able to capitalize off on the room that your Winston provides in that little room. Drops the bubble, Mini coming up that staircase, able to very quickly chunk down Senna, and then turns to deal with the Ana. And Whiplash, as a result, have been able to find themselves this high ground control. Starry Nights are going to have a lot harder time now crossing from the high ground onto the low bit. Senna's dynamite is absolutely perfect, lands onto par, and this is Starry Nights now moving forward and chunking down the Winston before they turn their attention to that point.
Clean stuff. It seemed like it was just first push blues, right? We're getting burnt down. No big problems. Reset those health bars, come back in. Not too much percentage given away either.
Yeah, really good quick turnaround coming through from Starry Nights. They do lose the Tracer a little bit later on, however. Par going to be claiming that one. And it's currently a race between both of these Ashe players to be able to get this Bob online as quickly as possible. As E-Man builds towards that Nano boost. Starry Nights already forced off of that point. The D.Va having to use the boosters to peel back the defense matrix to be available to save the Ana from the headshots coming through from this Ashe. As Whiplash see an opportunity, see that the D.Va is gone, send Mini down to the low ground and find the flip.
Good peel already, though. Ari's nano boosted in, and while the flip may have happened, the fight is far from over. There's an ultimate invested that did not find purchase. Now Alisu gets the nano boost as well. Has a self-destruct should they need it, but I don't think they will. They found the pick on Amari. Mini's next to go. Senna's on a bit of a rampage.
Senna with that Bob does use the ultimate in that fight to be able to cut off the disengagement from Whiplash, and Power is going to be able to have a Bob of their own to potentially put onto that point to try and threaten that flip coming through from Starry Nights. As it is going to be this Tracer looking for an opportunity to use that pulse bomb. Doesn't have to bait out the defense matrix. If you find a stick into one of these squishies, you are guaranteed to be able to find that connection. As the Bob starts to come through, Pass sending it immediately onto point to try and keep Starry Knight's attention elsewhere as the Ashe looks to punish when the Tracer comes away.
Sunda still looking for a position though. They find it. Starry Knight's unable to pull their health bars all the way up off the ground, and same goes for their support, so those health bars definitely aren't going anywhere. But downwards right about now, Whiplash have got this one nicely in a bow.
Yeah, really good play coming through from Whiplash, sending that Bob onto point. Actually baits Mimio's Kitsune Rush to try and deal with the Bob as quickly as possible without giving that flip over. So as a result, Mari on that Winston gets to just juggle all of the backline from Starry Nights. Mimio, who was forced away from her team, going to be taken down. And now the swaps come through. Alisu onto that Winston, Mimio going onto that Brigida. Unfortunately, you're playing into a team that already has that rally built up, and those stuns are going to be connecting if you try and push onto the team.
Rally out. It's easy peel. Straightforward for Jono, but Mari didn't get that rally HP. A lot harder for her to live. Another dive in now. Starry Nights looking for the redive, and no tank in their way. It's pretty straightforward. Whiplash take this one. Hope they can get it back. We played hot potato with this point thus far. I don't think it's stopping.
I mean, we are in final fight territory for Starry Nights, and they are going to have the nano boost to play around with, but so too are Whiplash going to have a nano boost of their own. Sombra now, the swap coming through from Hard just to try and disable this backline and pull even more focus away from Mari on the Winston. Starry Nights with a gorgeous anti actually pushes aggressively onto Miman, but puts themselves into a position of being antied in return, and Mari with the jump pack is able to close up the distance and take the Ana down. Suddenly there is no burst sustainability for Starry Nights, and they are forced to retreat and give up the flip.
That's fair.
Fortunate flip, but I'm not sure there's a touch in for Starry Nights right about now. They can try. They've got a quick composition. Winston gets there just in the nick of time. Ailsu can buy as much time as humanly possible. The nano boost could arrive. Maybe, just maybe, they can make the point. A big sweep by Sensu. What do they have to follow it up, though? The nano boost onto Ailsu can do a fair bit of damage onto the backline, but they just walk away. The peel from Miman and Jono is so beautiful. This player sleeping on the ground. It's effectively 45 in favor of Whiplash for the next couple of moments, but they've got to find a way to re-engage. Par can't get the EMP up either with the help of the Bob. Now it's 6 versus 4 in favor of Starry Nights. They blow down the health bars of Whiplash, and that should be the first point going over their favor.
Just a fight turned on its head entirely by a sleep dart landing onto Mari. Really good play coming through from the backline of Starry Nights, and like you said, they have those ultimates to be able to hold on to and keep sway over that point, sending in the Bob, just having that additional body on it, denying Par from being able to farm up into that EMP charge, the one ultimate that could immediately flip things back into the favor of Whiplash. But talking about flipping, we're flipping over to a different map entirely. It's going to be well this time around, and this as well, we're going to see the Lucios come through. Starry Nights, however, not deciding to field a Lucio of their own. They're going to be playing up into the sky. Senna on the Echo is going to get the Mercy Pocket, and here's the Hammond pick that we were expecting. Environmentals are still going to be on the cards for both of these teams, but Alisu as the Hammond is going to be looking to find those Bobs into the well, as opposed to Jono on that Lucio.
This could be a tall order playing this Lucio to begin with. A lot of peel needs to be had for Miman, and one boop simply doesn't do it sometimes against a ball of the caliber of Ailsu. Immediately make the dive into the backline. Bolstered by the damage that Senna can throw in. Warded away by the likes of Mari, but the Wrecking Ball still there is harassing endlessly the backline of Whiplash, who are lacking space big time now.
Senna's health bar almost went into the negatives. Not gonna lie, but the pocket coming through from Mimio on the Mercy is exemplary, and they're able to keep that Mercy still alive. But Jono now coming in on that Lucio will be able to reclaim both Senna and Alisu booted out of this fight. And as a result, the flip should be there from Whiplash, and now they can move forward and aggressively deny the space for that Mercy to work with. Guardian Angel already invested. Mimio somehow is able to survive the dive coming back onto that Mercy, and will be able to regroup with the rest of their team as Par now on that Sombra is going to be looking to land these hacks to stop Alisu's entrances into these fights, as it is very much a domino effect for Starry Nights. If Alisu is able to make the room, Senna and Sunday on this Tracer have the means of following up.
There's that first dive. Senna's a bit late on the follow-up, though, so not particularly lethal. Now Whiplash have their opportunity to send in cooldown should they want to. Playing it patiently, waiting for an opportunity to use this nano boost. Pulse Bomb, Mini's looking for it. They have it in their sights. Echo flying in the skies, everything just a little bit too far away. They get a little too lost in the sauce as well. Let's say Sunda coming up from behind them. Senna as well picks up one more onto the back line. That should be more than enough to do critical damage to the likes of Whiplash, who go back to spawn with ultimates still in their pockets.
Yeah, Saber on this Tracer, just having that aggression to be able to use those blinks, find those players chunked down low, both by Senna and Alisu. Does go down to the Primal, but we see the duplicate come through from Senna. Is nerfed in terms of the health that you have available, so should be going down relatively quickly. But that Mercy Pocket, again coming through from Mimio, allows the Echo to not only survive the duplicate, but survive the transformation back towards the Echo, as finally Starry Nights have been able to find the flip, but not after significant stall. Over 70% of the point picked up by Whiplash, just not allowing Starry Nights to stay on that point for long enough.
Yeah, not to mention they spent all their ultimates doing it. Starry Nights now start packing it up, putting the percentage on. With the ultimate economy, the advantage they have, it should be something they can lead into more significant numbers.
Yeah, they do have the nano boost. Ejima on that Ana can potentially use it either for Senna to be able to follow up one of these Hammond dives, or even Saber, but the hack comes through onto the Ana. The nano boost now comes out onto the Hammond, so Alisu can create that distraction, pulling the bodies away from following up onto the Ana, and as a result, Ejima will be able to survive, but Senna, in the meantime, does go off the map.
This is looking for a follow-up dive. They know that Mari's in the back line. You need to trade off damage here, but you're in big trouble. The hack on the Wrecking Ball. Not too much follow-up, though, because everyone else is in the back line. In the meantime, Sunda sneaks up on Me-Man. A big pick means that Mari doesn't have the support. She really needs to get the damage done on this Winston. He's getting harassed down bit by the Tracer. Eventually, Sunda will come back to point to finish off the health bar, but Jono desperately trying to catch up to that Winston and bring the health bar back up. In the meantime, gets caught out. All of a sudden, Whiplash with no healers and sent back.
Yeah, Whiplash, unfortunately, seeing that Starry Nights position is very rough to be in when you're running that Mercy Pocket. You don't have the Lucio to be able to save your Ana when the dive comes through, and you can see that identification coming through from Whiplash. The hacks not really coming onto the Hammonds. At the first fight, it normally towards the backline, normally towards the Ana, as Par is going to be setting up. Try and catch someone out with this EMP. Both the Ana and the Mercy playing incredibly close together. The Echo going to be caught out alongside them. And the EMP, the follow-up is there from Whiplash. The Ana is gone. Buck is forced from Mimio, but they're not able to find the resurrection until now. And as a result, Whiplash are about to put themselves on to 99%.
Whiplash looking to get their first submap up on the board. It seems likely. Tank right in front of them. Mari can zone everyone away. And yeah, that's going to be 1-1. Going to a third submap for... practically the 10th, 20th time. We can't seem to escape control points without going to all three.
I love this adaptation from Whiplash, like understanding that no matter what they do, that dive is going to come through. And so they decide to make that first move before the dive can properly hit and rip through their squishies. It's really smart, really heads up play coming through from Par to just continue to aggressively push onto this Ana, punishing the fact that Mimio on that Mercy is always going to be practically attached at the hip to that Echo, but now that strategy isn't going to work. Starry Nights is going to be moving away from the Mercy, away from the Echo. Already you can see the impact, though, of this Ana being continued to be pressured by Whiplash, because Mimio is on the Brigida to be able to play counter dive with that shield and the flail for when the Winston tries to jump forward, you knock him straight back.
Posturing looks good thus far for Whiplash. The Sombra looked fantastic last round, like you said. Matching it is Senna over on the other side. Can Senna get the same mount done that Par has? Thus far, no. It's Jono again with an opener.
Yeah, Jono taking advantage of the fact that the backline was distracted by Par popping up. Very quickly moves forward and takes Sona down, and this is going to be Starry Knights lacking one of their significant presences to keep Mari on this Winston in check. And as a result, Whiplash just push forward aggressively.
There's nothing really in the way of Whiplash holding on to this point right now. They almost had to give it away, Starry Knights. Now they can try and retake it since they're at 5. That initial pick from Jono is still being felt. Starry Knights push back with the Ilisu low, and there still is no way back into this fight. And if it continues to go long, the Nano Boost is going to come up for Sensu.
Yeah, Jono has impressed massively. That's twice now that they've been able to find that opening first pick. Once onto Senna, and then the second time onto Saber. And as a result, Sound Barrier is going to be there far faster than Senna hits that EMP4, and they might just use it to peel away the Nano Boost that comes down from Alisu, who gets slept!
I mean, this is all of a sudden a bit of a disaster. Egg on the faces. Starry Knights, their whole plan to use the Nano Boost that they built up faster is falling down the drain. Demons had perfect sleeps. The Sound Barrier peels it away perfectly. The follow-up damage still there. The point still ticking up percentage. There are still ultimates. Demons almost up to the Nano Boost. They may go down before then. They do. Starry Knights has begun to trade back, and they'll get a point finally flipped over. But it cost a fair bit of percentage.
Yeah, it cost a fair bit of percentage, and it also cost Nano Boost and Primal. So if Whiplash are able to find that flip faster than Starry Knights are capable of stopping them from, they're going to have stall potential, and they're going to be able to push that percentage even higher. Senna is going to have to play so proactively with this EMP, as we can see Mari immediately just jumping onto that high ground to make sure they're not going to be caught out by it. Senna posturing up, has been able to identify where the Winston is. The Nano Boost comes down before the EMP. Mari's already been able to infiltrate onto Starry Knights, but the EMP still hasn't come through to cut the Winston away from their team.
EMP's out, it just connects, and it's pretty much all on Tamari. In fact, the Winston, yes, put the pressure on, but Senna relieved it with ease.
Yeah, Senna timing it perfectly. It comes down to the wire. Mari almost is able to pop that Primal Rage and survive that follow-up damage, but Starry Knights are able to dispatch the Winston. A really good sleep coming through. Once again, the Ana in that backline, making sure that Mari is not able to find those opening picks. The Nano Boost is going to now be available for Starry Knights' side, and they can be the ones to use it proactively. They may use it, though, defensively, in case Mini is able to push forward and use that pulse when sticking onto one of the squishies.
So here for it, the Nano Boost actually goes aggressive on the Alisu. It could have been used to save Mimio, but they're choosing aggressively, which means Alisu has got to make this count, and they do! 2 big ones on the tail end of the Nano Boost to open up the fight for Starry Knights. It's all about just finishing off that Lucio on low HP, nowhere near a Sound Barrier. Mari can trade it back as best as she can with this Primal Rage, but there simply isn't enough damage to deal with the likes of Alisu.
Yeah, that Nano Boost onto AJ Mir was absolutely clutch, like you said. Also had to make significant work happen, given the fact that their backline was entirely derailed to be able to play that aggressively. Starry Knights, on the other hand, though, do not have the Nano Boost now. Nano Boost not going to be available. Also taking that purple, but Senna is able to synergize with the dive, hacks out the Ana and denies Me-Man, and it's going to be Whiplash now using an EMP, panicking against Starry Knights, hitting overtime.
Sun burns down. Fight's already over. Starry Knights have done it again. 2 submaps was all it took. But honestly, it felt like a whole lot more muscle than that after what Whiplash put them through.
Yeah, it took them a little bit of time, I think, to feel comfortable with the pacing of the fight, and a lot of it comes down to them just getting to play aggressively. Whenever we see them making that first step, that first play into, they look a lot more comfortable than they do when you think about sort of the first 2 fights that they take, where it's Jono coming into those early picks and pushing them back into that retreat, that disengage formation, where you get fully punished for the fact that you're running that Brigida as the counter dive option, just holding super aggressively with the ground that you have, thinking that if a Winston or a Sombra jumps through, you're going to be able to use things like the shield bash and that flail to be able to keep them away from your Ana, as opposed to the Lucio literally winning a fight by essentially not taking it and being able to speed boost everyone out of the clutches. So if you do have to go into that disengage formation, it's not going to be clean, it's going to be incredibly scrappy, and you're up against a team who do have the Lucio, who do have the means of being able to hunt you down with far faster speed. So the fact that they're able to continue to be that proactive play really goes into their wheelhouse fully, because they don't have to worry about that vulnerability, that crack in the composition that they're running is entirely seamed over.
You want to talk about somebody who's been creating some vulnerability, though? Let's take a look at Jono. Oh my goodness, what a freak on the Lucio, just getting it done. What was that, 3-4 times opening picks coming into fights? Made it look casual.
I mean, I'm just going to say right now, I'm really hoping that we just get to see a freeway support 1 versus 1 of Jono, Santix, and Cal. Like, I would pay good money to see in a Thunderdome who out of the 3 of those players would be able to come out on top, because I wouldn't be able to call it. Like, all of them are very aggressive and very adept at being able to play off of that aggression, allowing their team to be able to, like you said, find those early first picks, put the team that they're running into in a really uncomfortable situation. And because they were winning those fights so quickly off of the back of that Lucio finding those picks, they were denying a lot of ult charge being able to be built up on the side of Starry Nights, which is why we saw them take so long to be able to find those flips, because they had to build into those ultimates to be able to eventually eject Whiplash.
And I mean, they did a pretty good job of it. We do have to do one thing, though. We've got to update you guys on our bracket. We have all of the top 8 secured. We've got it figured out. We do have one update, though. Dart Monkeys did not lose their first round. Quick correction. They're going up against Wisp Lunaria. Everybody can hold on to the money that they bet on Dart Monkeys. All the Dart Monkey fans can still go rah, rah, rah in chat and do your thing. There's no worries there. They'll be playing in our next match,
upset,
most
though.
likely.
That's still an upset, and it's actually against Vancouver Titans Blue. Because it's Genesis Rain who actually move forward. Vancouver Titans Blue losing out on being able to move forward up into the quarterfinals with a 2-3 scoreline slated against them. So now it's going to be Genesis Rain taking on NYXL Academy, and that match that we floated potentially coming through evaporates into absolute thin air.
It makes you wonder what we could have had, but that's what we get right about now because of all of the teams that have shown up and have really raised the level of calling all heroes, and it's going to continue every single tournament. The bar's just going to be raised. Teams are going to continue. Eventually, it's just going to be like, okay, now how do we even get into the top 16? That's going to be the difficult part of this thing, is getting into points territory to begin with.
Yeah, well, now the question is going to be a little bit more forward and thinking about how we're going to be able to take Blizzard World. And I think the answer to that is going to just continue to be these teams running the dive compositions. A lot of the time, we've said that Sigma can work on this map, being able to cut off some of those really long angles means that you don't have to rotate all the way around the back of the point, which can be a very lengthy task, especially if any of your squishies or even your tank is picked out before you can fully complete that rotation. And even then, if you're able to make it to the back of the point, chances are the defense are going to have had all of the time in the world to be able to foresee it coming, and they're just going to play all of their squishies towards the backside of the point, towards that health pack, and when you dive in, it's going to be the tank that you meet rather than one of those supports. And we saw what happened yesterday when, unfortunately, the tank is the first line of contact from a dive coming through.
It does make you wonder what that tank's going to be. We have seen everything on this map, from Ram to Sig to Reinhardt to Winston to Ball to D.Va peeling for it. Like, everything has been played under the sun in some sort of situation. I think the comfort right now is likely going to be Alisu coming back out on that D.Va. It did look pretty good. But for the other side, I'm not sure what you want to do to try and match that.
Yeah, that's like the big question, right? Are we going to continue to see that matchup of the Winston versus the D.Va so that they can continue to run that sort of counter dive and punish the fact that when the D.Va has to use those boosters to peel back for their team, that opens up a significant cavity in this space, allowing the Winston to be able to move forward, lay that bubble down, create a lot more room for Par and Mini, because we saw what happened on Lighthouse, right? That first dive that comes through from Whiplash onto Starry Nights when they're holding on that high ground and not able to put their Ashe into the aggressive sightline that they're looking for to control that angle onto point. It's the Winston Mari who opens it up, going for that jump, pulling all of the focus so that Mini on that Tracer can stealth their way into the backline and take 2 down in quick succession.
We'll see. I mean, Mini's got their work cut out for them, right? Sunda on the other side is going to be trying to defend that side lane time and time and time again. For now, though, I think we will get to see what they're rolling out on. Mari might still swap before everything is said and done.
Yeah.
Starry Nights, though, seem pretty set on this one. They're bringing back out the Ana Kiriko, something that I quite like alongside the Winstons that can peel for itself pretty effectively. But the Ashe on attack is something I also didn't expect to see. A lot of times, you want something more projectile-based or something that can get around those corners. The Dynamite can be okay for clearing out point, but up against the dive of Whiplash, it can be pretty hard to keep Senna insulated.
Yeah, but having that coach gun can just immediately connect onto Mari and deny that first stage of the dive, and then you deny the follow-up, the domino effect of Mini and Pa getting that room to be able to breathe and work alongside. So Starry Knights, they're looking to deny even the Kiriko being able to just Suzu cleanse that initial damage from the Winston jumping on through. This is, like you said, a composition all around survivability, despite running that one vulnerable piece of this Ana.
I mean, I would still consider the Ashe pretty vulnerable. I don't think Coach Gun saves you a lot here. It's not as good as like a Cassidy with the damage reduction. Ana's already in a whole lot of trouble. Coach, like I said, Coach is not failing you out of this, but fortunately they do have still pretty good feel and pretty good coordination to do exactly that. Whiplash now being forced back. Starry Knights put themselves in a position to dive. In fact, haven't really guarded their flank particularly well at that. So now Starry Knights have Whiplash completely backed up on point and can take advantage of that space to take down Par, dive this high ground now, and now they put the pressure onto the Winston. Now that the Ana and Brig are worried about healing themselves, they can't keep Mari up.
Sana on this Ashe, by the way, is almost about halfway to that ultimate in case now just crosses that threshold and continues to build into it. Mari on this Winston, not on the Diva, is not able to defense matrix these dynamites, and they're not running the Kiriko. So every single time a dynamite comes through, Sana finds the connection and the burn, and Whiplash just lose health tick after health tick. However, Starry Knights do lose AJ Miles, so they're not going to be able to have that Ana to be able to keep Alisu up when this anti-nade runs out, and as a result, the Winston has to try and jump over towards the health pack that's been hacked out and denied. Paul already had entrance to it, and Alisu has to wait for Senna to find the pick onto Me-Man before Starry Knights can make a second pass at point.
Starry Knights have played this absolutely phenomenally. Even despite the re-engage of Whiplash that they've allowed through, they handle it beautifully. Back away, peel for that backline, keep Sensushi alive, keep the Kiriko alive, and now they've got a whole host of ultimates to boot for it. Granted, Whiplash are going to have some of their own, but if Starry Knights strike early, they're going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, Sana on this Ashe as well. It's pretty much just going to have full control of that high ground, given that Whiplash can't dive this aggressively, because then they're just going to get bobbed. Pa a little bit too far away from that EMP as well. It's not going to be able to cancel it out immediately. A Saber on this Tracer looks to guard that flank, wants to be able to push onto this high ground, deny that control coming through from Whiplash so that Sana has a better angle to land some of these dynamite connections, and has pulled Whiplash's focus. All the while, this payload is just moving forward for absolute free.
It's first part of B. We're not going to draw too many conclusions from, especially as Sen has gone down. Post Bob, Ilisu pops a Primal Race to try and peel away that high ground, but now it's going into their own back line to try and peel away Mari. Does a pretty good job of it. Puts Mari in a corner, forces out the Primal Race from her. We got two monkeys in a very small room. Mari's coming out on top, though. Ilisu can stand and watch as Sensu goes right to spawn.
Yeah, Ijimura unfortunately going down to that Primal coming through from Mari, but Starry Knights still getting that room to work with. Whiplash had lost players as well, and they didn't have ultimate advantage moving into this next fight, as they're not going to have Ana advantage either.
Huge.
Senna is able to, from distance, take down Mieman and deny the nano boost, as Mari now has to dive into the team. They're using the EMP. They want to try and find this fight win, but they're just not able to find any kill other than the Kiriko. However, the hack coming through onto the Ana to stop the follow-up of that nano boost jumping of Alisu into the members of Whiplash before the Ana can come back through has done enough to buy Whiplash the time to get their support back into the mix.
Full Traces will be traded off now. 4v4, but that Ana, like you said, is back in position. And Whiplash have insulated themselves inside of this small room, using Par to defend themselves from potential dives forward by the backline of Starry Knights. Considering they don't have their tank, now they do. Ilisu can try and dive in, trying to try to reset in the midst of all of this chaos, but Mari zoning off the backline, making sure that those guys from Ilisu aren't as lethal as they might have been with Mari out of the way. Now things open up massively for Starry Knights. Ilisu dives forward, catches a pulse bomb to the face from Mini though, and all of a sudden it's the Tracer trying to stall out the point for Whiplash to get 5 back.
Should be able to as well with that connection of the pulse bomb, denying Alice the chance to be able to use that primal and let Starry Knights start to get a regroup together. Jono on that Brigida is going to be coming into rally for this next fight, trying to be able to use that one to sustain through the bob that comes through from center. Sen's just posted up on this angle. Will invite the dive to come through, but the jump doesn't actually land, and Mari is forced to use that bubble to be able to try and save themselves. Mimio with the Kiriko Kunai is going to be able to land the easiest shot of their life to take the Winston down, and it's falling apart for Whiplash. That aggressive play towards the Ashe has unfortunately left them a little bit short-handed in the back line.
Jono down, Mima next to go. An unceremonious finish for Starry Knights onto that point. It's just 2 solo kills, something that you don't expect a team of the caliber of Whiplash to give away very often, but a small slip-up means a big time bank for Starry Knights.
And no ultimate invested either. That's the huge thing for Starry Nights, right? They didn't have to part with the Bob. They didn't have to use the Primal Rage. They didn't even have to use a Pulse Swap. So they're going to have that to be able to put Whiplash into a really rough spot moving forward into point C. The EMP can potentially come through, but if they're not able to find an immediate kill onto this Ashe, they're just going to Bob to peel through that initial hack.
Good peel tool, and they'll throw it out instantly. The Bob goes into the backline, zones away a lot of the follow-up damage that would come from that EMP. Instead, the damage is still done by the EMP. Whiplash diving in, trying to make the most of it. Mari, though, can't pop the Primal Rage before going down. Starry Nights, like you said, that Bob peeled phenomenally for the EMP, and that's the perfect answer.
Yeah, Jonna now off of that Brigida didn't find the answering sustainability with the rally and goes on to the Kiriko. That's what I would honestly have preferred to see coming through a little bit sooner. Now you're going to be able to have the Suzu to cleanse these dynamics. So then it's not going to have a shooting gallery to be able to run through, but the Nano Boost comes down. Alistair trying to move forward will be able to wake up and still have the Nano affecting to be able to push onto this Ana who goes so low but doesn't go down.
Ana lives, that means the other backline must do the same exact thing. Mimio dropped down to just 5 HP. Ayla's do the same. Oh my god, how are Starry Nights alive? How are they alive? Where's the Baptiste? They have Immortality Field on all of their players? How has this worked? That is insane. All of their lives were on the edge, and every last one of them lived.
Yeah, and Alistair survives as well. That Primal Rage coming through to catch all of the regrouping members of Whiplash as they come through that spawn point. Mari now onto the Diva, gets the Nano Boost just to be a little bit more sustained onto that payload as they push back Starry Night. Sleep Dart does connect onto Saber on the Tracer as well, so no Squishy going to be pushed onto in the backline, allowing the Diva to not have to use the boosters to peel for the back, can instead just keep themselves on that payload, and as a result, that little bit of huge body just absorbing all of the damage, all of the focus coming through from Starry Night, buys Whiplash the time to be able to stop the payload completing that run in full. Starry Night down to under 1 minute. Will be able to have a little bit of time to build these ultimates up, but they have to be careful as the EMP is going to be available for Power, and this time Senna's not going to have a Bob to be able to peel through the follow-up.
Far from an easy fight to take for Starry Nights, but they do have at least a way in or out should they want to use the Nano Boost to try and peel. Big question, do you want to use it aggressively or defensively? Last time they had that same question. They invested big time into Aelasu. They do it again. EMP onto the back line. Now it's about trading damage. Who can do more? Right now it's Starry Nights. They insulate the back line. Keep the Ana alive. The EMP falls upon deaf ears. Aelasu as well finds purchase on the back line of Whiplash, sending the cart careening over a point C finish for Blizzard World.
Oh, Whiplash. It's so unfortunate where the payload stops because it means that Mari is not able to actually follow up on the EMP. They're still not out of the woods. They still have to deal with some of these members. And for Whiplash, like, the best thing that can happen right now is reducing Starry Nights into overtime. That is exactly what happens. The stall is potent enough to be able to dwindle what little time bank Starry Nights have and put them into a full run, yes, but in overtime. So you now have a win condition. If you're going to be able to complete a far faster lap of Blizzard World, your time bank is going to be a lot larger, and you'll only need to pick up one singular tick of that first point. But sort of circling back towards that EMP, Par is able to find the connection onto AJ on the Ana as well as Mimio on the Brigida, but Mari on the Diva has to keep themselves on the payload because Starry Night squishies, both Senna and Saber, are just waiting for that Diva to abandon their hold on the front line to break ranks to try and help out Par, and as a result leave the backline of Whiplash, Miman and Jono too vulnerable. So the EMP does come through, the connection is found, but it's not the win condition of Whiplash we're looking for. So even though Starry Nights were lacking the ultimates that they had to be able to survive EMPs in the past, they're still able to live through and deal with the straggling players of Whiplash to be able to find that full push.
Impressively at that. Capping Blizzard World at all these days. Not the easiest thing to do. Over on the other side, though, Whiplash have got to try and match that. Though they're not running that Ashe on the attacking side, a much more aggressive composition, so keeping that Ana alive is going to be a bit more difficult. Thus, they're not opting for the Kiriko. They bring the Ana to the table, or rather the Brig to the table, to try and keep her up as best they can with just the one hero back there to peel.
Yeah, Mari as well is still going to be staying on this Winston for her. She's not going to be fielding over towards that Diva. We're still not seeing the Kiriko either. So Senna more than happy to keep this Ashe pick in play. Those dynamite connections were so devastating. And Starry Knights were attacking this initial point, and now that you have the angle to be able to coach gun over and send the dynamite out, it's only going to be more dangerous for Whiplash. It forces them to have to rotate all the way around the side at this point, and you still don't save Mini.
He's gone. Now the teeth taken out of the dive for Whiplash. Mori also caught by the anti-nade. Beautifully done. The only thing they get for their troubles is Mimio.
It's such a problem for Whiplash. How are they going to be able to deal with this Ashe? The answer, of course, is the dive, but Senna is playing so perfect in terms of positioning, making sure that they're not an isolated, easy target to be able to get taken down. Instead, it's the Brigida that's going to be found out early. The hack comes through, but really good dynamite immediately turning onto the Sombra and forcing Par to go for that translocator, allowing the Brig to live.
In the meantime, John has been taken down though. Illusion's got a big dive, and that should be more than enough to just sway Whiplash from trying to take this one 4v5.
You say that, but the anti does land onto Senna. Winston Bubble, however, has to be invested as Senna still aggressively peeks that angle. Winston Bubble now removed. Miman, just barely survives the engagement as another dynamite comes on down and tries to land onto these members of Whiplash. They have at least been slowly building towards these ultimates, but it's still going to be a lot easier said than done to be able to take this point before the Ashe is able to find another head.
Well, Ashe may not have found one, but I'll tell you who did. The defending, or rather the attacking Ana. Me-Man taking the Tracer out of the equation. Even so, though, they don't have enough to peel away Jono. The rampage of Ailisu is just too much to contend with Sniper Monkey. And one more for Starry Knights is on the board. 157 now the time bank.
So this is the thing, like, the Winston is normally such a huge target when you don't have that continued just line of sight from your Ana, but because so many members of Whiplash, so much of this team's resources are being put into dealing with Senna, like the hack from Par is coming onto the Ashe, not the Winston, Ailisu continues to have access to all of their abilities to be able to keep themselves safe and use that nano boost to good use and find that backline of Whiplash. Par now going to be coming in from the EMP as the spy check from the break starts to come into play.
Well, it doesn't come into play early enough. They didn't spy check the Sombra, but they did take her down afterwards. Par again throws out an EMP only for their team to end up losing the fight. Minho hunts down a cowering Jono in the corner and still gets back up in time to save the Ana. Another day in the life of Mimio, making it look easy on Brig.
Yeah, Senna is taken down in the meantime, but again, the resources being put from Whiplash into taking this Ashe down deprive the rest of the resources to dealing with the rest of the team, and Starry Knights are more than happy to be able to capitalize on that absence of focus on their part, as Saber is going to be looking to try and find this opening pulse bomb. Is going to have to blink away though, as we see now that swap onto the Ashe come through from Par, the Kiriko out from Jono to be able to cleanse the dynamites, but Senna's already got that Bob to be able to play with. We're heading into final fight territory, and Whiplash do not have any means of chunking through the Bob's health to be able to deal with it.
Didn't deal with it last time, and this time it looks to be Par for the course as they go down. Human manages to trade it out, but that Bob still continues to live. A threat ever present in the back line of Whiplash as they've only got 20 seconds left to figure out how to take this one. And all they've got is a Kitsune rush and an Ana in a very shallow grave.
Jono will have that Kitsune rush, like you said,
Mari
but the
can't
Suzu
die.
has already invested early to make sure that Mari is going to be able to survive that regroup. They've got 3 seconds left. The Winstons just used the jump to get away from Choke, and Starry Knights are set up with a nano boost. Saber lands the pulse bomb. It connects onto Par, and Whiplash unable to throw themselves onto point long enough to activate the overtime. Starry Knights go 2-0 up in this series and look to be set on the course of a clean 3-0. You were a little bit concerned about the Ashe pick. I was all for it. And when you see how Senna performed, when you see just so much damage that was being continued to output from the Viper, as well as that continued just tick of the Dynamite, it just put so much pressure onto the members of Whiplash to taking the Ashe out first, which meant that the Ana just had so much more breathing room. Every single time the dive comes through, Ailisu is safe, AJ Mira is safe, all of them can just group together and use things like the nano boost onto the Winston, so even though your Ashe might potentially get traded out, that's still one player for the price of 3, and you take that deal every single day of the week.
Yeah, it does make me worry a little bit though, right? I think the biggest problem is that we're seeing such a big investment for one player, and it was taking too long still, right? If you're going to commit 3-4 players to dive, throw the Kiriko in even on top of all of that, you need to make sure you're getting kills quickly. But it was taking 3-4 seconds for that Ashe to go down, or the Ana, whoever they may have been targeting, whereas we need to be thinking about like blinking people out of the server when you're making a dive like that. It's got to be extremely concise, and the timings were just off, and I think that showed most when Whiplash were coming in with their EMPs, which often were somehow losing fights most of the time for them. The follow-up is there, but it's not quite coordinated enough, especially up against a team as coordinated as the likes of Starry Knights, who are peeling it away really effectively.
I think a lot of the time they also had like blinders on, trying to deal with that Ashe. Like you said, the EMP comes through so many resources. Comms are obviously just everyone trying to take Senna on this Ashe down as quickly as possible. And I think a lot of the time they didn't realize when the Ashe was taken down how vulnerable they would be in the position that they had to take to be able to bring that hit scan out of the fight. So even though we would see Senna go down after things like the EMP comes through, it would very quickly be traded out for the other members of Whiplash, either from just Ana picks coming out from AJ May or Alisu going absolutely ham on that Winston, and even as well the Tracer just getting to come in with so much more breathing room, because all of those resources being stacked to dealing with this Ashe, the fact that the Sombra was marking the Ashe, not the Tracer on the other side, meant that every single time Whiplash approached, they had a Tracer in their backline continuing to disrupt and burn time away before the Dynamite even started to tick at their health bar.
Yeah, clearly a couple of things there to fix. Not big issues that you can't solve at halftime, but certainly ones they want to talk about. So we're going to send you guys to a quick little break while these teams figure out what they want to do for map number 3. Welcome back, everybody. A quick halftime break. You and your orange slices can sit on down, enjoy the rest of this game. The rest of this game might not be that much. We've got 2 maps down and a 2-0 advantage right now for Starry, who have taken the reins of this series pretty considerably.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I am concerned heading into this next map because even
You sound like a disappointed mother.
I'm not
I need to sit down. We need a stern talking
concerned.
to. Oh, man.
Because I mean, they don't pick the map, right? Starry Nights, they do not get to pick the map given that they won. Blizzard World Whiplash are the ones that fueled into this, and they choose Shambali after struggling to deal with the hit scan coming through from Senna all through the first 2 maps. And Shambali is just a shooting gallery, right? All of these really long open line of sights, it essentially forces your tank into either just going full commitment on the dive, so you're not going to be in those vulnerable main lanes, or just going towards the Sigma. And I'm really hoping that's the adaptation we're headed into, so that Senna isn't going to get that significant amount of uptime that they were finding on Blizzard World before those fights began.
Yeah, I think Sigma is just, at this point, it's Sigma or Ball are kind of the 2 picks that we see optimally. There's a bit of Ramattra floating around on this map that sometimes gets played. I still don't think it holds much of a candle to Sigma in a lot of instances. If that's not something you're ready to field, it's going to be a rough one. That being said, the map pool itself is generally pretty Sigma-centric on Escort in a lot of situations. So there's not too many ways to avoid it. If it is in your back pocket, like I believe it is for Alisu, it's going to be a pretty big boon.
Yeah, Alisu having that opportunity, like you said, to have that flexibility between their hero pools. Hopefully, we're going to see the same come through from Whiplash. Was slightly concerned when we didn't really see the swaps come through from this team incredibly quickly. We mentioned things like the Ashe was causing them problems. I would have loved to see that Kiriko swap come through just a little bit sooner, so you had the ability not only to be able to join the dive coming through, so that the Sombra of Par could find a little bit extra value when those EMPs came out, but also to be able to cleanse things like the Dynamite, or even just a Diva coming out from Mari to be able to defense matrix and make sure that they don't have to worry about Dynamite before they're able to make that first move towards that point. But we are going to be speculating. We'll find out in a matter of moments whether or not Whiplash have a game plan heading into this, and we are going to see something like that Sigma come through so that Senna doesn't just get to absolutely run rampant through the streets of Shambali all the way through the map.
I quite hope so, but I'm going to be honest, my hopes are a little bit dashed. Like, we are doing this with a big asterisk. Mari has shown us nothing but the Winston thus far in this series, so hoping for something a little bit of change. And yeah, that's going to be it. Okay, Ramattra, certainly not a bad pick on this map. We highlight the Sigma a lot here as being an extremely powerful pick, but Ramattra is another one of those that still offers up the tempo, the cooldown based play that's often very useful on this map. The big surprise is what's being locked in on the other side, which granted might not be 100% what they're bringing, but it seems to be at least a hint at what they may.
Yeah, Mimio going to be on that Lucio, Ejimir on that Ana. Whether or not Senna actually runs out of spawn on this far, it could just be for that initial knockoff so that Whiplash don't have advantage of this high ground to be able to set Par up, to be able to just continue to pressure that main avenue out from spawn before they swap onto something as, no, it's just going to be the Genji coming through, full dive from Starry Nights.
Not something we see often on Shambali, though it still does have plenty of teeth to deal damage with. And it has been piloted quite well by Starry Nights in the previous maps. Certainly not one that we see all too commonly on Shambali, as they're going to be going into a pretty difficult competition to dive into first place with that immortality field, with the boost, with everything that Whiplash are offering up. I struggle to see a particularly vulnerable target. Maybe the Hanzo? No, Par's not vulnerable. It's Senna who needs to watch their head.
Yeah, Senna going for that swap off of the Genji onto the Ashe for the Dynamite, immediately going to be taken down by the Hanzo, but Mari does get slapped, so Whiplash not able to move forward and use the absence of the Ashe to find another kill. Until now.
Yeah, I was going to say, they still made plenty of space. Starry Nights are respecting them and backing up, but it's not getting any easier. With the Winston back, they'll find a reset, but now Starry Nights have got to set themselves up for this fight, and a smart rotation. I love this from Whiplash. I love when teams you take high ground this quickly and this coordinated. It's a small thing. They're probably going to drop quickly, but it matters a lot, and it really does add up over the course of the game. So yeah, they get forced back down here, but the pressure it's exerted onto Alisu is costs them half of their health bar and Sensu their whole life.
I mean, Starry Nights in the meantime have figured out a way around denying this high ground control from Whiplash. They are fielding what they were teasing. The pharmacy comes through. Senna on that far is putting so much pressure onto the members of Whiplash, who the second that Ramatra shield has been thrown into, have nothing to really hide behind other than that May wall. As Senna taking that off-angle approach, continue to pressure into this backline and buy Starry Nights that space that they don't have to worry about finding the kills before the fight begins.
I love that confident conk into the backline from Senna. Dives in with the Winston that applied that extra damage from the splash. Beautiful stuff, and really all off the back of that one swap you highlighted. They've been thinking about it for pretty much the entire series, but we don't get to see it until now.
Yeah, this was the composition that I wanted to see when I heard about Star Knight's roster. And I think it's probably the composition that Pod doesn't want to see, as we're going to see the immediate swap from the Hanzo onto hit scan of the Ashe to try and keep Senna in check. But that Mercy boost is no joke. Barrage already going to be built up. Mini at least is going to have a Blizzard to be able to try and peel the dive that comes through from Starry Nights, but it's not going to be a great position to play from. The Saber's already able to infiltrate that side lane and keep the Ashe's attention.
That barrage, here it is! Two people thrown into a grave. John, what on earth? That takes some real cojones to like jump up like that into the face of barraging Pharah and boop her to death. Anyways, it's an easy res for Mimia. Most of the fight's damage has already been done. It's just the Winston in the face of the Ramatra Alis who gets out with ease. And it's going to be Starry Nights picking up a point A.
Yeah, Starry Nights identifying that the swap from Par onto the hands was going to be the most problematic for this part, and just throwing Saber to the wolves to make sure that the Ashe is distracted long enough for the barrage to come through and find its target. And now that point A has been broken, now that we're moving into an area where there's a little bit more of a ceiling, the swap comes down from Senna. Mimi's going to hold on the Mercy until Varg has been infested, but likely afterwards we're going to see that swap away. However, Whiplash actually forced to go mirror Mercy so that they can have that damage boost from Par to be able to match the same damage output from Senna.
I mean, Par swapped not just for the point, but also because, or Senna swapped rather, because Par swapped to the Ashe off the Hanzo, so a whole duel has been going on between these two for the course of the match, but is Par coming out on top this time. Very nice, unwilling to wait though, pick up the res, now we're looking for a fight. Ari looks to deny said fight though, wants to peel this and does so beautifully. Great defense matrix, but it costs Mari her health bar, and at a critical juncture in the map as well. This corner is going to get turned by Starry Nights, and there is no tank to stop the cart. So look, they're just sitting back, resting on their laurels, waiting for the right opportunity to dive, and taking that cart progress while it's still free. A push forward by Par, maybe a bit too adventurous as they send the Bob out to its own death. Starry Nights say, screw it, we're pushing past the Bob and look to dive 5 members into the back line. They do so, they don't find any purchase, have to fall back into the welcoming arms of the Bob, and now things get real confusing. Nevertheless though, Whiplash are not lost in all the confusion. They pick up 2 in the meantime, and if they can deal with ALSU in the back line, they'll win this fight, but that is far easier said than done. 1 for the Monkey, looking for a second head to add to the belt. Can they do it? Monkey so low, Ashe as well, the Diva low on HP off, but Mari's nano boosted back up and can clean up this fight.
Yeah, Mari getting that nano boost is going to allow Whiplash signs of life to stop the contest before Starry Nights are able to pick up those forward spawns. We'll have the self-destruct as well for her to work with in this next fight in case she takes that additional pressure. Mini is off the Tracer onto the Genji to be able to play fully off of the dive opportunity coming through from their tankers. Par now has to match Whips with Senna all over again. Mimo off the Mercy onto the Brigida is going to mean that Senna's going to be behind in terms of damage, but she's already got the Bob built up, and they use it to open up the fight.
This is quite a powerful Bob, one that cuts off a lot of the backline space on this particular point. Once the sleep wears away, the Bob's back up, and you can see just how much havoc it is wreaking positionally upon Whiplash, who are forced further down the hallway into defensive positions and forcing them to give up that B point.
Sleep Dart comes through onto Senna, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late as now Sleep Dart's been invested. Alice Lee just gets to move forward and keep Whiplash busy-bodied up towards the latter stages of Point C as that payload continues to move away from these really impactful chokes. The good news for Whiplash, however, is they still have one access to a choke right here where Alice Lee is currently postured up with. It just cannot allow Saber on this Tracer to be able to infiltrate that side lane and land the pulse bomb, otherwise they have to give up that ground.
Defending that side lane, like you said, that's super critical. It's the way that you crack that diva open. Cinda forcing back Mini. In a bit of a tough position. Mari's forced to come over, but that may open the doors up for Alisu, who thinks about making initial dive and will be getting to build up as well. The nano boost. There's a lot of damage potential for Starry Knights, but until those ultimates come up, it's not really going to come to fruition. A Bob thrown out to zone them in the meantime by Whiplash, but a calm disengagement by Starry Knights. That's what I like to see out of a team.
Yeah, and they're going to immediately rubber band back in with aggression of their own. Nano Boost and Rally bolt up, and Nano Boosted Winston is how they open up the fight.
Oh, this is Godzilla versus King Kong 2, Electric Boogaloo. 2 nanos on the field, 2 tanks empowered by them, and unfortunately, they're more tanky than they are damaging, so they both live. Pulse Bomb from Mini, though, will take out Sunda. Fortunately for them, Starry Night still has ultimates and players to trade back. We mentioned at the beginning of the point, it was only a matter of time before those ults came online and continued the river a-rolling down C. And Starry Nights flow like water through the rest of the map. And one that we don't often see the end of, to be completely honest. I've cast a fair bit of Shambali in recent memory, and my graphics card has not rendered a point C in like 95% of the games.
Definitely not even a point C where it wasn't dipped into overtime. The fact that Starry Knights are able to finish off the map at all, pat on the back, but they're able to finish it with time to spare. As again, just having that rubber band ability, being able to pull the Bob out from par, which was going to be the thing that they sort of relied on, being able to peel both from the Rally and the Nano Boosted Winston. When Starry Knights decide to actually make that aggressive play, it gets used early. Ijimir is able to land that sleep dart to allow Starry Knights that full disengagement. Bob, despite being used in some scenarios, to be able to block, and clear a lot of that space in the way that a tank is expected to, isn't counted as a tank, so isn't affected by that nerf coming onto the Ana sleep dart. You do get the full duration of the sleep dart affecting the Bob unless someone hits him and wakes him up a little bit early, but Starry Knight's communication is on point. No one wakes the Bob up until they're all disengaged safely, and the second that the Bob is gone, they're able to immediately turn on to Whiplash and punish how aggressive Whiplash were in terms of their positioning, looking to hold that choke over. As Starry Knights now going to be starting off on this high ground. Senna on that Ashe, immediately going to be that power on this Widowmaker, could potentially just look to find an opening shot onto the high ground with this Mercy damage boost, looking to find a kill. Unfortunately, is only going to find a brick shield.
Million on ahead, but how long will Par stay on? It's not too long. Right back over to the Hanzo, no surprise there. Senna, though, bringing out the Ashe. The Zygon control is notable. The question now is, how do Whiplash want to push this? They do have what I would consider a pretty optimal comp for the map. Beating onto this high ground, it's going to be very hard for Starry Knights to actually stop them. You have a coach gun and a whip shot for Peel, and past that, it's kind of lights out. Maybe you can sleep Mari. It's going to be difficult. You see already very little resistance being put up by Starry Knights on the first corner. I don't think that's going to change.
I mean, the Dynamite's the Peel. The Dynamite connects onto 3 members of Whiplash and forces that immortality field for me, man.
You still don't have follow-up, though. Like, the Dynamite's cool, right? It does a lot of damage. It'll scare them away for the 3 seconds that they're burning for. But you come back and you just lack that lethality to really finish those health bars off. There's a Tracer here. It's doing some decent damage, but not enough to properly win a fight for them. So Cart continues forward. They will have the final corners to defend here, which are quite powerful.
Yeah, the problem for Alisu as well is how do you dive into this? Because if you use that jump to get into the fight, you're not going to have it to escape the Mei wall that comes through, and Starry Knights aren't running that back. They're not going to be able to execute and throw the immortality field. If the Winston gets caught out, they're effectively dead, especially caught in that zone, not able to jump through. That bubble is the only thing that's keeping Alisu up at the moment.
Yeah, the Ravenous Vortex is particularly well timed from Mari. Oh, it won't be up for the next jump. Alisu can jump out should they need to, but they don't. The damage pressure on Mari, who just doesn't respect Senna quite well enough, is just too much. This should be a pretty easy cleanup for Starry Knights if they can pick those health bars up off the floor, and that they will.
Oh, that Dynamite. Again, Immortality Field going to be used as Senna's been able to build up the Bob. They know Immortality Field has been invested, but they don't even need to use the Ashe ultimate. It's just the Primal Rage sustaining Starry Knights on that payload and forcing Whiplash all the way back towards that spawn point a secondary time.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension by Whiplash. Couldn't get out clean, but nevertheless, next fight is what really matters with so many ults up.
Yeah, Mini coming in with this Blizzard. Par actually going to be swapping off of the Hanzo onto that Cassidy to be able to try and use the Magnet to chunk through the dive when it comes out. Starry Knights do have that Nano boost, but it's Saber at the moment, who I'm keeping my eye on.
It's almost definitely going on to the monkey. ALSU waiting for that nano boost to enter their back pocket. In the meantime, like you said, is still a major threat with the pulse bomb. Throws it out, connects in the baps midair. Can't even immortality field it if they wanted to. ALSU doesn't get traded though, despite the nano from Zenzu. So it is a complete mess of a fight, one that Mari is going to continue to play conductor of, as they're the only tank left on the field.
This is a Saber appreciation squad. They throw out the pulse bomb anticipating the exo boot jump from the BAP-T, so they're able to connect it mid-air onto the BAP. And Starry Knights now, having won that fight, have secured Sana the secondary high ground ledge. And Whiplash going to have to rely on Par to be able to shoot them down before they're able to cross that corner.
Can I be treasurer of the Cinder Appreciation Club?
We can be vice presidents.
Oh, let's go! All right, let's see if they can get them done here with our cheers. Nimio diving in onto the point, using the rally to just try and stall out as best they can with the Annihilation. That we know how good Annihilation is in this spot, right? Zoning away the entire back line at just a buttons press is so simple, and Starry Knights have to fall back just to the threat of it alone. One more pick onto a Winston here would be nice, but damage is done.
I feel like Ram is probably the tank that values the most the fact that honestly that nerf has occurred, since so many times it felt like when you used that Annihilation you would just be slapped and the Ana would laugh as everyone just ran out of the range and Annihilation got cancelled early. Mari is going to have that Annihilation, and Starry Knights, like you said, don't really have any means of being able to peel away from it. No Bob up, the sleep that's not going to be effective in taking the Annihilation down. They just have to play into it, fully expecting Whiplash to just run straight into them.
Flash are happy to oblige. Will run straight into them at a moment's notice. They take a fair bit of damage for it, and it forces out their immortality field, but they've still got more in their back pocket. That Annihilation being popped by Mari is matched by the Primal Rage of ALSU, but it looks like ALSU is just getting a lot more done right about now. Zones away the team well and sets up boot camp for Starry Knights on the high ground.
Yeah, LSU using that Primal, like you said, to zone away the members of Whiplash so they're not able to capitalize on the space that should have been provided for that Annihilation from Mari's side. Mini at least is going to have that Death Blossom to be able to use, but Saber once again, the appreciation squad, the cheers start though. Who are they going to be able to find with this Pulse Bomb? Are they going to be able to connect onto that Lucio and force that Sign Barrier out early?
Love to see it. Please, just hit the Pulse Bomb. Blinks in, forces it early. Jono just commits big time, which means that Whiplash need to win this fight quickly, here and now. But they're separated by the Bob. Senna's still in their back line on the flank as Ash. How often do you see this? They're not touching the cart though. You've got one player to contest it right about now, but Mari's coming right on back in Nemesis form. Seems like LSU though has more than enough sustain to keep this one going.
Yeah, Zone coming out to split the Winston away so they can't jump onto Mari before the regroup is there for Whiplash. And Matrix is going to be there as well to keep this team sustained through so they can look to brawl onto Starry Knights and control that payload and push it the last little bit of distance necessary. But AJ Mir with that Nano Boost is just going to use it to send LSU straight into the ranks.
And Boost goes into the ranks at the perfect time at that. Right when that Amplification Matrix comes out, that was going to be such a powerful position. Power positions though, Death Blossom with the backline is going to do some real damage to like the Starry Knights, but it certainly isn't a knockout punch by any means. That might have been though. Nimio going down means there's just not that much support for this Winston left. Saints can try and do as much as they will to keep it up, but in the face of an Annihilation and a Reaper, it's just too much damage.
The problem is that Whiplash are coming into point C with 1 minute and 50 seconds. They've had to sacrifice the hit scan to be able to keep Senna in check to be able to deal with the dives coming through from Alistair. And now we're seeing the swaps come through from both sides of the table. Alistair going to be going on to that Ramatra, denying this opening angle for Par on the Hanzo. As it is going to be Par exchanging shots. Senna healed back up to full by Mimio on the Mercy, looking to find a kill and deny Whiplash the opportunity of the sideline angle.
I mean, not just the sideline angle, we have to remind ourselves what's at stake here for this map. Starry Knights is up 2-0. This is tournament life on the line for Whiplash. It's do or die. With 70 seconds on the clock, Par delivers a headshot on his end. You're looking for more. Another one found by the Hanzo. Shots ringing through the heads of Starry Knights as they can do nothing but be turned into shish kebabs one by one. Mercy now trying to fly on back. Mimio desperately contesting the cart, but the time banks are all but dead even for Whiplash and Starry Knights. They find a map finish with a record pace third point, one that they desperately needed.
Well, we said how rare it was to see Shambali completed in full. It's even rarer to see both teams up to the task of being able to pull it off. However, we do have to point out Whiplash are coming in at what I feel to be a disadvantage given how long it took for them, the amount of swaps we saw that composition go through just to be able to pick up that initial point A. They don't
have to make the swaps this time. They know how to. Now we just start on the far, you know?
I'm really hoping that we're going to see those swaps come through immediately, that Starry Knights are going to be just rolling out with the composition that they were able to break open that high ground control with. But I'm okay with them actually fielding Senna on the Ashe rather than the Pharah, because Whiplash, anticipating that the Pharah could be an option available for the attacking team, have to field Par on the more consistently viable Cassidy, knowing that Starry Knights on the attacking team have the tool to be able to see what Whiplash are running and very quickly change up their composition around it. Whiplash not going to have that avenue to be able to use, so really have to hope that they've got all bases covered in terms of the 5 heroes that they've locked in with already.
I think they've got them pretty well covered. Like you said, the adaptation, bringing in Cassidy to have the hit scans at the far is no longer an option. I don't think Senna's going to make that swap. It's going to be an Ashe. Ashe? No, what? We're still bringing it into the Cassidy. This is exactly what the Cassidy is here to try and stop. So this takes some real guts from Starry Knights to stick to their guns like this. But playing at range, you are at fall-off range, and Par does not matter to Senna. Senna's going to play this far, and Star's going to send you back regardless of what you're doing.
Senna with that pocket from the Mercy, like you said, playing from the distance where the Cassidy has that fall off, and even then they don't land a single shot onto Senna. This Pharah is yet to go chunked down. Full health, 200 continuously for Senna. The only damage that they take is from their own rockets to be able to achieve an even higher height and challenge this window control so that Par doesn't be able to use that vantage point to hold Starry Knights hostage around this corner.
I mean, I think still Senna's going to hold them hostage. We've seen at times that you can try and dissuade Senna from holding an angle like this, but she's just right anyway. She's going to go for it. Around the corner they go. Senna with a barrage. Oh, just misses out on the conk. But they found a cheeky angle here alongside the side if they want to. The barrage straight into the face of Mari. Now just left vulnerable in the skies. The damage has been done though. Par taken out of the high ground. There's no hit scan threat. There's no DPS threats now for Whiplash. They're feeling this one slip from their fingertips as a B point is found despite the time bank only having been a minute.
Pause off of the Cassidy as well. They've seen that he's just too vulnerable. With the roll, yes, but you just get 2-tapped every single time you show yourself by center, and having that hands or having that lunge, the ability to be able to put yourself on verticality and try and keep the Pharah in check from that angle, from the 3D approach, pricing it over that hit scan is traditionally the one to step up to the plate to deal with this pharmacy pick. And Starry Knights, they were working with 1 minute. They've already been able to pick themselves up almost halfway through point B.
Interesting routing from Whiplash now, though, as they take themselves from this small window, an upper vantage point. Tuana has a perfect flank to try and throw it onto the team, but unfortunately he's able to connect this time. Whiplash, their picks pay off. The swap to the Hanzo gives them reprieve. Sunda now off, no flank to take down Liana. A big advantage for Whiplash, but having lost Par now, the doors have opened. Senna can ring free on this point. There is not enough to take down this far. It is simply too much to handle.
I tell you what, Starry Knights has subscribed to the School of Pharmacy from Twisted Minds. None of this comes out onto Senna, and the Pharah just absolutely dumpsters all of the members of Whiplash. Builds up another barrage as we see open hits come through, mini onto the Echo, but Starry Knights off of this barrage may well pick up point B on Shambali, and they only had a minute to work with to pick up this map.
If you can test this cart, you will get barrage. No question about that. Oh, almost. Senna, oh no, right on top of the bubble. It almost cost them too much, but Senna should be able to come right back up. The Primal Rage as well. I gotta give hats off. Both Maru and ALSU have had some phenomenal primals.
No res either. The Starry Knights have identified that the Pharah has found its niche value, and now Senna is onto the Ashe to deal with Mini on the Echo. And Whiplash, they'll have the Signfire, they'll have the Dragon Strike, but they're just gonna have to throw it on the payload. The good news for this team, for Whiplash, is that Overtime has been burning for so long that a millisecond of stepping off of this payload, provided with that space with the Dragon Strike, is going to be more than enough to see this side of the map over with.
Must touch the cart, must deal the damage, and take down the backline of Whiplash. Both difficult things. Capping C in the first round was most difficult enough. Capping it into the sound barrier from Jono, which is used aggressively, is even harder. The entirety of Whiplash cascades forward onto the likes of Starry Knights, and now, without the Winston to touch the cart, with the Primal Rage constantly pushing them off, the pressure begins to mount and boil over. But it may be too late. Whiplash finally put a stop to the cart, but Starry Knights have set records for Shambali pushes, pushing the map nearly twice through with only a minute on the clock to begin with.
A minute. A minute.
That's obscene. That's just wrong.
That's obscene. That's obscene. That is, like you said, absolutely record-breaking coming from Starry Knights. Just able as well to keep Senna on that Pharah for so much longer as well. Like, Whiplash, they're anticipating that Pharah. Like you said, that's why we see Pharah roll out on the Cassidy. And now Whiplash have a significant mountain to climb. In a single elimination bracket, if they fall here at any point in this map, they are going to be out of the bracket, out of this tournament, and Starry Knights are going to be moving forward. Pharah is not going to be there. Once again, Senna is going to be on the Ashe, and Whiplash decide that this brawl composition with this rematch to be able to try and shield some of this damage from Senna in the opening of these fights, as well as use that zone, putting pressure towards that high ground that Senna wants to sit up into. It's going to be more valuable than potentially that more aggressive, but more vulnerable, I would say, dive to come through, because at least if your Ram goes down early, he's not going to be too deep. You're going to still be able to find some value with Pharah and Mini having space to work with, as opposed to losing a Winston and just immediately being relegated to all of your teammates having to wait 30 seconds for that respawn.
A minute on the clock and Whiplash down to the wire. They need historic levels of push happening on Shambali. It's gonna take a miracle to get this one done, but I've seen crazier things, to be completely honest. Whiplash, again, their crusade forward, pushing the cart, stepping away from it while they still can on this corner, trying to lay claim to that high ground, but it's the low ground they need to worry about. Par is in a whole world of trouble. Sunda, ever lethal on the Tracer, has found yet another pick for Starry Knights.
Sana untouched at the moment on that Ashe. It's all about Saber diverting attention of the fight onto that payload. Mari just not able to find that room, that wraparound towards that high ground rotation. As still these members of Whiplash regrouping have to face the gauntlet of this Tracer.
Oh my, come on!
Yet again!
Sunda has got Par in a box. No other way to put it. The DPS of Starry Knights have shown up massively here on Shambali, and now it's down to the tank to take it home. Ailisu dives in, throws in a Primal Rage for good measure, and lets the overtime wick burn on down. Starry Knights move on in the bracket.
Starry Knights looking so strong. We talked about flexibility and having something like that comfort composition in your back pocket. I talked about wanting to see it. I said I would love to see a Pharah pick come through from this team. My wish is granted. Starry Knights are going to be incredibly happy about the start that they're able to wish upon to make that one happen, as we get to see Senna in just absolute action, looking incredibly strong, incredibly dominant. And here is the really problematic thing, I think, for a lot of teams when they face up against pharmacy compositions. This is what we were talking about with those curveball comps. You're not scrimming expecting to be running into that pharmacy composition, right? So a lot of the time when you figure out that pharmacy is going to be floated before you, you have to adapt on the fly. And we saw very, very quickly that even though they're able to identify the heroes that they have to field to try and take that pharmacy composition down, Whiplash do not have the tools and the positioning to be able to deal with Senna before they start to become that really problematic fawn in that second round of attacking Shambali.
Yeah, Senna was an absolute disaster to try and deal with. And it makes you wonder, like, what happens later on in the bracket? Like, this is a team that can really go a long way. We see it in single brackets all the time. It's the reason you see players like Yazan do so well in community tournaments, because you just don't have that much time to prep for players like this. You cannot devote time to trying to deal with that, much less trying to get practice against it, because you go to your scrim partner, you're like, okay, play Pharah against us and we're going to get practice against it. But it's not the same as playing Pharah against these really, really, really good Pharah players. So it is a whole mess to try and go up against, to try and play against, and one that unfortunately is going to topple, I think, not just this team, but maybe more to come.
Yeah, a good many teams, I think, will fall before this pharmacy. We even saw it in contenders A sides all the way back in 2022, where teams like XO lose the fight against teams like Twisted Minds and O1 Esports, and Munich is able to come out on top in the season because they're able to dispatch the pharmacy composition off of some really good plays coming through from Cookie on that Sojourn. And like you said, not knowing really how to deal with that Pharah composition, and also just the effect it has mentally on you. It has to be so draining to think, okay, well, they only have 1 minute on the time bank. Surely we're going to stop them from picking up point A, and then it spirals into, surely they're not going to pick up point B. Surely they're not going to be able to pick up point C. Like, that has such an impact in terms of confidence. And if you're not confident in taking that fight against a Pharah, especially when she's bolstered by that Mercy Pocket and can just two-tap you, you're not going to be able to survive the duel because you're going to be hesitant, you're going to be too passive. And that is what Senna was capitalizing off of. Finding that first pick onto the Cassidy to open up the fight, brilliant. But it's the hesitance that comes through from the rest of Whiplash that costs them that fight, because they all turn to think, okay, what are we going to do with this Pharah? We're going to sit ourselves in this small room and we're going to wait to see whether or not we can play away from that rocket spam. And then they all eat the rocket spam, and with that Mercy damage boost, they're just gone within moments.
Yeah, it was a rough last one for Whiplash, but we got to give them credit, right? Finished off Shambali, impressive enough, got this far into the tournament. They got themselves a whole bucket load of points. So congratulations, of course, to Whiplash for getting this far, but I think it's about time we send ourselves to a break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit to some of the players. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience. We've now got an interview for you. Of course, we have two players in the call who need no introduction, Seba and AJMR, who deserve all the credit in the world, who've played phenomenally in this. First of all, congratulations. Big win 3-0 to start off the day. How's that feel to get things done quickly?
Good. Very good. Yep.
So I have to ask, first of all, Saber, whenever we swap to your POV in both of Blizzard World and Shambali, as that Tracer, you're always infiltrating the backlines, you're always looking for those pulse bomb connections, finding that stick, the prediction onto the Baptiste and the Exo boot was definitely a huge highlight for us, but it was really interesting to see how you played differently when Senna was playing off of that Pharah and then when Senna was on the Ashe. As a Tracer player, do you have a preference of the secondary DPS to be able to work alongside? Which do you feel is easier to be able to make that Tracer work?
So specifically when my other DPS is Senna, I significantly prefer when she's playing Ashe just because her Ashe is insane. The way that I play Tracer in a comp with an Ashe with a Pharah versus with a Pharah is very different. With an Ashe on my team, I mainly play to try and enable my Ashe. I try and force people into my Ashe's LOS. I try and like bait enemy cooldowns, force enemy attention to be on me. Whereas when I have a Pharah, I try and play a little bit more solo, a little bit more independent, and just let the game play itself, so to speak. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it was definitely interesting seeing the flow between the two DPS, but the DPS were also interacting with the support line back there. AJMR, you spent a lot of Blizzard World alongside Senna, trying to live as best you could on that A high ground. What was it like being dove constantly 24/7 because you were not going down? It seemed untoppable, your backline, despite the 4-man efforts that were going at it.
I was literally just nading my feet and living. It's that simple. Like nothing else. I just waited for them to go on me, and I just nade my feet, and then I don't die.
I mean, if it works, it works. And I have to ask, looking at the team sheets as well, I'm seeing a whole host of different nationalities coming through from the teams, and I'm guessing you're all based in different countries as well. So playing on different latency speeds, how exactly did the team be formed, given that you're all from these different places of the world?
Well, we're the only Americans on the team.
Yeah.
Did you bait them in with German account names? Is that what did it?
That's actually completely separate from anything.
So, okay, for reference, both me and my twin are German citizens, because our dad's from Germany. So hence the account names. But yeah, we live in America, so we're playing on like 30 milliseconds or like 70 milliseconds of latency on West, whereas the rest of our team is playing on 100, maybe 150
Well,
milliseconds.
no, in that
latency.
last match they were playing on 200 because we had to play on West.
Yeah.
And
That's rough.
basically the only reason why we're on this team is because Senna was on my team for the last Calling All Heroes and couldn't really come up with anyone to play with because the original people that they wanted for the roster couldn't make it. So like a week ago, Senna asked me, "Hey, can you play for this team?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then we couldn't find another DPS, so I got Seba.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Seba has not played Overwatch in about 3 years. They've only been scrimming for about a week.
Yeah. So I've been scrimming for more like 2 weeks, but yeah, I started playing Tracer in scrims less than a week ago, and it's been a wild ride trying to learn this hero, especially at the level of competition that we're playing at. We've been scrimming teams like XL2 and like Timeless Eternal, and we've been consistently taking maps off them, and it's every single time I go into a scrim, I'm wowed by how incredibly good my team is, and by the fact that I'm able to even stay alive in these lobbies, given my inexperience. So yeah.
For two players that are coming in to fill spots, you guys look pretty good. I don't think we can take that away from you.
Oh, the rest of our team is better.
Yeah.
We have a very good team.
Yeah.
See, modest and extremely well skilled as well. I cannot wait to see how the team is able to develop. Like you said, if you've been able to find this level of success and make it this far in the bracket after only 2 weeks of being able to play Tracer and already hitting this level, go forward a couple of months, and when we're into the next couple of events coming through from this circuit, I can't wait to see what monsters you have become in these lobbies. You are going to be absolutely running circles around so many of these other teams.
I mean, I've also only been playing flex support for about a month because, I mean, in the last Calling All Heroes, I was playing hitscan.
Oh, just rub it in, just rub it in.
Okay, so I have to ask, what made you want to play flex support?
I used to play flex support at a pretty high level. Then I got bored, started playing hitscan, and then I realized, wow, I suck at hitscan, so I'm gonna play flex support.
I've been there last time. Anyways,
Support just needs your
congratulations
role.
on the win. Good luck in the rest of the bracket. I appreciate you popping in for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Mox. Game number 1 down in pretty swift fashion. How'd you feel about that?
I mean, I'm still, like, my mind is boggling to be able to put together that much success from that little experience with the team and synergize so well together over all of those different latencies. When I looked at the different countries they were from, I was assuming that maybe we had a couple of people moving forward into America to be able to go to, like, college or work. But no, they're all playing from different countries. They're all playing on different latency. And you cannot tell when you look at maps like Shambali how put together they were, and the fact that they were able to survive all of the dives coming through from their defenses of Blizzard World as well, and react perfectly timed against things like EMP, which as a player who sometimes from the EU side does get drafted into their American friends games, EMP, when you're on like 130 latency, is one of the hardest ultimates to be able to turn around and deal with because it just comes straight from the left field.
It ain't easy being cheesy or from Europe in these tournaments, and you know what? They're getting through both of them. That being said, we've got more games to get through, and if in the meantime you guys want something to do, go ahead and check out Radiant.store. If you want to support amazing tournaments like these, every dollar goes towards funding more Radiant events. They've got some amazing merch. Be sure to check it out while we send you guys to a break. welcome back, y'all. Hope you enjoyed your break. We've got another game locked and loaded for you. And while it may not be grand finals, Mox, I think you and I might just be lucky enough to catch the game of the day, because this one is between Timeless Ethereal and Dart Monkeys, who have made their way all the way to the semifinals. That I think it is no small say to say that the winner of this is very likely the favorites in those grand finals.
Yeah, and like you said, this is going to be Timeless Ethereal and Dart Monkeys going toe-to-toe before the grand finals. This is single elimination, so whoever loses here isn't going to be knocked down into the lower bracket with a chance of a grudge match. No, whoever loses here is giving up that position in the grand finals entirely. Either Timeless Ethereal or Dart Monkeys will move forward to take down either NYXL Academy or Starry Nights. Another match, I think, that is going to go an incredibly far distance. But like you said, this is the match we're going to have on broadcast, and this is going to be an absolute treat. If you're tuning in right now, this is going to be the match, not just of the day, but I feel of the entire tournament.
Don't switch your television sets is what she's saying. Timeless Ethereal versus Dart Monkeys. Break it down. Which team do you want to start with, Mox? Who are we feeling? Do we start with the team that has gone undefeated up until now, or do we start with Dart Monkeys, who are surprisingly, for once in their life, a semi-underdog?
I mean, I feel like we have to start with Timeless Ethereal.
Okay.
Right? Like you said, the only team currently undefeated. And we've talked about this team. We got to see them in action yesterday, where they're able to take a very quick win. I think a lot faster of a win than we were expecting. And a lot of it was off of Jim. Jim's Sombra is absolutely terrifying. You summed it up best. Overwatch became less of a first-person shooter and more of a horror survival game when Jim was on the Sombra on Havana.
Yeah, I think Jim, at least right now, uncontested best Sombra we've seen. We've seen some good Sombras. We've seen a lot of Sombras. Jim tip-top every single day of the week. That being said, this team was backed up phenomenally by the likes of Azure, Sawhill, Lizard Wizard, and Cal, of which I think Sawhill and Cal yesterday were particularly of note. Cal, obviously, a support player capable of just DPSing entirely through fights if given the opportunity, and Sawhill, who was doing a fantastic job, in my opinion, positionally, giving a lot of advantages to Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, Cal, especially when they were on the Baptiste, just chunking down Hanzo's left, right, and center when we headed over to Antarctic Peninsula, taking advantage of the fact that, remember, Timeless Ethereal didn't really field a counter made to come through, so having that Baptiste and having that confidence to be able to take those duels even when that Mei wall is down and attempting to isolate out Sawhill is huge for this team in terms of survivability and just making sure that one of their glaring weaknesses of this composition isn't going to be something that their opponents can take advantage of. And talking about opponents, Dart Monkeys, like you said, having a little bit of, I think, a harder run than a lot of people were expecting moving forward, given how stacked this roster is. Barcode, Zemred, Eevee, Aspen, SK, all very well known in the Overwatch sphere, as well as crossing over towards the Valorant sphere as well. They are making their way through a lot of first-person shooters. And having that flexibility, being able to go through a massive amount of heroes, I think is going to give this team a significant leg up, because like we talked about, Jim being able to flex onto things like that Sombra on Havana did throw a spanner into the works of game plans of the teams that they're running into, and having Barcode being able to swap through all of these things, most notably something like that Soldier, to be able to play with that sustainability and take that duel with the extra health against him on the Sombra to potentially just use that translocator and force them out without finding that opening first pick, could be absolutely monumental in turning the tide in Dart Monkey's favor.
Talking about turning tides, we got to talk about which map we're going to try and do that on. First map for these two is absolutely critical. Timeless Ethereal obviously have all of the momentum coming into today undefeated. Can they carry it on a map like Lijiang that can be so potent, that tests teams in such a way, giving them an opportunity to dive on one, brawl or rush on another, and then an opportunity to kind of choose their own in Night Market? We're starting things off on Control Center. It's Rush City.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's going to be Rush in the form of potentially a rematch. We might actually see the Junker Queen commitment come through. Collegiate, just before Collegial Heroes was running out, did actually have a couple of Junker Queen rushes to their name. And it is going to be Dart Monkeys running that Mei. Timeless Ethereal not currently fielding a Mei of their own. We're going to see Evie swap onto that Ramatra, trying to take advantage of the openings that Zemrit sets up into her lap with the wall, blocking out these members of Timeless Ethereal.
Let's do this.
Forward they'll march, likely to their deaths, at least for 5 of the players in this lobby. Better rollout, though, by Dart Monkeys. You really can't underestimate how important that can be on this particular map. Sawhill forced to use the Nemesis Form to take the space, but pay attention, because Eevee should be able to do pretty much the exact same thing right back to Timeless Ethereal.
Timeless Ethereal, however, are trying to play with their backs onto this point. Jim using that space to be able to just use that Torbjorn turret to be able to pressure the members of Dart Monkeys. And again, that melee comes through alongside Immortality Field. Timeless Ethereal exhausting a lot of abilities from Dart Monkeys.
Dart Monkeys getting pressed back by the immense pressure of Timeless Ethereal. Like you said, all that damage being spat out by Azure and Jim is just too much to handle.
Yeah, and not a single kill is picked up either. Dart Monkeys just giving up that space, knowing that they'd used too much in that approach. Now they come in with the Amp Matrix.
Amp Matrix out, but a perfect wall by Zemrit completely counters it. Timeless Ethereal storm forward, completely uncontested. Jim's got the hammer out. Oh, you better be thankful, Zemrit, that they didn't end you with the hammer.
It almost was. Right in first-person POV as well. Dart Monkeys at least will have Annihilation to try and break through this choke, but Sawhill is going to have one of their own. Jim about to come in with that Molten Core 2, as Dart Monkeys now face their biggest challenge yet in this point, getting through that choke.
Especially into a Ramatra, into the backline goes Sawhill. The Annihilation pumping out obscene amounts of damage as well. Remember, behind them, Azure and Jim are just spitting out little projectiles, peppering them towards their spawn, making it all that much more difficult to get away.
And Zemrit actually threw in the Blizzard to try to peel away the Annihilation coming through from Timeless Ethereal. Are we going to see the swaps? No, it's just SK going in with that Lucio to ferry the teammates back towards this point as we're headed towards final fight territory. That might at least still have an Annihilation of their own, but Timeless Ethereal have the room to disengage it.
Ethereal, give them the room to disengage, but I'm not sure they can. Even with a sound barrier, they're unable to find their way past the likes of Timeless Ethereal. They finally get a pick onto Sawhill. Blizzard Wizard having held that sound barrier in their back pocket. Timeless Ethereal may give up the point here, but take a look at the tools available to either team. It is desperate for Dart Monkeys.
Sawhill coming back in on the Doomfist. Both support ultimates available for Timeless Ethereal. The same not to be said for Dart Monkeys. Sustainability is there for Ethereal. If they can keep this point, gonna be able to win the fight.
Pressure immediately from Timeless Ethereal. They know they have the ultimate advantage. They come in and use it beautifully. Sound barrier is still available. Wizards has to be careful about not Ajaxing, and I have not cursed them yet. Instead, they use it beautifully. Allows them to pressure out the likes of Eevee, who still is not dead. We need to be taking out this Ramatra, like, soon. Okay, there we go. Got it done. Got it taken care of before Aspen came back. Most notably of all, point cap should be going right back over Timeless Ethereal. First sub-map in their favor. The team in blue take a commanding lead.
Zemrit is able to find Azure and activate into overtime, but like you said, the flip does come through. Meteor Strike just blocking that choke as Blizzard from Zemrit connects into the members of Timeless Ethereal. SK is able to take down Jim, but Sawhill uncontested on this Doomfist. Take the fight in the close-up corridor and are immediately going to be punished for that one.
All is right in the world. This point does end how it's supposed to. Dart Monkeys are making it awfully painful and long and kind of awkward to sit through for all of us watching. But there it goes. Okay, nicely done, Timeless Ethereal. Finishing off that first map. Dart Monkeys, though, a slow start for sure, but it felt like towards the end of the point, not just the staggers. They did seem to find some purchase.
Yeah, the problem was it came for just a little bit too late. And again, like the fact that Zemrit is the only Mei in this server should give Dart Monkey so much more control in being able to stop Sawhill on this Ramatra from being able to walk forward, especially given the fact Orion wasn't on the Baptiste, which is the traditional support we tend to see being used to prop up that Ramatra, using things like the Exo Boots to be able to take advantage when the Ramatra is zoned out by that Mei. Are we, however, going to see the full commitment of these Symmetras, not for that early teleport out of spawn doors, but for the teleport into window? There's one swap back coming through from Timeless Ethereal, but there's still a sim in play for Dart Monkeys.
Cringe. They're cringe. Oh, man. I cannot in good faith sit here and advise this strategy. It is not morally allowable Like, it's morally reprehensible to run Symmetra on this map. And they
But
get
it
away
works,
with it.
though.
They get away. It does work. It does work. It's good. It's strong. It works. Oh, but you feel a little filthy running the cheese, don't you?
Just as a little bit of core control created on top, but Timeless Ethereal immediately going to be swapping off of this very brawl-heavy composition which wants to put itself into the frontline fight and take so much damage engaging onto that point from the Symmetra turrets already set up. Instead, they're going to field Jim onto this Pharah to just apply so much pressure onto these side angles and keep Dark Monkey's attention, allowing Sohail on this DMFS to find that stagger frame rate so that Azrael or Jim can pick up a kill.
Swap, like you said, is important here. The Pharah, the poke around this point, extremely critical. Already it's paying off. The damage mounting from all angles. Aspen effectively, with her head on a swivel, isn't able to do really anything about it. The damage is finally relieved, but unfortunately the damage has been done as well. Dark Monkey sent back. Timeless Ethereal take back a point. They felt probably was theirs rightfully.
Yeah, Lizard Wizard able to find the kill onto SK before they're able to get that resurrection onto the Pharah. We're still going to see Dark Monkeys running with this Ramatra, but now it's going to be alongside this Cassie, that traditional hit scan. The problem is, you lost that fight, so now you don't know where this Pharah is going to be playing from, and Barrage is built up. You don't need to pressure these members of Dark Monkeys down, you just need to hide yourself and wait for them to walk out of choke into the ult.
Taking pot shots from afar, and they work beautifully. The follow-up from the slam of Sawhill as well. Too much to counter. The other times Ethereal, not they've really broken that Symmetra composition, have really cracked this map wide open.
Yeah, Orion on that Moira picking up a free K as well off of that stagger created by Sohail, punching into the members of Dark Monkeys. And another composition adaptation comes through from the team. This time, they're going to try and win the fight by avoiding taking it in a choke. They're going to be easily spotted out by Jim, who is still yet to use this barrage.
Just holding it over the heads of Dark Monkeys. The threat alone of the barrage is very real. Comes out, but right as the sound barrier lands for Dark Monkeys, it could not have been more ill-timed, excuse me. Dark Monkeys happy to collect on that bit of misfortune for Timeless Ethereal. Yes, the resurrect comes through. The numbers and point in favor of Dark Monkeys, and this is going to be difficult. Timeless Ethereal have not been thrown off, though. They throw in a Bob, recommit to the point. Sawhill diving in far and takes out Eevee alongside Zemrit. It was a short tenure on point for Dark Monkeys, albeit not a particularly effective one either.
Yeah, they take down Azrael as they move on to that point, but unfortunately, because they're going for point control and having to play so close together, for that dive to find the targets and lock them down, take them down before the Mercy or the Moira can heal them back up, they give up the ground and allow the resurrection to come through, and then Azrael's already got the Barbers. Now we see the dive to come through.
POV, your
First,
Torb
deal
turret.
with the Torb
Oh,
turret.
look at us go, look at us go. First person Torb turret action. Oh, we are doing so much damage, Mox, you have no idea. Oh no, we're dead. Jim's turret had such a short life. He'll be remembered. Sawhill goes touches point. Dark Monkeys flip it right back over in their favor. But remember, Time Ethereal are coming up on ultimates right now. Unfortunately for them, though, one of those was set back to spawn. Orion not coming back anytime soon. They don't have the sustain. I think rightfully they're going to look to pull back here.
Yeah, they do, however, manage to bait Aspen into
huge.
throwing in that Kitsune rush, which,
free?
like you said, is going to be absolutely huge. The problem for Timeless Ethereal, however, is that ultimates are built up for the side of Dark Monkeys. Sustainability on the point in the form of that Primal Rage and barcode on this EMP, as long as it connects onto Orion, when that mid-cast of that Coalescence, they're going to be able to strip it off the Moira.
Connects, maybe not mid-cast of Coalescence, but the damage is done. A quick fight. The Dark Monkeys, and a concise one that they really needed, especially after having spent that KR.
Yeah, but they still delay the problem. They were able to take the Moira down, but it was before Coalescence comes through. And now SK Soundbar is going to be available when the Coalescence comes down, but if the fight takes too long, Lizard Wizard's just going to cycle into one of their own.
I mean, the goal was delaying the problem through 99%. They can't deal with it particularly effectively, but they can certainly survive through it. They've got a lot of tank ultimates up and available to them, along with the Sound Barrier, the Primal Rage. Just makes Dark Monkeys all too beefy for Timeless Ethereal to really deal with in that final fight.
Yeah, this is why it's okay to use that EMP so early on, because like you said, you have that primal built up and we're in the final fight territory. So for Timeless Ethereal, they have no choice but to walk onto that point, and those side openings of the point, which previously benefited Timeless Ethereal when they're running Jim on that Pharaoh who's just taking advantage of all of the openings onto that point, turn against Timeless Ethereal and allow Eevee the openings to be able to use the Winston juggles and just shove the members of Timeless Ethereal off of of the point and into the ether.
Now that ether becomes ever present over the map as we move on to gardens. The environmentals will run aplenty should the players not be careful. Eevee sticking on the Winston on the other side. Sawhill switching over to the Ramattra. Two very different looks as to how to play this point. Two perfectly viable ones at that, with Orion back in on the Moira. Damage has already been done. SK's got a pick on the Sawhill though, and that alone should just mean the fight over, but maybe it doesn't. Eevee's been traded out. Now it's going to become a mess.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though UG managed to deprive Thomas Ethereal of a tank, they've still got Azra and the Cassidy able to use that damage to just continue to pressure the members of Dark Monkeys as they move across from bridge, and they're not able to make it onto the point, pick up that first point control, and look to use what this composition finds its footing in. Not just that dive to be able to pin down these targets and isolate those members, but take control of that first point and stagger it for so much, as that is a very, very mean Torbjorn turret.
I don't want first-person view of that turret. I can do without that. It's probably heading. Little like sideways, kind of tilted. Like me if I was playing into it. Dark Monkeys try and dive forward, but unfortunately don't find much. They're going to have to look to find some reprieve on the point, reset their health bars, and that they will. Jim resets the turret because that one was getting blocked off by the rock. But in the meantime, Sawhill was diving. And that, I think, goes to show a little bit of miscoordination on the side of Timeless Ethereal. And a mistake, albeit small, is enough for Dark Monkeys to capitalize on.
Yeah, they might lose Eevee. The Winston go incredibly low, but she is going to be capped up by SK and Aspen, and Kitsune Rush is now going to be on the field. The Dark Monkeys, now they can use things like this Primal Rage to be able to sustain and stagger this point percentage for as long as possible. As Timeless Ethereal still have Sawhill on the Doomfist to try and create that room to pull Dark Monkeys' attention back to that point so that the Lucio isn't able to find those knockoffs before the fight begins.
Speaking of Lucio, SK has notably a sound barrier to use when they need it. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like they do quite yet. SK's holding on to that sound barrier for quite a long time. They think they can win it with just the KR. They can't. In goes the sound barrier, and in goes Dark Monkeys. They need to win this before Lizard Wizard gets a sound barrier of their own up, and they do. Finally, Orion and Jim fall, but it took a lot of pressure off the back of Eevee, Zemra, and Barcode to get it done.
Yeah, both support ultimates invested in the same fight, and that is in part down to Jim, who uses that Molten Core and spreads it all over the rush, denying Dark Monkeys the usage of that ultimate and forcing SK into dropping the sound barrier so that Dark Monkeys continue to have that presence on the point, playing around where that lava is. So they don't take that tick down damages. Azurite has that Deadeye built up, has the zoning capability of buying Timeless Ethereal's entrance into this fight. You have to watch out for the EMP though.
Aggressive EMP out of Barcode, immediately followed up on as well. Orion has no chance to fade away before it connects. The Pulse Bomb is a cherry on top, 75% now for Dark Monkeys.
Dark Monkeys really coming into their own. A little bit of a stumble on Control Center, but definitely after Night Market, finding their own footing, finding that composition and synergy of the Sombra with the EMP and that follow-up damage from the dive that comes through, as Timeless Ethereal are forced onto a dive of their own just to try and hold themselves long enough to be able to sustain on this point as we're about to hit into overtime. The problem is Eevee's got the Primal Rage. Jim is able to take down SK, but you still have to reject the Winston as the ultimate is yet to be parted.
The Primal Rage is not the end-all be-all of this one, especially on a fight like this. It may end it now, though. They've got just enough of an advantage that they've isolated the players away, and all they have to do is focus them down with the monkey. A good boop, though, keeps them away. Juggling point touches our Timeless Ethereal between Azure and Lizard Wizard. They are keeping this one alive. Jim, though, removed from the server the second that they got back to the point. A critical set of kills come up for Dark Monkeys, and it's going to be enough to take over the map. All they've got to do is run down one more Winston health bar. It's a little easier said than done, as now that Orion's back on the point, they have some real survivability. Sawhill down, though. Sound barrier out for Dark Monkeys. It is all over for map number 1. Dark Monkeys come out and seek revenge against the like of Timeless Ethereal.
That primal from Eevee is just, it's perfect. It's literally perfect. I hope we're going to get to see it as the replay, because not only was she able to deal with the two squishies, not only it's going to be that primal on Night Market, just juggling all of these players. Mid-coalescence as well, Orion not able to escape that one, and Eevee doing so much work to be able to make sure to deny that Moira ultimate from connecting onto the members that Orion is looking to keep beefed up on that point. But circling back to that last fight, even with the Primal, is able to keep themselves alive through both of the squishies, just targeting her down in terms of the Sombra and the Lucio. She also doesn't let the point flip come through So the reinforcements come back from Dark Monkeys. They've got that sound barrier. They have that sustainability when Primal Rage has burned out. And there's still no picks coming through from the side of Timeless Ethereal to be able to find that flip, to be able to shove Dark Monkeys back with an absence of a player. So they have to wait for that regroup to come through. Eevee doing a magnificent job on the Winston when we see the full commitment to the dive coming through from the team.
It does give an interesting texture to the series, though, because we saw a very, very distinct rush win for Timeless Ethereal, whereas on the other side, we saw a monkey comp win. So this could be one of those series where it just goes down to map pick, where we go back and forth. We play rush map, we play dive map, we play rush map, we play dive map, we play rush map, we play dive map. And the corresponding teams could take them. It's going to take an upset on one of those to try and get it done, though. And I think the most telling of all of this was Gardens, though, where we saw the Ramattra roll out into the Winston and still struggle a little bit, giving away early picks that maybe they probably shouldn't have. The Moira that Orion's been fielding has been pretty solid, but it's not quite the survivability that you expect from that Baptiste, and so there was a lot of pressure being applied to the tank line that maybe they weren't quite used to.
Yeah, and like you said, this is potentially going to come down to map preferences, so turning our attention to the lower third, no surprises. Actually, a little bit somewhat surprised by the fact that it's King's Row, because you can field that rush, but you can also still make that dive composition
You know how I feel
work
about
as
this.
well. So this is very much going to benefit both of these teams. And so it's going to come down to adaptation, whether or not this rush composition is going to beat this dive composition for good, and that might have significant impact in the rest of this series as well, as Dark Monkeys saw that they were able to come out on top with the dive, but if they're not able to win the dive on King's Row, that's going to play into confidence they have moving forward for the map afterwards as well.
We should also remind ourselves of what Sawhill did on this map yesterday, where the swap to Doomfist was actually what did it. I think if you're playing into the dive, going back to the Doomfist, not a bad option, especially considering the way it dominated here yesterday.
Agreed. I'm expecting to see potentially that Doomfist to come through. I think it's lost that surprise factor though. Dark Monkeys obviously knowing that they're going to be coming up against Timeless Ethereal at some point in this bracket, I imagine would have watched through some of the VODs to figure out what the teams they were going up against would be playing, as well as more than likely having scrimmed them coming into this matchup as well. Whether or not Sohail is going to be running that Doomfist, we'll get to find out in a matter of moments, as Timeless Ethereal are going to be on the defense. First of all, I would expect the Doomfist to come through primarily on the attack, so we might have to wait a little bit longer to see whether that's going to be the flavor of the tank role for this team.
Tank role for defense, though, is Sawhill on the Ramattra. No surprises here, but we should talk about who we can look towards to get the job done outside of the tanks, because Azure and Barcode are going to be going at it. We highlighted this yesterday, how important it is for the Hanzos to patrol the high ground and be defended properly. Azure and Jim are up to the job, and on top of that, defending the high ground, really, I'm looking at Jim, Lizard Wizard, and Orion to keep it in their possession against the likes of Eevee and Zemrit.
Yeah, Jim is essentially going to become a sort of sheepdog to be able to just run those perimeter checks. They're even foregoing the Mei as well to be able to pair that synergy with Sawhill, looking for the Mei walls to be able to close up the players of Dark Monkeys as they come through from that choke, and as a result, Zemrit, again, is going to be the only Mei in this lobby. They don't have to worry about that timing, that tempo of the Mei plays, the mind games of who throws the first and who throws the second wall.
Shut up, Barcode. Under that Earth Day charm, pick yours up in the shop. It's free, and pick it up or you don't love the Earth. That's the rules. Barcode now working their way around the side, sort of ignoring that high ground. They don't need it! Jim sent to an early grave. Rest of the team soon in the sights of this Hanzo. Dark Monkeys continue to rotate around the likes of Timeless Ethereal. Notably, not on the dive composition of their own. They're trying to work the hotel as best they can, leverage that one-player advantage they got earlier. They do so beautifully. Slow but assertive pressure by Dark Monkeys to cap A.
Dark Monkeys identify very quickly that Jim is on the Tracer because of the Hanzo headshot coming through from Barcode around Hotel. And they know that there isn't going to be that Mei pressure around Choke. So Dark Monkeys literally occupy the Choke that opens up into B, because Timeless Ethereal without that Mei can't walk onto Dark Monkeys because they're going to get walled away from Zemrit and they don't have any means of surviving that isolation. Now we're going to see Jim onto the Mei, but it comes through a little bit too late. Zemrit is going to have the Blizzard in this next fight, and that is going to be an additional caveat around how Timeless Ethereal are going to be able to hold themselves around this choke point.
Choke point is going to be notably difficult to break, of all things, but they're going to use the Amplification Mage to try and get it done. Wall comes up, swiftly broken down though. The attack continues, relentless in the face of Timeless Theory, who now have an amplification matrix of their own, throwing it right on back. Dart Monkeys giving a little bit of their own medicine. Peel away beautifully. Now it's Dart Monkeys again, who get the swing back in their favor, throwing out a blizzard, but it's caught by the wall! Bit of a disaster for Dart Monkeys. That was their moment to strike. Now they don't have Immortality Field. They're getting Annihilation. Sawhill so close to dying. 28 HP. I can't read numbers, but it was low, let me tell you what. And Dart Monkeys are still going with this sound barrier. Everything was just thrown out, save for an Annihilation. Timeless Ethereal, come on, with a fight win and more than that.
Yeah, that sign barrier being used is going to have significant impact in how these next fights spiral through. Azure is going to be able to use this Dragon Strike to just keep Dart Monkeys hold up away from this choke, allowing Jim to be able to build that last little bit of percentage into that Blizzard. There it is, Dragon Strike to stop Dart Monkeys from moving forward as Azure crosses into the window to catch the members of Dart Monkeys and where they've had to scurry off to avoid the Dragon Strike. Good news is, no one goes down. Bad news is, the Blizzard is now available.
Here for Jim, and it's only getting worse for Dart Monkeys. Not only is the Blizzard here, not only is it likely a fight win, the sound barrier is still a problem you have to deal with. I think fortunately for Dart Monkeys, forcing out this sound barrier at all is massive, and they're getting an application matrix. Look, Eevee's gonna go down here, which she can feel pretty good about it. Barcode's able to trade back one. In the meantime, I hardly think it's a winning fight for Dart Monkeys, but one they'll take every day of the week, considering how the ultimate economy is shaping up.
Considering as well the fact that Jim actually goes down in that fight, Aspen's coming with an Ant Matrix and Timeless Feral. Look at the difference in how they're positioning. They're not holding that choke. They understand without Jim in this mix, they're not going to be able to hold aggressively around the choke, because when Ant Matrix comes through, they're not going to have the May wall to be able to wall it and the initial impact to stop a player from going down.
So it's one corner given up. Dart Monkeys finally break free of the choke, which held them prisoner for some time. Aspen diving it aggressively, doesn't fear Sawhill. Maybe she should. Maybe she should. Being taken down, the rest of the team swiftly following afterwards. It was an aggressive fight. Timeless Ethereal. It was a well-played fight by Dart Monkeys, at least the front line, but the back line was not ready for what Sawhill had coming.
Yeah, Zemra tries to use that Blizzard to isolate Sawhill from the rest of their team, but unfortunately Dart Monkeys just take so much damage from that Annihilation. SK not there with the sound barrier to be able to sustain the team through the Ramatra ultimate. And as a result, we're right back to square one. That early chokehold comes through, and finally Azure finds the pick, the Hanzo arrow connecting onto Aspen, and Timeless Ethereal surging onto the members of Dart Monkey, left without that burst heal. Because even if they're able to push onto Dart Monkeys, if they can bait something like the sound barrier out, they're going to be able to consider that a secondary fight win too. But SK holds on to it as she goes down. Dart Monkeys at least will have it to be able to try and sustain through the Blizzard that comes through from Jim a second time. But this chokehold has been so strong from Timeless Ethereal that now we're going to see a different rotation come through from Dart Monkeys.
But then even if you use the sound barrier against the Blizzard, you're still going to be down a sound barrier when Lizard Wizards come up. Like, Dart Monkeys are perpetually in a state of being at an economic disadvantage. Timeless Ethereal look to push that hot button issue, and they're doing so beautifully. Sound barrier out before the Blizzard. Timeless throwing the Blizzard afterwards. This is not going to save them. The sound barrier was used early on in the fight. Timeless Ethereal capitalized beautifully, and now they're still in a winning position. They refuse to give up the chokehold that they have on King's Row.
Azure on that Hanzo just getting so much additional pressure onto these members of Dart Monkeys. Sound barrier invested, Blizzard at least used on the side of Timeless Ethereal, but again, Dart Monkeys, that time bank has just continued to be shaved down, push by push by push, and Orion holding onto the Ant Matrix is going to be able to slow Dart Monkeys down even further. Barcode at least will be able to use the Dragon Strike to try and deal with it. Problem is, if Orion takes that advantageous aggressive play, Dragon Strike's not going to be up to be able to counter it in time.
Ant Matrix up. Dart Monkeys slowly building towards ultimate. They'll use the Blizzard, but again, the Blizzard has been beaten by Sawhill's Annihilation. The Blizzard comes out, Sawhill walks at the backline, and there's simply no follow-up. Beautiful counterplay by Timeless Ethereal, and they still have a sound barrier in their pocket.
And they're still going to have a Dragon Strike in their pocket as well. Dart Monkeys are going to have to throw in this Annihilation or Dragon Strike to be able to secure themselves passage through this point. And you get the feeling it's just going to be temporary as Lizard Wizard plays themselves on the rooftops, waits for that saving grace of the sound barrier. Dragon Strike now to make sure Dart Monkeys are able to make it through that choke. But we're about to head into final fight territory, and all they have is one Annihilation to work with.
Annihilation up. You know, the second that Q button gets pressed, Wizard pressing theirs. Forward go time is ethereal. Blizzard out. Sound barrier in. Annihilation, and Eevee is burnt down quicker than you can say Annihilation. Dart Monkey is desperately trying to touch the card here, but they simply do not have the tools to win this fight. It is not within their wheelhouse. It is not within the realm of possibilities for this one to be taken. Timeless Ethereal looks to clean it up. They are taking their sweet time. It should be perfectly doable, especially with the amplification matrix having been thrown out. Aspen trades back one. Things are beginning to get a little bit dicey. Azure picking through the health bars bit by bit. Saw Hill falls though, and all of a sudden things are getting all too real. Wait a minute. Timeless Ethereal. How are they letting this one go? Dart Monkeys have laid claim to a fight they had no right doing so in.
They deal with Aspen in the process, however, and Eevee, with that Hammond, will be able to chase down Orion, trading Baptiste for Baptiste. Like you said, that should not have been a fight win for Dart Monkeys, but it's bought themselves a sliver of hope to be able to try to push into that second checkpoint. Blizzard's going to be available for Zemret to try and counteract Sohil's Annihilation, but
it's gone the other way around, usually.
Literally just uses it as an opposite. Sees the Blizzard and walks straight onto these members of Dart Monkeys.
We'll see how it goes this time. Zemret holding the cards close to the chest. This time not looking to aggressively Blizzard. Does anyways. Throws it out. Annihilation still available. It's just zoning people off the card for now. Timeless Ethereal don't care. They back away. Calmly avoiding the Blizzard. Orion not so fortunate to do so, but the Annihilation remains as deadly as ever. Saw Hill is a presence to be reckoned with on this point and will not be letting Dart Monkeys pass for anything. A sound barrier get out from Wizard should certainly spell the final death throes of Dart Monkeys. Ethereal, I think we can agree, Mox, there was definitely some beefage having gone on at the library there for a second, but they make up for it at the end of B.
Timeless Ethereal, like you said, did let go of that chokehold, but it was just so strong throughout. And my main concern is that Dart Monkeys are not going to be able to find that same magic on their defense because Sohail, like you mentioned, this is where we are most likely going to be seeing the Doomfist come through, and that Doomfist doesn't have to worry about losing teammates before you hit that choke because you just punch through, slam your way into a fight, and open it up entirely.
Do you think we see it?
I think
after you just run on the ram, I think that's perfectly ain't broke, don't fix it kind of mentality. I feel like this tells you a lot about a team, whether or not they go with the thing they were planning or what was working.
So I think for Sohail, we could potentially see the ram start with, and then if the team gets slowed down towards that choke, they have that Doomfist pick in the back pocket. As Zemret is actually going to be committing onto this Echo. Oh, no, rather might be committing onto this Echo, more than likely going to be moving over towards that mate, especially if they're still trying to run this from match composition. You want to have that mate to burn as much time as possible off of this bank so that Timeless Ethereal do not get so much time to be able to push through point B, and that they can just potentially get infinitely stuck at all of these different choke points.
There are a lot of places to get stuck on Kings, but not that many that stand between Timeless Ethereal and evening this one up because of where they stopped that cart early on in the map. Against the maze, though, Jim has not really been put to the test, whereas Zemret has in many situations. Jim, though, up to the task, hits a beautiful wall, cornering the likes of Zemret and Eevee in with Sawhill, but it's the health bars of the backline that maybe they should have been a little bit more worried about. Aspen taking up the DPS role, shoots down Azure on the flank.
No one lost as well on the side of Dart Monkey, so they're going to be able to hold this aggressive positioning. Barcode is going to have to give up their control towards Hotel as she is zoned out by that Vortex. Sonic does manage to connect though into the backline, knows exactly where these players are going to be holding around statue, moves forward and takes the Hunter down.
Damage has been done yet again, another early one by Aspen at that. Fortunately for Timeless Ethereal, I'll go ahead and help the copium for them. At least they were quick fights.
At least they were quick fights, and Timeless Ethereal, because they take so much poke damage, have been able to match ultimate charge with Aspen on this Baptiste. They will have Amp Matrix to try to make it through choke, but Barcode, oh, that is a gorgeous angle. She takes Jim down, and that Blizzard, one of the win conditions for Timeless Ethereal to be able to just push through this choke, not just the Blizzard, but also that counter wall for Zemret is denied entirely, and another 30 seconds have to now be waited out.
Time off the clock, but it's certainly not the map over. Blizzard out for Jim. This is the fight the Timeless Ethereal really want to win, but they just don't have the tools. The sound barrier, beautifully timed by SK to keep them through this fight. Sawhill pops the Annihilation thinking it might be the trump card, but being down that support ultimate was just too critical of a tool to be lacking.
Barcode gets so much value, by the way, with a Dragon Strike. Denies the entirety of the Amp Matrix for Orion, but also throws it into the disengaging members of Timeless Ethereal who are trying to run away both from the Blizzard and Annihilation coming through from Zemred and Eevee, and as a result, catches Lizard Wizard on their disengagement and still haven't been ousted from Hotel.
Seen a sound barrier up the Lizard Wizard. Dart Monkeys have a moment here where they can still find the pick before it comes up, and they do! What phenomenal poke by both the front line and the back line of Dart Monkeys. They have put Timeless Ethereal in a corner right about now, and I think this is a map that Timeless Ethereal really thought they had in the bag after that hold.
Yeah. We're starting to see the swap towards the Doomfist too. I think that's a sort of breaking case of emergency panic composition swap for this team.
I think we break it. I think it's an emergency.
I think it is an emergency. I
honest.
would like to see the Doomfist swap come through, if not just to use that Doomfist to threaten Barcode off of her position from that hotel. As the Maywolf comes out to make sure she's able to disengage.
Ram plays better with the sound barrier. So I do like staying on it for one more fight. If the sound barrier doesn't work, oh boy, we are in for a whole load of trouble. Timeless Ethereal then make their way forward. Dragon Strike still available, and they've taken down Eevee with the sound barrier. Dart Monkeys lack tools to really fight back with. Escape scathed, but certainly not dead at the very least. Fly over the point, try and hit a regroup. It's a little bit of a touch in before going down herself. Playing a dangerous game, finding these picks around the edges of the point, but they do manage to do so perfectly successfully. And while they may have a whole host of ultimates to try and play into now, at least the finish line is in sight.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal not falling for that bait of throwing in either the Dragon Strike or the Amp Matrix to be able to clear up that point. And as a result, we'll be able to use those ultimates to try and break this chokehold that's available for Dart Monkeys, who unfortunately get pushed so far away, as we're going to see now Lizard Wizard backtrack, pick themselves up onto that payload and start to push it through, as everyone else from Timeless Ethereal, they've already got that aggressive position, they've already got those ultimates built up. Dart Monkeys have no choice but to walk into it if they want this payload to slow down.
This is going to be probably the most telling fight of this entire push. It's 2.5 minutes. The ult economy kind of is what it is. It's not changing anytime soon. Both teams have a whole host of ultimates, the first of which being used is a Dragon Strike from Azure. And somehow they found it. It may not have been the Dragon Strike, but the damage is done. SK gone. Dart Monkeys full commit, anticipating that this is the fight that matters. But with Sawhill so low, they come so close to making it worth it. It's trades either way, but at the end of the day, it's Jim with the icicles that's doing the real damage, frontlining for the likes of Timeless Ethereal, who still have that amplification matrix to try and play off of, to zone people off of this yellow box of victory. The cart may not quite be there, but it's hard to overstate the desperate situation Dart Monkeys are in. They are not going to get this sound barrier up, at least not within the next 5-10 seconds, not before that amp matrix comes out, surely. For Timeless Ethereal, forward they march towards that blue box of victory. Amplification matrix out. How do you get in here? If you're Dart Monkeys, there's just seemingly no way. They're forcing the Rams down the main choke point, and they finally get the sound barrier up just in the nick of time. SK flies in from the wings to save the day, and she may have just done it. Dart Monkeys looking to put Timeless Ethereal on their backs on match point, but Lizard Wizard has something to say about it. A sound barrier of their own sends Timeless Ethereal careening forwards into the back line of Dart Monkeys, with which they look to win this whole thing. Eevee tries to fight back desperately, but the health bars fall rapidly for Dart Monkeys as the score evens out for Timeless Ethereal.
We said that King's Row was one of those maps that this team had in their back pocket. They struggled to pick apart Point A, but the second that they were able to break into streets, it really felt that they did not slow down. Getting to play super aggressively, getting to force so many ultimates in that exchange around Bookshop as well, really just splintered that defense out of so much of the tools that Timeless Ethereal were able to turn against Dart Monkeys when the sides were swapped. Chokehold was not there. That time bank was continuing to just allow them to be able to build towards the ultimates. And then, like you said, having that amp matrix that Orion has while everyone else in the server is down their ultimates, forcing Zemred off of the Mei as well to be able to go onto the Traitor, the far faster moving hero with the blinks, the recall, to be able to tap onto that payload and activate overtime. Yes, you have that mobility, you have the ability to keep yourself in the series, series, you don't have the mate suddenly to be able to counterplay Jim, and so those walls, the freezes, the slows coming through from that one DPS were so detrimental into the players of Dark Monkeys, who were looking for that regroup, looking to try and bolster their forces around about that Dragon Strike, but they just don't get the opening every single time. They try and find target focus and acquisition with pairs of them bundling up. They're walking into that slow coming through from Jim, and it's just an absolute blender on the point.
It was close, man. I know what to tell you. SK barely got the sound barrier up, and then following that, the sound barrier barely came up for Timeless. That is how close this series is, though. I think it's time we give these teams a little bit of time to think about how they want to approach map number 3, because it is all important in a match like this. See you after the break. Welcome back, y'all. Map number 3 is all important in this series. We're deciding who gets to take this thing on to match point. And let's be real, Mox. It is a single elimination series. There is no way out but through the fire right about now. And now that we've gotten through Kings Row, I think things get even spicier. We talked about map picks being particularly important. Thus far, the rush has been fruitful for Timeless Ethereal. But for the next map of Rialto, I think it's going to be Dark Monkeys looking to change things up.
Yeah, it is going to be Dark Monkey's pick of Rialto, and this is where we're likely going to see that dive composition come through yet again. And like we've mentioned every single time, for the team that is defending, it is so crucial that you're able to deny these side lanes. I think Dark Monkeys, the fact as well that they have that dive composition to play aggressively into this, but then we've already seen Barcode on the Torbjorn when she was defending over towards Night Market and also towards Garden. So I'm fully expecting to see the Tourbillon pick come through when Dart Monkeys are defending, so they can use that Tourbillon turret, set it right around the corner of that wall to be able to make sure that if a Sombra or a Tracer tries to move forward and collapse onto your backline, they're at least going to have their work cut out for them to be able to pull it off safely.
I think there's a lot of good options for denying the dive. The question is, how much do Timeless Ethereal want to commit into that? Because the dive was tricky for them, but I don't think it was that problematic. As well, we should mention that Orion was playing the Moira that entire time. The Baptiste seemed like a whole other world for them in terms of quality of play and reliability.
Very much so. It's going to be interesting to see what both of these teams decide to push towards. We could potentially still see that Brawl composition coming through, given the fact that Timeless Ethereal did try to move away from that dive composition. They did initially try to field that Ramatra into the Winston, and only when it started to go a little bit wrong did we see the mirror matchup come through. Whether or not they're going to just immediately acknowledge that the dive is the better meta to be able to play here and run straight out of the gates with it, so they can at least try and keep up in terms of that ultimate charge, is going to be such a tell into how this team is feeling in terms of mentally, right? Whether or not they have that confidence or whether they've been a little bit cowed by the pressure that came through on that opening control map.
Now, can I throw a wrench into the mix? We've been talking compositions the whole time, Alex. We gotta be talking players. We gotta be talking players. There was one player who, of note, has not been playing thus far in the series, who is now back from their scrims with the team proper. Cal is coming in right about now for Timeless Ethereal. And all of a sudden, map pick seems unimportant in the face of a player who has caused a lot of problems for other teams. Cal is a real threat, and I think this may turn this map on its head and turn it into Dart Monkeys being the ones who may need to fear.
Yes, I mean, honestly, when you hear the name Cal and you know that they've entered
My bones
that server,
shiver. My boots
you're
quake.
shivering, you're shaking, you're reaching for the blankets and grabbing some hot cocoa.
Boogie.
As Timeless Ethereal are going to be defending up first. They are going to be fielding towards that dive as well. Azerite on the Widowmaker committing to, as Jim on that Tracer is going to be having to patrol those side lanes like we talked about, especially with Orion on that Zenyatta. Such a vulnerable target to be able for Dart Monkeys to be able to go after.
You've heard of this? Yeah. So,
Interestingly enough,
what you think?
with Cal coming in, they opt for two flexible, which is an interesting choice. It's gonna be difficult to keep those two alive, but I think it definitely tells you how Timeless Ethereal want to play this, and that is at range all day. Dart Monkeys have to get around that, so you look at those side lanes again. If Jim can keep Barcode from finding the flank, spy check appropriately, and do it well, Timeless Ethereal are in a much better position. But if Jim and Sawhill can't bodyguard those lanes, it's going to become much more difficult. And we're already starting to peek around main. Are looking for those shots, but Timeless Ethereal are in far safer positions than that.
Yeah, Zamrat actually getting to be a lot more aggressive towards the low ground too, given the fact that Jim is having to control those side lanes and not go after the Widowmaker. And as a result, Zamrat finds the angle onto Azerite, and suddenly this point is broken entirely open as Barcode goes for the hack, won't be able to find it, but still forces Timeless Ethereal into giving up the high ground control.
Oh, Max. The Dart Monkeys got very comfortable playing against not Cal. Cal is built different, to say the least. They make it look so easy. They make it look so easy.
They do. I mean, that should have been a fight win for Dart Monkeys the second that they're able to make it up that staircase. Unfortunately, like you said, Cal has now entered the server, and this is an unknown quantity for Dart Monkeys to deal with.
Dart Monkeys already trying to pressure it out. Threat of Cal, very real. Zemrit respecting Timeless Ethereal, and I think Dart Monkeys respecting Timeless Ethereal a little bit too much. They're trying to fight down main. We got to remember what our goal was for Dart Monkeys. Fight down the side lanes, find the flanks, get to that high ground. There we go, Zemrit with an opener. Dart Monkeys immediately collapsing towards that high ground. Zemrit waiting for a Tracer. Not really ever going to come, but it's thinking to say the least. Marco this time not getting forced off the high ground as well. Instead, it's Dart Monkeys pushing Timeless Ethereal off a beautiful positional advantage.
Azerite off of the Widowmaker, the more easily diveable target, fielding now onto the Hanzo. Not only do you have sustainability in terms of that mobility, you also have the Sonic to be able to try and figure out where this Sombra is going to be playing from, as Zamrat is dove upon by Sawhill with that nano boost.
or dive with the Nano. It's the backline they maybe need to be worrying about. Sombra gets slept out. The space being made by that Nano was enough to pick up a fight win. Oh, Jim. A mouthful of daggers. Not, I think, what they were expecting to feel using that doorway.
Jim, unfortunately, sent packing isn't going to be that to be able to keep those side lanes free for Timeless Ethereal as Orion does have the Transcendence, doesn't have to worry about a Pulse Bomb. As SK comes in with that Kitsune Rush, Dark Monkeys think that they can win this fight here and now.
And they're going to throw in the sound barrier to do it. Orion goes down, which means that there is no Transcendence to try and counter this. This should be a clean win for Dark Monkeys. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Heart careens forward. Timeless Ethereal pull back to lick their wounds and question, how do we want to defend this B point?
Well, probably is going to have to come down to waiting for Cal to respawn as SK moves forward and takes the Ana very quickly out of the equation. We're going to have a little bit of a game pause coming through, and we can have a look at Dark Monkeys and evaluate the ultimates that they're going to have coming into this next fight. As once again, Zenyatta's have gone through this horrible existence all the way through Overwatch 1 ever since Sombra was dropped into this game. Zens have been fighting an uphill battle of not being caught by Sombra EMPs. Granted, they've become very good at understanding that they need to hide from it, but the Sombra has become very good at being able to track the Zen down to guarantee that the EMP connects and denies the Transcendence, because as you're a Sombra player, like, you don't want to throw the EMP out, not connect on the Zen, think you're going to be able to find the follow-up damage, and especially when you're not running the Ana to be able to anti-nade the follow-up heal from that Transcendence, you have to be able to find the connection onto the Zen.
And it's a very difficult life as a Zenyatta. You step too far away from your team to dodge the EMP, and all of a sudden you're isolated. You step too close and you get hit by the EMP with your team, and then it's even worse. So, tough life to say the least, but one that Orion's going to have to live for the next coming bit. You do want to see that Transcendence used at some point, whether it's aggressively or defensively, from Timeless Ethereal. We do send things to a quick little pause, though. I'm sure it's just ping, ISP, somebody not charging their mouse. I'm looking at you, Cal.
I'm looking
Think
at
about it.
though.
No.
Like,
Think about it. We didn't have pauses in any of the other. We didn't have pauses in any of the other maps, and then Cal comes in, and all of a sudden we have technical No, it's Cal's fault. I blame Cal.
I'm looking at Zemrit being so close to this Pulse Bomb charge, though. 25% off of it. Dark Monkeys have more than enough time, especially given the fact that they were able to find that kill onto Cal. Like, they're going to be able to just push onto these staggering members of Timeless Ethereal to be able to build up that Pulse Bomb, and Zemrit can punish Orion, look for the stick onto the Zen, fade out that Transcendence, and suddenly the EMP can come out whenever Dark Monkeys want.
Right now, that EMP is not really coming out any time, especially with Barcode having been forced out here. Expecting the aggression from Timeless Ethereal. You're gonna push forward and drop on this cart now. Now things get pretty tough because you have to start crossing this bridge every single time you want to take a fight. Dark Monkeys understand that. They say we want nothing to do with that. We're gonna try and fight for this one tooth and nail. Holy cow! When was the last time you saw Hanzo movement like that? Azure dodges an entire Primal Rage at the hands of Eevee. Their teammates could not say the same. Sawhill falls to a Pulse Bomb, and Dark Monkeys continue forward.
Who woke the Winston up? Because Cal lands that sleep dart, and 3.5 seconds do not pass. Orion, unfortunately, has to use the Transcendence to be able to save themselves from the follow-up of that pressure coming through from the Primal. Themsfeel will be able to win the fight. Barcode, at least, use the EMP in that engagement as well. Like you said, having that control of this high ground, making sure that Dark Monkeys take so much poke pressure from Azure still on this Hanzo before the fight begins is going to chunk down this attacking side's time bank significantly. As Cal almost found the lead. Connects onto SK.
Oh, speaking of playing with fire, Jim's got a 2-piece Pulse Bomb to take home and eat for leftovers. Thomas will take that and pocket it.
Team kill comes through. Are we going to see any swaps from the side of Dark Monkeys? Not likely, given the fact that they are so close to both Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier. But if we do see the Kitsune Rush come through, I'm not going to be surprised to see the Nano Boost from Cal onto Sawhill to be able to disrupt every single bit of impact from it.
Likely it happens pretty soon. Dive in. Immediate Nano Boost. Suzu just a touch late by SK as well. Follow up beautiful from Timeless Ethereal. Now they've got this map on lockdown, it feels like. A minute 30 left. This is probably the best opportunity for Dark Monkeys coming into the next fight, though.
No Primal. Diver pulled out from that fight, so Soil can actually just set themselves up onto this bridge, try and force Dark Monkeys into throwing the Kitsune Rush just to be able to break out from bridge, as we see Barcode just worrying that payload, trying to pull Timeless Ethereal's attention away from that bridge so that the Primal doesn't come through when those members are susceptible to being chucked into that drink. Soil goes low and has to use the Primal early.
Primal's been used early, but the Sound Barrier and the Kitsune Rush have been by Dark Monkeys. Timeless Ethereal, in theory, should just be able to avoid both of these. They can just walk away, and that's exactly what they do. They vacate the premises, wait for their opportunity, and dive in again. Not quite as fruitful as it may have been, but they still haven't really spent that much in terms of ultimates. I think this is what you can call a pretty positive trade for Timeless Ethereal. Unfortunately, they're facing down the barrel of an EMP still.
Orion at least is going to have that Transcendence, but getting that Zen safely into position to hide from it, especially now that Dark Monkeys have that prior positioning. Oh, they know where Orion is. Barcode spotted Orion's positioning out, and they're just going to look to land CMP right in the middle of the
Orion's
two.
positioned well. Oh no! Orion walked through the little door. EMP thrown out. It's perfect. Still a Transcendence to try and buy Timeless Ethereal back into this fight, but they don't find to pick off the back of it. Jim, fortunately, just as it fades away, Will looks for more. The blink, beautiful. The damage, done. Timeless Ethereal seem to just have a knack for stopping teams on B points.
I mean, Jim just seems to have a knack for clutching fights out. Let's be honest. Given the fact that Azure had gone down, because like you said, Orion steps forward outside of the natural cover of the building into the EMP, isn't able to come in with the Transcendence in time to save Azure on the Hanzo, and so the Dragon Strike being sent from spawn is delayed before it's able to connect onto the members of Dark Monkeys on that payload, and it's down to Jim to be able to continue applying that pressure onto the players of Dark Monkeys so they're not able to just sit on the payload in the face of the coming Dragon Strike and find it pushed into that second checkpoint, and that time bank renewed.
Time bank ran out. The victory box hath been set. We talked about at the beginning, this is match point on the line for both of these teams, and in a tournament where it's single elim, it'd be one thing if it was double elim. We would expect this to be a winners finals match between these two almost every day of the week. But it is not the case right now. Only one of them is moving on. Match point all of a sudden means so much more. What is the strategy that Dark Monkeys want to take up? Defensively, not running a sniper. Starting off with the Sombra on defense. Barcode's feeling comfortable on it. I think this is a little risky in the face of a Hanzo that has been doing some real work.
Yeah, no sniper, no Torbjorn, no one to really control the side lanes. However, they're not running the Ana Zen. It's going to be the Kiriko Lucio. So you don't need to have as defensive a hold. Like you said, it's a lot more of an aggressive style of dive than what Timeless Ethereal are going to be running. And it's going to play perfectly if they're going to be able to isolate this backline, Cal and Orion. But like you said, the one problem for Dark Monkeys to deal with is Azure on this Hanzo.
Azure and Orion, right? There's two dive targets there. If they pick off either of them, it's a win, but if they don't, it is a whole lot of damage being thrown directly at their foreheads. And we'll start with the forward hold on the high ground here. Slowly pushing Azure and Orion into position so they can lock themselves into their respective turret forms as Zenyatta and Hanzo really start pumping out damage, though Orion oversteps bounds just a little bit, going down early to Eevee.
Yeah, and now with that Zen gone, so too is that increased damage from the Discord. Timeless Ethereal looking to try and find a trade, but unfortunately they're not able to launch the counter dive as the hack from Barcode comes down onto the Winston, and Soil is left no choice but to wait for the regroup.
It's difficult to buy this much time as a Winston, but Sawhill's doing a beautiful job of it. Dives in, leaves the backline a little bit open, but it's only feigned vulnerability in the face of Azure, who fights back ferociously. Which, I suppose since you're fighting for your life, was quite applicable.
Yeah, Orion literally fighting for their life as we actually saw a dive come through from Zemret, trying to reach that isolated Zenyatta, but Snapkick sends the Tracer reeling. And now we see the Nanobase come down, not onto Soil, onto Jim!
Jim into the backline, how much can you get done here? More than enough!
More than enough. Definitely more than enough. And still holding on to that pulse bomb, which is going to play into Dark Monkey's paranoia in terms of how they want to use the Suzu. It's going to be so significant in this next fight, given the fact that Timeless Ethereal have already got Soil on that staircase hold to be able to intercept these members of Dark Monkeys and make sure that Barcode does not get an easy setup of this EMP.
Positioning is so important in moments like this. Time to have it done perfectly. Pulse bomb out. Fortunately, as the explosion rings through the ears of Dart Monkeys, they see nothing in the kill feed. Unfortunately, after the explosion is what they need to be worried about. Barcode down, Zemrit to follow. No damage left for the team. The cart barreling forwards towards the victory box. That, like I said, Puck, we know just how much it means in a match like this.
Dragon Strike going to be available for Azrai to push onto the contesting members of Dart Monkeys as well, denying that Kitsune rush, but EMP is waiting in the lanes. Orion not going to have Transcendence. Both supports going to get caught by it. The follow-up damage is there from Dart Monkeys. Unfortunately, the Sombra slapped. However, the damage has been done. Timeless Ethereal are going to have to attack once more.
And the entirety of Dart Monkeys breathes a sigh of relief, but they're going to need to take a deep breath because they may have to do it a few more times.
Orion is, however, able to be very happy, given the fact that EMP was just invested, and still holds on to that Transcendence in this next fight to be able to counterplay that aggression coming through from Dart Monkeys if they want to use this Kitsune rush. Zemrit taking a lot of poke pressure. Can't hold themselves too aggressively forward, as remember, she is fighting up against that Disco Orb and that extra 25% damage inclusion.
It almost cost her life. Ryan throws the Discord, still has the Transcendence, effectively a trump card. The second Kitsune Rush comes out, you have an answer to it. And with Barcode down, there's even less stress for Dart Monkeys throughout. They're going to Kitsune Rush, but now you're really looking at Zemrit. Zemrit has to start connecting shots. It's pretty much the only way through this fight. A Primal Rage from Eevee maybe could be lethal, but the Transcendence from Orion is easily answered. Zemrit down, SK to follow. The ultimates come up for Dart Monkeys, but Primal's Ethereal just have so many trump cards in their back pocket. This fight and map are theirs for the taking. Up in the series, they go 2-1 as Dart Monkeys with their backs against the ropes.
I mean, we cannot understate this enough. That entire push onto B is one off of an absence of Discord Orb from Dart Monkey's side. The fact that they weren't able to put that really forward aggressive positioning for Barcode to be able to hold herself and look to snipe down the members as they cross over from the bridge, forcing the Winston bubble out so early from Soil to be able to cover the Squishy's path is absolutely huge, because it allows you to just bait through what is the hardest point to push through in Rialto as an attacking team when you get stopped. When that payload stops to a slow at any point in point B and you have to cross over the bridge, you are going to have to pay in blood. But that Disco Orb being there and putting that poke pressure phase that normally is just like a little bit of a friendly exchange, right? One player trying to deal as much damage as possible, the other player also trying to deal as much damage as possible until someone's able to find a kill and either delay a push from the attacker side so they wait the 30 seconds respawn, or the defender's losing a player and having to give up that ground immediately. We don't even see kills come through from the poke pressure, but that Disco Orb being in the mix for one team and not the other forces the ground to be given up by the defense regardless of a lack of kill.
I'd love to get a quick gut check here on how you felt about this, because I think you talk about the Discord, but I think about having two flex supports like that. Having a Cal and an Orion is terrifying. Yes, in theory, if they're running the Ana Zen, you can dive it, you can do it well, but it's far easier said than done. If you don't have that Discord, you need to be moving forward, and Dart Monkeys were just constantly on the back foot, allowing Cal and Orion space, and Cal and Orion are two players that, even given space, you might not even need DPS players anymore at that point. Those two can cook up something nasty to try and fight into, and time again, it was Eevee on the receiving end. Not her fault, not one bit, but
No.
It is not a fun place to be a tank in front of those two.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, when you use that bubble very early on to try to shield through the effect of that Disco Orb, you lose that cycle that is ingrained in these Winston players. The first lesson that you learn as a Winston player when you're trying to climb up the ranks is don't immediately use that bubble as you dive through. You have to save it for as long as possible. But in the face of the Disco Orb, like you said, Eevee had absolutely no choice. She had to use the bubble as she went for those jumps to make sure that she's able to survive the Hanzo just turning around and thumping her in the head as we head over towards Dart Monkey's next pick of Colosseo. And this, maybe we see the Winston continue, but I'm more than expecting to see the rematchers coming through, especially in that first fight. If you lose the first fight, swapping over to the dive, more than viable. There's a lot of high ground control that you can take advantage of, but that first fight where it's just an open lane for those rematcher players to be able to find so much control over the fight from, you don't want to chance running a Winston into a rematcher, because you're going to lose that first fight and potentially the entire map off of the back of losing that one singular fight.
Yeah, we can't guarantee the RAM for Dart Monkey's side, but what I can all but guarantee it for is Timeless' side. Not only have they looked good on it already, but we're seeing a sub in. Lizard Wizard is in. Orion is out. This is kind of the support line that we've seen Timeless run time and time and time again when they were on a run the rush, and I think it is only given more lethality by the fact that Cal is now in for it. Huge shout out to Orion, played particularly well. The BAP swap was huge, played phenomenally on that. But if you're looking to give your attack a little bit more teeth, like I said, that lethality, Cal is absolutely the person for the job.
Yeah, Lizard Wizard, though, going to be the person to play the Lucio, more than likely. So again, Timeless Ethereal, all but guaranteed to be fielding that Ramatra rush, trying to push onto these members of Dart Monkeys. And so the question remains, what are Dart Monkeys going to field? We have seen significant changes coming through from this team through all of the different map architectures. And now heading into push, are we going to see the snipers? Are we going to continue to see Barcode and Zemret try to find a lot of value with just space denial coming through from things like the Sombra or the Tracer? Or are we going to see that bending of the knee, or maybe something a little bit different? I'm not going to call it immediately. They can still swap off of these picks. But I'm happier with the Sigma pick over the Winston if you're going to be running into a Ram, and you still want that shield presence to be able to set Zemret up on the Ashe.
This would be really, it's something we almost never see on this map, right? We always talk about sometimes dive and almost always rush. Poke compositions. You wonder what it's going to get done, especially in the face of Azure, who's going to put a lot of pressure on. Jim, I think, is one swap away, and maybe a Sombra to this being particularly decent into what Dark Monkeys are running, but I think it already plays pretty well. Timeless Ethereal recognize the opportunity. What they need to know, though, is that the rule of thumb when you're always playing main tank is if you have the Lucio, you're going into the Zen, you need to be pressing your W key. Timeless Ethereal have to find ways forward, and that they already have. Getting Saw Hill in towards that back line, and now they want to speed them in on the SK.
Yeah, already SK denied that line of angle where the Zen's traditionally just able to land this Discord up onto all of these players, spammed down as well by Azure, denied even further a presence in the fight as the Sonic making that Zen so much harder to be able to play aggressively. Timeless Ethereal haven't found a pick just yet. Dynamite Tick connects onto Azure, but still seems like they want to challenge this hold that Dart Monkeys have above that high ground. With the picks now coming through, Azure is immediately going to assume control and push onto the disengaging members.
This could be quick. This could be real quick if Dart Monkey cannot stabilize at some point here. This poke composition, it's poking from far away, but what it's not doing is touching the cart, Mox.
Yeah, it is about to be. Initial spawn points picked up for Timeless Eternal. Dart Monkey's now bending that knee, coming in with the traditional composition of this Ramatra alongside the Lucio and the Baptiste, but they're taking so much poke phase coming through from Azure on the Hanzo that they're going so low. Immortality Field not invested just yet, but still no power to be able to push back onto the payload.
Yeah, Timeless just have the ultimates because Dart Monkey's made wholesale swaps. They just don't have the tools to stop this cart from going. They're going to try and backcap as much as they can away here. Don't mess with Cal. Cal will kill you. It's crazy. I hit maybe 1 out of every 3 in a bat burst, and Cal consistently hits all 3 of them. That's crazy.
Yeah, on really hard targets as well. Like the Lucio's mid-wall ride, Traces as they come out of the blink. Cal can really just absolutely slice through them all as Timeless Ethereal going to be building towards that annihilation. They've got the Dragon Strike too for when Dart Monkeys try and send this Bob in to contest the sound barrier to be able to sustain through that amplification matrix up for Aspen. This is going massively in their favor.
No. This is not it right now for Dart Monkeys. The Bob comes in after the point's already been capped. The amplification matrix is late. They're trying to win the whole fight with it, which I think is reasonable. Once you've thrown that Bob in, you've committed, but they still did not stop those forward spawns from being captured by Timeless Ethereal. If Timeless Ethereal get out clean here, they don't. It would have been bad.
Yeah, really good interception coming through, both from Eevee and Barcode to be able to take down both the Hanzo and the Baptiste. Cal so close to the Ant Matrix. This Wizard still sitting on that sound barrier. Eevee has been able to ball towards the annihilation and hit it before Sawhill. Dart Monkey's now coming in with the kills, but still not getting those forward spawns. They're going to need to find the momentum to be able to bulldoze through this next fight, and quickly.
So it's clearly going back to 50-50 between these two teams. The question is now, has the damage been done? The Timeless Ethereal getting that point. We know how Coliseum goes.
Yeah.
We all know how this map goes. that much push is a lot to give away. Dart Monkeys have a lot of ultimates to fight back. This is the push to make it happen. Do they want to engage? This is the question. Barcode throws in a pulse bomb, sticks it on a Saw Hill, pops. Does he get the shield off? The sound barriers was late from Lizard Wizard. Dart Monkeys have an opening to work with here, and even more so if SK is able to hold on to her sound barrier.
Amplification Matrix as well popped for Cal, so this is more ultimates being burnt out of Timeless Ethereal into a fight that they are effectively losing. Slowly, yes, but losing. And unfortunately, it's going to have significant impact in how this next fight spirals out, because they threw in both support ultimates into that matchup, and Dart Monkeys held on to both of theirs. Dragon Strike going to be available for Azure, Annihilation for Sohil, but you do not have the same barrier to be able to sustain when Eevee answers back with one of her own.
I hate to put pressure on players in specific, but this is when you really need Azure and Cal to do what Azure and Cal do best. Jim falls short of the line. Amplification Matrix thrown out by Dart Monkeys to just hold on to that ground. Bob as well, zoning the likes of Timeless Ethereal off the point. Annihilation is nice, but it's certainly not winning the fight anytime soon. SK goes down. Was that mid sound barrier? I'm not 100% sure. Aspen diving forwards to help Eevee keep this thing pushing though. And now it's just up the stall. Timeless Ethereal can just buy a little bit of time. They're going to be in a good spot. And Jim and Lizard Wizard have blinking back and forward rapidly, trying desperately to keep any limb on this cart. It moves forward. The contestant's there. I think Timeless Ethereal stabilized this.
Sohil on that Doomfist has, like you said, contested that forward
Tragedy.
respawn point. Dart Monkeys denied the opportunity of being able to pull off this regroup, and Timeless Ethereal turned the fight around off of heroics coming through from Jim.
It was heroics, desperation, whatever you want to call it. It was something nasty from Timeless Ethereal. That was not the game going to play, and that was making do with what they had, and now they've got a lot more to make do with. Ultimates are up in their favor.
Yeah, and since they've already got that forward distance above Dart Monkeys, that bot is just being left out in the open, baiting Dart Monkeys into taking control and walking into the Ant Matrix that Cal is setting up in that back line.
Cal's just waiting for it. Dart Monkeys know what they're walking into, but it's just so hard to avoid the pulse bomb out. Immortality field taken away. Now there's nothing to dodge the Amplification Matrix. Eevee just has to sit and take the damage. Timeless Ethereal push forward. We have to think about just how much 1 meter of cart progress means in a moment like this.
I mean, we asked ourselves at the beginning when we see Timeless Ethereal so cleanly push towards that initial respawn, was that going to be enough to be able to win the map overall? Is that going to be enough to knock Dart Monkeys entirely out of this tournament? And the answer could very well be yes. Dart Monkeys now swapping towards the full dive composition. Eevee on the Winston looking to move past Sohil on the Doomfist. Will be able to claim the life of Azure on the Ashe before the Bob comes through. As Lizard Wizard throws in the sound barrier, they think they have the damage to be able to chunk through these members of Dart Monkeys. And with Aspen and Barcode going down, it seems to be so.
Sometimes I really wonder how people have the audacity to pop sound barrier in situations like that. But the belief in their own team from Lizard Wizard, understanding that yes, we can win this fight 45. That's just crazy. Alucard's
They've
going to
got
continue.
that Meteor Strike to work with as well. Azure is going to be coming back in with this Bob. The EMP is nowhere near ready on the side of Dart Monkey's side. At the most, they're going to have a Sound Barrier, Primal, and a Rush to be able to work with. But Timeless Ethereal start things off aggressive before Dart Monkeys can build into the ults.
Oh, it's getting bad to worse. The cart's still moving. Azure's not doing damage, but they are doing damage, so to speak. If Timeless could just keep the contest going here, remember, you don't even have to win the fight. You just have to keep this thing held.
And that's why Azure literally, in the last moments, just sends the Bob to make sure that Dart Monkeys have to use the Primal to be able to juggle it off. And it doesn't pick up those squishy players from the side of the supports. SK still holding on to that Sound Barrier, will at least have it to be able to go into the face of Cal's Ant Matrix. As again, Timeless Ethereal lengthened the distance, allowed Dart Monkeys to be able to push onto this arena of Colosseo so that they walk straight into the back ult.
Dart Monkeys cannot wait for another time. They need to make it work now, and they do. Sawhill down. An extremely efficient fight win for Dart Monkeys, who still have more in the tank, but Cal, they did not account for. Shots from the high ground, reminiscent of Shu. Looking for a Tracer now, but I think taking out SK is everything that needed to happen. Zemmer falls as well. Cal smells blood. Cal's got bloodlust. Seeing red is the Baptiste. Running forward, looking for more bodies to put in the dirt. But he falls into an EMP instead. And now they've got to deal with this. The immortality field out from Cal. Now they're scrambling a little bit more than they were before. An overextension by Timeless Ethereal. Art Monkeys capitalize on, and they'll turn the card around. They've still got a chance.
Yeah, but it's such an overcommitment of ultimates just to be able to guarantee that they're able to push that objective outside of that arena lane. EMP, Soundfire, and Rush all invested in one fell swoop. As Timeless Ethereal can afford to wait into this next fight and come into that Soundfire over sustainability of their own.
The card hasn't even made the checkpoint yet. There's still an 8-second wait when it does get there. Pulse Bomb out. Stick. Leave just Suzu'd off. Well done by Dart Monkeys, but they're not able to keep SK alive. The sound barrier advance is just too large for Timeless Ethereal. Cal getting in on the action now. Dart Monkeys feel the pressure begin to mount. The single elimination bracket doing what it does and putting players under duress as there are 40 seconds left in one fight for Dart Monkeys to keep their hopes alive.
Oh, and that walking straight into the Amp Matrix and Meteor Strike. And this is such a tough ask for this team. And Matrix comes up immediately to catch the respawning members of Dart Monkeys. Are they even going to get the opportunity to throw themselves onto this point?
I think this was a miss on the amplification matrix. They could have used it late to pressure out the cart. Dart Monkeys are happy to see it go. Immortality field out. An opening now found. Zemmer's got a pulse bomb whose name is etched into it. Pushing the cart forward, looking for a target, but doesn't find one before Azure finds the killing blow. Timeless Ethereal with 2 seconds on the clock. Look to ring the bells of victory and send themselves on. Can they pulse bomb out? Shots onto the tank. Eevee trying desperately to stagger here. I'm just not sure it's meant to be. Timeless Ethereal have all the bodies in the world to make this happen.
EMP not quite available for Barco. Jim does go down, however, as we're so close to this bomb. As Dart Monkeys start to turn the tide of the fight, however, they're still going to have to win the fight afterwards. This EMP has to be massive to be able to win it in such a fell swoop, such a quick fashion. The Timeless Ethereal are not able to build into the sound barrier and the bob.
The game plan's easy now, Mox. Just don't lose ever. Obviously easier said than done, but with an EMP, a sound barrier, and a KR in tow, they've got all the tools to maybe, just maybe, get it done. EMP solo onto Sawhill. The immortality field cancels out the entire thing. Cal is a problem on defense and offense and looks to continue to be one. A 3K to punctuate the series for the player who subbed in halfway through. Getting the job done for Timeless Ethereal. They'll send themselves on.
An absolute statement coming through. We said that one curveball that Dart Monkeys may not have been accustomed to would be Cal coming through halfway in that matchup, and you really do feel the impact of his entrance into that fight. They made so much room for their team, coming in on that Baptiste, being able to flex between both the Bap and the Ana, using those absolutely brutal Amp Matrixes to just bait Dart Monkeys into walking into those lanes, understanding that enough momentum so early on in that round had already been picked up by Timeless Ethereal that they didn't have to throw themselves into the really aggressive positioning where you can get caught out, where you do just cross into that middle lane, to the point where we see teams not want to play into that middle lane and give away 2 minutes going through with no one really crossing into that particular space. They have that understanding. They know that Dart Monkeys are going to have to push aggressively into it, and they just sit back with Amp Matrix time and time again, but they change that positioning up ever so slightly every single time. And that, I think, is what really sets Cal above a lot of the other support players that we see coming through. They identify what works, but they make sure to change it up ever so slightly, so there's still some element of the unexpected coming through, that Dart Monkeys aren't able to get comfortable and successfully call, oh, they're doing the exact same thing again, Amp Matrix baiting us into taking that fight on lane. Instead, it's just continuous, just repositioning, using the Amp Matrixes in ever so slightly different ways to be able to still find the same insane amount of value.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal, I think there's one thing we can agree on, is that they are a force to be reckoned with thus far in the bracket. Any team that dare cross them is in for a tough match. I think it's only time, though, that we get a quick little interview after this break. We'll let you know what they're thinking about it. Welcome back, everybody. We gave you guys a little bit more than a quick break there, but we've got Cal in for an interview after everything was settled and done. And I don't think there's anybody better to talk to in a moment like this. Cal, first of all, welcome. Congratulations on a quick win. Mox and I know you particularly well from your other escapades, but it seems like you did have other escapades today before you got into this match. What were you up to? What were the scenes like when you arrived to triage the situation?
So I had a double block today for scrim, so I was in scrims just watching. They were like, "Hey, we need you. We need to win." And I was like, "All right, I'm on my way," and handle business and about to go back to my scrims.
Just rolled up, started playing that boss music, and talking about something that rolled up. I know Dora and I weren't really expecting to see the Sigma and Zenyatta pick coming through from Dark Monkeys. Was this something that the team was anticipating? And then when you figured out that that was what you were running into, how did it impact how you all approached that first fight?
I honestly thought they were rolling on Sombra, but the second I saw the Sigma, I was just like, "It's over. The game's done. It's a wrap."
It's a little over. Obviously, I mean, coming in with all that space basically for free, a player like you is really lethal. We saw multiple times, not just today, but yesterday, just 4Ks from the flex support role. Is it something you're looking to do? Does it just happen into your hands? Like, what kind of superior control do you have over the game that other players don't, that it's just happening for you?
People don't really know how to hold space, I guess, and like that even happens in contenders in LO too, and they think like, oh, it's a support, they're just gonna heal, but like given the right utilities, it's like very easy to get kills, especially with like Ana for nade and like BAP. I just have so many things I can just keep myself up with, so I let my team know like, hey, I'm looking for this, and they just don't take poke, they stay alive, and I guess they just fall right into my crosshair.
And we're definitely seeing, I think, a bigger impact and importance for these teams to be able to have two flex supports to be able to seamlessly transition between things like the Ana, the Zen, the Lucio, and the Kiriko. How important as a support main do you feel like having two flex support players is in comparison to maybe somewhere like Overwatch 1, where we had the flex and the main support players being very much individualized?
I think double flex support is like not bad to have like two flex support players, but I think it's a little harder because then you have to like you have those maps where you swap players, and then you have to like change how everything works, and like you kind of have to integrate a new player in, and so it's like kind of difficult to do that. But like if you got that down, like it's a golden ticket. Like you guys are gonna be golden. It's gonna be support, and like the double flex switch is so strong right now that it works perfectly for like our team.
Yeah, I mean, you guys made the swaps well, but now you got to look forward. You pick up a big win there. You said you're getting back to your scrim block. What's the game plan? Like, you just go back to scrims, and if the bat signal is turned on again, you just show back up?
Yeah, I just come up, dominate the scene. Yeah, I get out, just like those contenders once again.
I mean, like we said, we joke about it on broadcast, right? Some teams have that emergency push in case of panic button. It feels like Cal very much is that emergency case push in case of panic button, doing a very, very good job, and definitely being one of those really standout players coming through. Is there anyone that you want to sort of shout out, either your team, some friends, some family, now that you have a little bit of space to be able to communicate?
Or call out, let them know.
Call out NYXL. I think that if they're losing to teams like this, I just want to see them in contenders. I want to see what they can do against the top teams, because let's just say our game against them, we're not going to be seeing me on support in contenders.
I'm excited for what that means. Big stuff ahead, but like I said, good luck. Hopefully for you, you don't have to come back tonight. Hopefully we don't see you again, but I kind of do hope we see you again, selfishly. So
you'll see me again. Thank you.
Alrighty, y'all. Big stuff ahead. A whole bracket to get through, Mox. We got down. We did the dirty work. We break through the round of 8. We break through the semifinals, and we've got 2 beautiful people to help you guys out moving through those final matches. It's gonna be Lemon Kiwi and Gompers when we come back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Series, Major 1 for $20,000. It's a mouthful, and guess what? You got two casters that like to talk a lot. Gompers. What's up? We've done a few of these marginalized gender platforms, and you just keep following me around, girl.
I know. I'm a big fan, Lemon Kiwi. What else can I say? I saw you one day, fell in love, and I was like, I gotta meet her. And ever since then, best friends.
I know. We're just tight like that. I've been told we like sound alike, so I'm sorry if y'all have to get confused at home. She copied me with the glasses. You just had to be blind and everything too. That's so crazy. But I'm not blind to the fact that we have 3 teams remaining. Let's look at the bracket and have some reaction content, Gompers. We're almost down to the wire. Timeless Ethereal's in the final, and our next semi's coming up.
And my reaction to this is exactly that. I think Starry Nights versus NYXL Academy. I mean, this in itself, I think, is going to be pretty exciting to watch, right? We got 2 really big teams that have stood up to the best, and Starry Nights not even dropping a single game, right? Taking things 3-0 each and every time across the board, and not to mention NYXL almost doing the same as well. I think both of these teams really do have a lot to offer.
Absolutely. This whole platform has a lot to offer. Shout out to Raidiant, who partnered up, and this is a platform to showcase these marginalized genders for everyone to feel safe and happy, and to have a platform to truly showcase their skills on. And you even have Overwatch League organizations like New York Excelsior supporting teams just like this one.
Yeah, and it's amazing, but I want to give some support to the players here as they've been playing amazing. We did get to see a little bit of NYXL previously, and we're going to get to see them again in action. Of course, we got Bun, which is she, her. I think that you say Wispus or WSPS, which is they, he, Sniper, they, them, Wicca, she, her, and Hero, they, he. And I'm going to be real with you, Lemon, this is a pretty poggers lineup.
This is so poggers. I love the way you describe that. Bun especially, she's so poggers. She's getting like Overwatch League tryouts. Like, this is serious business. I remember casting her at the last Calling All Heroes event, and she was in Sojourn Jail. But honestly, I would not want to be in a dark alley with Bun. Like, she was insane on the hit scan. And for this team, she actually flexes to so many different things. Mei, Hanzo, Sombra are all things she's played kind of out of that Sojourn Jail. She's thriving.
She really is thriving. And, there were a lot of trials that they had went through as well. I believe, we actually discussed the possible Overwatch contenders stuff that Bun was undergoing. But, as strong of a player that this person is, I got to give the kudos. You said they were in Sojourn Jail, but Sojourn itself is not an easy feat. And you talked about the hit scan. That's something I'm excited to see, is see that come into action for NYXL, because Starry Nights, they're not an easy team either.
Oh no. But both these teams actually faced each other in the Swiss bracket, which was played off stream, and NYXL Academy beat Starry Nights. Can't tell you the score, didn't see it, but I do see Starry Nights on my screen. And one person I'm looking out is Saba, who's been just playing a lot of Tracer thus far, and even Alisu, who brings that Winston time and time again, which gives Starry Nights this dive identity.
Yeah, and that's another thing as well. Really, kind of like the dive composition that they actually played in one of their previous games was interesting to me. I really liked the way that they had handled themselves, and they have really, really good composure standing with their dive compositions, whether it be playing that quote-unquote Winton, as I've been seeing in the chat, or bringing on the diva. It's whatever they feel. And I mean, overall, this team is confident, hence why they're able to run a dive composition like that. But as they've played NYXL, as they understand this team and kind of the momentum that they like playing at, you also got to wonder, is that the same thing they're going to aim for again today, or are they going to go for something a bit stronger?
I like that. Just behind Saba and Alisu, you have this Winston dive-based composition, and Senna gets the flex from everything from Sombra, Ashe, even the Pharah. And I know Mimio is a big fan of Mercy, and they love pocketing them as much as possible. And in our first game, this is still best of 5 to determine who's going up against Timeless Ethereal, a team that's beaten both of these teams before in the Swiss bracket. So, of course, both Starry Nights and NYXL Academy want that revenge. But the first map is picked by the team with the better seed. We go to Antarctic, and this is where NYXL Academy wanted to bring us.
It's ironic because New York really does feel like the Antarctic sometimes with the way that the weather is. But it's turning into summer, and right now, you know, as it gets warmer, I think the victory is starting to feel closer and closer each and every time. New York, they picked this. New York, NYXL, obviously choosing this because there is that comfort lying within this map in itself. So obviously, you got to give it to them. But this isn't a pick that I feel like is typical. Maybe I might be wrong, but you know, there's so much here that really feels like you have to get a bit out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I think NYXL Academy, they really like that Ramatra, the Sigma rush behind TV Girl, which I love to see. That name, I think called Sniper maybe in their roster graphic, but if they have so much preference behind the Ramatra, Antarctic is one of the best maps for it. Again, shout out to Radiant who's put on this event. Let's get into it. This round is called Sub-Level. It has a ceiling there at the top. You got kind of this T-zone high ground, which favors both the kind of rush composition if you play the high ground, or Winston, or Winton, as you like to say, to jump around.
Yeah, I actually think here, you know, I'm kind of hoping for somewhat, as it is control, honestly, somewhat of a dive composition. I feel like a place like this, you really do need to kind of just get yourself in there and kind of redirect your attention to multiple areas, because I mean, majority of it is pushing back the opposing side towards those extremities and making sure that point is yours to control. I think overall though, sorry, going with the Mei pick, we actually talked about this in the green room, you know, with the Mei coming in, that's really going to isolate some of those fights.
Yeah, playing off of the contact of your Mei is so important. Bun and Senna looking to isolate that tank, that Ramatra away from the rest of the team. And you got to be holding on. So now the Symmetra is used to get that initial teleporter to get people further out of spawn quicker. And then they swap to something else. They won't matter for that first fight. But what I am looking at is NYXL Academy already established on this high ground, but a few low targets after probably some shots coming in from Saba on the Cassidy. First pick though for Starry Knights. Ice block used by Senna. And now they're just chasing after NYXL Academy. They'll probably panic.
Yeah, I mean, they've already missed out on their Ramatra, so what control is there anymore? You can already see they're running away like crazy right now, as they can't play for anything else. I mean, WSPS having to move back and remove themselves from the situation as well. So you already have your DPS putting themselves in a position where, okay, they're going to regroup. They have lost that first fight, and they've lost the point as well, but there still is that redemption arc.
Always a redemption arc, and that was just so quick off of those 2 kills. You don't have any ults to worry about, but hey, with Saba just dead like that, I have a lot to worry about. NYXL Academy knocking on the door, saying hello, but Alyssa just has not stopped. Starry Knights, another clean fight. Well, clean-ish.
Yeah, they swept it up nice and clean. I mean, the mop was a little dirty, but at the end of the day, clean is clean, and that's okay. Allie, though, coming down to it, unfortunately. I mean, there isn't a lot of backup withstanding here. They're going to have to handle this fight by themselves, but the stall out is potential enough. You can see the wall coming up, trying to isolate the fight again. And, I mean, as it seems, NYXL, they're really pushing for this point, but you see the Ramatra low enough, but still able to take out majority of the players standing here for Starry Knights, utilizing everything they have in their power, and that's all you can really hope for.
Oh, Gompers, if only you were here during the time where Annihilation had like indefinite duration and just both Ramatras would have this staring contest, staring lovingly into each other's eyes while both teams heal each other. It was the best of times and the worst of times.
I feel like I wouldn't know how to feel in a moment like that. Honestly, a bit romantic, but other than that.
Oh, that's a blizzard that just got thrown out by Senna. Everyone from NYXL Academy has to run. They managed to jump out just in time, actually. Sun was able to ice block, keep themselves invulnerable. Sound Bear from NYXL Academy. Amp Matrix 2. Starry Knights tried to live and thrive. Stay moisturized and glossed by Bias Sound Bear, but it ain't happening.
Yeah, and so far, obviously, missing out that first fight, it seems like now they can't lose. And I think that in itself shows a lot of the redemption arc of NYXL and how much they really want to prove their victory. But, you know, it really is going to take a lot more, because I think Starry Knights, they're cooking up something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's mac and cheese. Like, there's something in the kitchen. It's smelling good, though, because as they start to move forward, you see the Ramatra taking that low ground, but everybody up high. But Bun, this is the biggest thing. The ultimate ready and prepared to get something down.
Just gonna throw it down and hope for the best. I mean, that's all we can do is just exist, and we'll see how long Starry can in the middle of this blizzard. I think the Deadeye from Sabo was able to zone some things off, but New York Excelsior Academy feeling so good about that fight. They got the lead off of that. It's 80% plus. Starry Knights will have one last chance to touch.
Yeah, last fight. But honestly, once they win that, you kind of go off a certain momentum. And it becomes almost impossible to gate the point back again. That's the way things have been looking. They have the May, they have the wall to clear things up just a bit. And right now, picking off the fight, and it commences. It's going to be a bit hard, but you're able to see the ultimates come through. Right now, the Ramatra putting out that Ravenous Vortex and trying to pull these players in, maybe gather some damage as well.
Saba's looking for pigs while behind NYXL Academy. It's 99%, then they've dropped 3. And if you're TV girl, you ain't thinking about this annihilation until the next time. Starry Knights with a beautiful execution off the amplification matrix of Sen.
It's overwhelming a bit, but they did it. They actually, there was 99% left. They allowed themselves a bit more time to finally take this. And honestly, we said last fight for NYXL, but it kind of feels the same way. They're moving in for NYXL again. I mean, Starry could run away with this if they keep this going and if they feel confident enough to really take these picks in hand.
Annihilation ready. TV girl, it better be in the name. You got the May wall up, ready to unleash, but yours an Amp Matrix first just to hose them down a bit as NYXL Academy head for the hills with the Annihilation, but Ailey suit matching it, so it's all about which tank can stay healed up the most. The Dragon Strike to gobble everybody up. Blizzard coming back from Bun, pushes everyone off the high ground. And it's just up to the numbers advantage that NYXL Academy have had left, 99-99. You can't ask for a better round 1 of the second semi. One last touch though from Senna, just to buy time for reinforcements, but they're way too far away. It ain't happening.
Yeah, as squishy as a character Senna is, I'm sorry, Senna, but it's a one tap and you're done. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. You got NYXL, they win out the fight again. And it wasn't an easy feat, but they did it. They finally did it, and I felt like a lot of it really was those ultimates coming through down to the last second, down to the last quadrant, and they, honestly, just the timing. That's exactly what you need to really think of, especially in a game like Control. Control is the name of the game, and if you don't have that, if you don't have control of yourself and your tendencies, it's going to be a lot harder to even gather those points.
Yeah, in those 99-99 scenarios, it's all about the clutch factor. There wasn't just this clean fight win, this 5v1. It was both teams scrapping it out until the end. The doors are going to open. We're going to see similar compositions. Keep an eye on these Hanzo players, Saba and Wisp, as they can get that one-shot potential with one lucky headshot.
And I'm pretty excited for this because we got to see a little bit of the Hanzo, but as it wasn't working out, you know, there were some trades coming through left and right. Right now, though, we finally get to see something else. The heals having to be a bit diligent. The wall comes off and actually isolates, as we see so far. But the heals coming back in, you're able to see the Immortality field come through, but it's not enough. I mean, Immortality doesn't even seem to be the answer here as NYXL, again, winning out another fight.
Wicca is fragging on this Lucio, just not a hero you're expecting to get that many kills with, and I just think that was such a beautiful Maywall from Bun. That caused Starry Knights to be so disrupted and need so much healing and just not know who to focus fire, whether to engage or to disengage, and that's just the intelligence that Bun brings to your roster. Now NYXL Academy in the driver's seat as we wait for Starry Knights to try to get through this door.
Yeah, there's been no crack so far into the team of NYXL, but as the damage starts to come through, the heal a bit too strong. I mean, we're looking at it, they're slowly going down, but as they've almost been down time and time again, the only one going down is going to be TV Girl, the Ramatra. Leading up to this moment, no longer being able to be that tank, but Wicca trying to get some boots along the corner edge. And, I mean, all you can do as the May, right? Sit in the point, pray that everything goes well. But it's Starry Knights again. I mean, they've made their wish, and they've got it.
Bun, like, through that blizzard when the rest of the team was very split from each other. You got Whip trying to 1v3 NYXL Academy. I mean, they got a lot to learn, and Starry Knights have the ults to defend this. They got the point back at 33% for NYXL Academy. Now Annihilation, Sound Barrier, and more. As you gotta hope that Wisp, this Dragon Strike, is gonna slow them down a bit.
Oh, okay. Well, you called it. You knew exactly what was going on. You can tell the future, apparently. And I mean, Lemon, I'm curious what's going to happen here because it seems like right now NYXL again. Once the tank goes down, it makes things so much harder because now your DPS really have to fight for this, and the heals have to be 10 times more. But Bia goes down, and it leaves you wondering what's going to happen next.
Oh, Alisu just was the first to die in that fight, and Senna still felt like the 4v5 was winnable, throwing the Blizzard down, which got the response of TV Girls Annihilation. And once that Alisu got back, it was kind of too little too late. But NYXL Academy is focused strong onto that front line, and it's gonna hurt even more if they could survive this Ant Matrix.
Yeah, shots are missing out just a bit, unfortunately, as it seems. But the May's still stuck down inside, trying to get some heals off. The Mortality Field's coming down as well to cover and create some coverage. But, you know, again, it really is those isolation picks continuously coming out from Story right now. WSPS, the shots, they're not coming down up in the air, and it's big. You have that Hanzo really applying that pressure and reapplying those eliminations to come down. Now, finally, again, at 74%. This is the last fight, Lemon.
You're feeling good though if you're NYXL Academy. Look at the ults you have. You got Ant Matrix just to surprise them to maybe get a first pick. This can be popped at any moment as Starry might approach the staircase. There it is, the Maywall 2 to isolate Alisu in a little bit of trouble. And as Starry Knights cross, they're getting shot by the Hanzo and the Dragon Strike and the Blizzard. That's just BM. Senna is the only person left. They have a family.
Well, do they really anymore? After this, I don't think they can have a family because they just got annihilated. No more to look forward to, but that's okay. I mean, this is the first game, and Control may not be their game mode, but there sure are others.
Ooh, the coordination from NYXL Academy. This is why you got that Overwatch League level support. I mean, Bunswall's superb to isolate that other tank of Alisu, which, I mean, to be fair, before this series, we hyped up the fact that Alisu and friends were just known, had a bigger identity around the dive. So that the whole Ramatra rush is NYXL Academy's bread and butter. So to be expected on their map pick that they should win this on a composition they just feel better at.
Yeah, and you know, again, kind of talking about, you know, the composition that they had, I really did enjoy the May. I felt like there was such a strong thing coming out from it, and obviously we run the May for a reason, and that's what the meta's looking like right now, but it makes a lot of sense. You know, it really did work out for NYXL, and I felt like what we needed to see out of Story was something just a bit different. You know, the May wasn't really working in cohesion with that. They couldn't isolate their fights as well. Instead, it really felt like they were closing themselves off to the ultimates coming through, the Dragon Strike, everything that they were pushing forth from NYXL.
And it will be Starry Knight's choice of map as they lost game 1. It is first to 3, so we got a lot more Overwatch around the corner while Starry Knights do their map pick. My brain cells popping off right now. I just really enjoyed the aggression of NYXL Academy when you got Wicca just looking like Lee J Gone out there, just turbo boost into them. That's when you know NYXL Academy are confident in the brawl. But I think Starry Knights, they want to bring us to a dive map. If that's their bread and butter, that's where I would predict. You know, you think I had a crystal ball, and I was right. Blizzard World is pretty divey.
Okay, well, I believe you, because who else am I going to believe right now? I believe you. Listen, you're Lemon Kiwi. Kiwi Lemon. What's my name? Oh, you gasped, and I thought I said something offensive, and I was like, is that not your name? But it is your
you
name.
just gasped me, so I was like, oh my god.
Oh my god, okay, good, because we're besties, like, I know how to gas you up, so, you know.
I wrong named you, like, in the green room. I thought you were Darla,
like,
but it's Darlene.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a cute nickname. You were not giving me a nickname.
You have my ex's mom's name.
That's probably why she hates me, guys.
Nah, we chill for now. But Starry Knights chill on this map, though. There's so many high grounds and bridges that you want to dominate, and that's where the Winston comp can definitely get you there.
Yeah, I think so as well. Honestly, for this one, I feel like you're going to have to try to get towards that back line a bit and really break things down. And, you know, obviously that dive composition, probably one of the best things you can do. I'm hoping we actually see a Sombra. I feel like a Sombra actually is pretty well fit and suited But you know, likely chances are that Tracer is going to come through, whatnot. But overall, I mean, I'm excited for the Blizzard world. I got to see this, you know, during the first day. A little bit excited for it, just particularly because I feel like there is a lot of potential here to really run whatever you want, and just because it's such a big, open, wide variety of spaces.
You know, in a different economy, maybe we'd have a Blizzard world like IRL.
I want that. I actually
Me too, right?
would pay copious amounts of dollars for that.
See, you heard it here first. 2 broadcasters want to fund your roller coaster park. Hit us up for investing.
I'll give you $5. You give me Blizzard World.
Yeah, this is a fair exchange. Look at that giant flea in the air too. This map has so many things to look at. I have a hard time playing this map, but Bunda does it. I mean, you talked about the Sombra. She's played the Sombra before, along with the Wisp on the Tracer with this double flanker dive setup. That's what I'd be expecting if NYXL Academy wanted to run the dive. They have so before. We just haven't seen that many maps because I think we only saw maybe 1 or 2 on broadcast. So yeah.
Yeah, but I like me a payload. I like me a move. I like me a Winton. I want to see that for sure. More so, you know, I love talking.
I know, they like pay us to do it. It's crazy. I love teaching you the memes of Overwatch.
Oh, yeah.
Of just, now guys, I told Gompers what Winton is all about.
I can't stop saying it now. You guys actually got me hooked. I saw it in the chat while I was watching the games, and I was like, Lemon, what's a Winton? She was like, oh, that's a little mean, Gompers. Let me educate you.
Now, guys, let me know what other memes I need to teach Gompers to just introduce her to the wild world of Blizzard world, I guess, but also the Overwatch world. Because
I need more. I actually do. These memes are hilarious.
So up first is NYXL Academy in terms of the series. They want to go back, get their revenge against Timeless Ethereal, Endless Ethereal 2, because they barely be dropping games. They're running, calling all heroes. They're waiting in the grand final. And just a reminder of that amazing prize pool. Top 4 get money and circuit points to go to the Calling All Heroes Championship. $5,000 for first, $2,500 for second, $1,250 for third and fourth. So whether you win or lose here, you're happy, and you can invest in Blizzard World.
if you have the dollars, of course. But yeah, I mean, for a team like NYXL, I feel like this honestly will. Man, I feel like they play a lot better in tight spaces and tight corners, because what we saw on Control, it felt like that was really the thing carrying them along majority of the time. So, you know, coming into this map and really bringing this into perspective, I feel like, again, as I talked about, this is such an open range that there really could be anything to happen. Starry, I honestly think they have a bit more of a chance to take this game, just due to the fact that there isn't a lot of pressure to really keep something, you know, in your own, I guess, arsenal and make sure that the point is set. It really is, okay, let's move along, let's really keep this pressure going, and that in itself could change up a composition entirely. And as I talked about, the Mei was working. I didn't really see it work in, I guess, more so comparison to what NYXL was pulling, but you know, we could see that Winston comp come through, a dive comp if anything, and that could work in itself.
No, it does work. Substitutions at the right place at the right time. And just in breaking news, Starry Knights have made a substitution. Sen is out for Mimeo, and Sen was the flex support of Starry Knights. Mimeo playing a lot of Mercy or just main support for the team. So running kind of the double main support. I wonder if they want to maybe support Senna on some Pharah adventures, if they want to bring Mimeo in for some Mercy for that. But I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I want to see some Mercy. I'm actually, guys, I'm a Mercy main. Yeah.
Oh no, don't say that out loud.
Oh, sorry. Is that embarrassing?
No, I'm just kidding. I feel like Mercy main is like, not a meme. It's
gosh.
It's like, how do I flex? How do I give you an
I'll redeem myself.
comparison?
I'll redeem myself. I'm a Widowmaker main as well.
Oh, okay. That's all good balance. We've balanced it
yeah,
out.
It's the one or the other, really. Like, you know, I'm offering my hand to you at this point, but there's something so amazing about supporting your team.
You're such a good person. You support people in and out of the game.
Of course.
You supported me learning other games, and now I feel like I'm supporting you, like learning this game too. This is a fun game.
That's actually crazy, guys. I actually casted with Lemon in another title, and I taught her the game, and now she's teaching me the game. and we're just here.
Blizzard Loki just have this PowerPoint presentation for all the investors who want to get in on this Blizzard World project. We have raised $10 for our Fund Me project, so get in on the ground floor, y'all.
If you donate now, you will be able to get first-hand access to Blizzard World, and you can get the autograph of both me and Lemon. I feel like that's gonna make people pull out.
Oh, jeez. But for real, if you want to invest into something really good that actually has real life meaning, Radiant has actually released some merchandise designed by Caliente. I hope I said that right. I just gotta give her some pizzazz.
That was good. That was actually good.
She did an amazing job with all the merch, and if you buy that merch, it directly supports all the Radiant tournaments who have been supporting marginalized genders. And we're going to map 2 shortly. We just have to get that substitution all sorted out with Mimio. Coming in. So good luck. It's semis.
Mimio. All right. I think the name is well suited. Let's see. I feel like that's all we've been doing, Mimio. But Star Knights versus NYXL Academy. We've been waiting for it, and we're just as excited as you are to get straight into the action. And I've seen some Widowmaker. I don't know. I'm kind of liking it.
Ooh, I kind of like it. I've seen some nasty Widow duels on this map. It is pretty long range, and I like that Star Knights is back on the dive. That's what we expected. Saba on the Tracer. Setup flexes anywhere from, you know, being the double flanker with the Sombra, but Ashe, kind of a more popular pick for them with the Dynamites raining down that fire. Sweet, sweet goodness. NYXL Academy, that I don't know if they'll see it coming.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I feel like with the Widow, though, it's going to be a bit hard. I mean, if that Tracer singles that out and, you know, able to get... Okay, what is going on right? There's like a seance with the turret. I'm liking it, and I'm intrigued.
Now we have to analyze it further because of this pause. So, some teams like to do a little ritual in the spawn room doors, whether it's, you know, you put little Symmetra turrets down, you put a spray on the floor, you do a kumbaya around. It gets the vibes going, you know?
It does get the vibes going. You know what? That's a valid point. I think Star needed that. They needed that. And since they have the turret now, and they have a Torb Jordan coming in, this is a dub in my books.
The W. You've prayed for it. It has to happen now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm liking the dive. It's very strong, but you know, there's a bit of running you have to do towards the point. You go to the top right, you dive that high ground, probably nobody's gonna be there. Maybe Senna's on the Ashe and wants to sit on that initial high ground close to the attacker's doors, but you probably want to play close to your team and play on the second high ground near the point.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think
Please?
I'm actually wondering with this tech pause if we're gonna see a change in compositions as well, or you know, if it's gonna be something considerably the same. I feel like we're gonna see a quick transition off that Widow if we're not gonna see those first-hand picks come through, because the moment that stops working, it really feels like the momentum shifts a bit, and as that Widow, you can't really play for much. But I'm actually kind of intrigued that we have a Pharah being run. Not really too intrigued, but it's more so the fact that, you know, you got the Pharaoh running in comparison with that Widow, so it does seem like they're really looking to get deep into that damage.
Yeah, Pharah can be... I think that's why they might have brought Mimio in for that Mercy. You know, the Mercy Far, the Far Mercy. I gotta tell you about all the Overwatch ships. There's so many ships for you to learn. Okay, I'll educate you. Y'all, don't be concerned for her. She'll be fine. But Far Mercy is the best one, the best duo, and it really tests the hit scans of, can you really swat that fly down from the sky? It's difficult for really any level to deal with an aggressive and scary Pharah.
Yeah, I actually bring a good point too, but I think they actually, now that I'm looking at it, they did switch up to the Torb and the Symmetra. Down for Starry, which I guess kind of goated. I love me a good Symmetra, but it's also like, you know, when you're playing in your comp game and you see it, you're just like, I'm
Go
out.
next.
Like, yeah. GG.
I'm flaming you on contact if you go Torb and Sim into my games. Although, unironically, Torbjorn has been brought out more and more as like a Winston counter. You can't underestimate that little Garden Gnome shotgun. It hurts. And that turret is a Tracer marker. It just auto-aims anything that comes nearby, so when a Tracer tries to stack on your supports, the turret will find you before the eyes do. So Apologies for the tech pause, y'all. We do be filling, but we'll get into the game shortly with NYXL Academy. Oh, my magic wand worked. I was praying and it worked.
Ah, okay. Are they going to stay this way this time, or are we actually going to see a Symmetra and a Torb? I actually, you know, I said I wanted to see a Sombra too, and they've... Okay, well, I'm getting trolled. And is this what normally happens in Overwatch?
Oh yeah, they just pick the hero that's funnest to play in the spawn room doors or has the cutest voice lines, and then they swap to whatever they wanted to actually do. So I usually just look at the defense because they won't troll me. They've already left. It's too late for them. But we've talked about, you know, most of Starry Knight's comp, but not the Brig and the Ana. I really like the Mimio's Brig because this will pack Saba on the Tracer so that they don't have to worry about health packs or getting close to Baya.
Okay, no, we're actually sticking with the Widow pick. Oh, looking for a first shot. Wait. No. And they're back. We've lost it, guys. It's not
Never
here
mind.
anymore.
Yeah, just it's a bit of scouting and missing that first grapple. Unfortunately, we saw that on stream, but it's okay. That's a gone first grapple if I've ever seen one.
I guess I'm a failure now. Like, when did that happen?
No. Everyone misses those sometimes.
Sometimes. I just miss my shot 50% of the time.
Oh, 50% is actually hard.
Okay.
Sometimes. NYXL Academy, well, they've already started their dive. They cleared that top right, as we mentioned. Now it's about getting those double flankers behind people. And they found Senna from that hiding spot. NYXL Academy, a minute has gone by, and they're feeling good. They haven't died at all. I mean, Karo's the only one who got low, and they're back to full, and NYXL Academy are going to go cap.
Okay. I mean, it felt like we didn't really see a missed shot there from Kira, so that's going to be somebody. Karo, that's somebody you're really going to want to pay attention to, I feel like, moving forward. And the thing I really like about the Kiriko is it does really give you those Genji vibes, where obviously so, I mean, Kiriko's pretty much, you know, a Genji in itself, but it allows for that damage to come through. And I feel like, again, that's one of the main things. There's a lot of squishy characters coming through, but at the same time, you got the I call her Sam, a Sombra coming through and able to get some of these hacks down, you know, really seek out the team and get some information. Also, really just testify for those backlines. Picking out that fight, not able to win it out.
Sometimes Overwatch is like a horror game where you just get jump scared by a Sombra decloaking around you and nobody wants to see her around. But Bun wants to be around more, 20% away from the EMP. That is a huge ultimate to be turning fights around. Especially when you're running a Brig and Ana, you don't have a solid support ultimate. Let's not talk about Rally, okay? It's fake until it gets buffed. NYXL Academy, they're real for this. They're trying to push the card as much as they can. They have the Kitsune rush, but it's the Ana nano boost that goes to Alisu, but the kills for Starry Knights ain't happening yet.
Oh no, even right now Wisp is struggling to get some of that damage down on that Winston. So, oh no, and this Primal Rage coming through makes it even harder. I mean, really just targeting that backline, trying to get the healers down so that they can at least eliminate some of this just overall attention going towards that DPS and the tank. Yep, they take out Ali, they take out Ailey, and now they can push forward.
Good fight for NYXL Academy on Primal Rage, Kitsune Rush, able to conserve the EMP. So I think that'll be what's winning the fight for them going to the end of point B. In their way, though, is the sustain of a Primal Rage. Of course, the Rally, which I say is fake. And Mimio, prove to me right. See, Rally, I didn't even see it either. EMP hit him hard, but it's 4v4. And NYXL Academy ain't done yet.
And they're not going to be done for a while with a switch coming through from Senna, pushing that Cassidy down over. We may as well see something. Nobody's actually noticed the presence yet, so Senna is free for a little bit to get some free damage alongside now. So we're able to see, okay, the Sombra goes down, but no longer able to help out the team. And the push commences. Right now, NYXL, they've lost a bit of that offensive pressure, but they will come back and possibly push again.
Yeah, great bubble from TV Girl to shield the person who was slept and woken up, because I think Senna wanted that kill more than anything. But NYXL Academy wanted point B off the EMP, just unsuccessful, even after canceling the Rally from Mimio. So NYXL Academy is still resetting and getting into position.
Yeah, all they need right now is just that recollection. A big thing is also being a bit worried of, you know, isolating yourselves right now. You can see Wicca try to get some shots through. And overall, just looking to see where these members are. And it seems like a lot of them really are fighting for that high ground. So who's going to disrupt that? I mean, the only player that I can think of right now could be that Winston playing alongside Sunday. But as it seems, the Nano not coming through just yet. They're going to wait for the perfect moment here from Pia.
Yeah, Nano available from Baya, making the signal towards Alisu. I'm gonna unleash it. The pulse bomb misses because of the boot from Wicca. So good peel towards that backline of NYXL Academy. Now pressuring the cart meters away from getting it done. And Baya's waiting for the last second to nano Alisu, which is usually the target. Although some Overwatch League teams like to also nano their Cassidy. See if Senna will pull through. Senna is the recipient up high, has the Deadeye, forces the translocate out of Bun, who has the EMP if they felt like this was winnable, but without a Wisp, it's gonna be a tough task.
Ailey, so doing a good job so far, you know, playing down to that Winston. NYXL, they've been keeping this payload down here for a while. We just got a nice glimpse of what the Tracer was doing. And right now, all NYXL is trying to do is really push forward. But it seems like, I mean, at this point, we've been able to actually see TV Girl go down into their own spawn and just casually eliminate their next heal.
And just staggering out Baya from these poo-poo respawns, all good. NYXL Academy, 2.5 minutes, able to win off of that second EMP, and then the Sound Bear is the cherry on top. But Starry Nights, how do you stop this? You got the Deadeye. That's more of a zoning tool, especially without the Lucio. You can kind of speed around corners and really use that as a win condition. It's more of a zoning tool. But Starry Nights, just seeing if they can dwindle NYXL down.
It's gonna be hard, but we do actually have a Deadeye here. It could come through at any moment, and right there it is. But down comes the shield, waiting for the moment that it strikes, but TV Girl won't even give the light of day. Senna missing out on an opportunity that would have been so big, but at the same time, I mean, they've already regained that control. Starry Nights trying to fight back here for that payload so that they can start to at least revert it back to where it came from, but it's gonna be hard. I mean, again, TV Girl still left alive, and the heals coming in very efficiently.
I think the center of that NYXL Academy dive has to be Senna, who has the least amount of mobility, right, in terms of sustain as well. The Brig not having a ton, but able to rally, and Mimio hoping to get more value out of this. It's not bad to rally early in the fight and start collecting that overhealth, but NYXL Academy are attacking from multiple angles, and Bunish is working up towards that EMP.
Even now, okay, we're finally seeing a DPS be DPS, and I actually really like the Sombra versus Tracer on Tracer now coming through, but we actually do have at least a pulse bomb to utilize. This is perfect moment. Some of the damage there, and that actually assists because we got to see at least an anti-heal come through. No longer usable though as the heals start to come back there. NYXL Academy, they've figured out their composure and they're trying to push it back. A second pulse bomb, but no damage comes through.
Oh, I know the pouch is bringing in a raid boss, but Mimio, Rally, and Nano, that is the raid boss we're dealing with in this Blizzard world. And Starry Nights just fight after fight, beating down NYXL Academy before they could even drum up a plan. But at least the plan is set. Sound Barrier EMP at the ready for NYXL Academy with 30 seconds left and no clear answer from Starry Nights on how they're going to counter that.
No question here as well. I mean, you know, we talk about a last fight. And so far, I mean, it really does feel like they're cowering down for NYXL. I said Starry Nights, they might actually be a lot better coming into this payload. And it feels like they have so far, trying to get some of this push through. And they pushed back here for NYXL. Opportunity strikes where it should, but TV Girl starting to get a bit low. It starts to get scary. We're taking things down into this overtime. And can they continue to bring this about? Because right now, I mean, as one person goes down, it might lead to a domino effect.
Oh yeah, NYXL Academy only getting 1 kill off that EMP is so surprising, but TV Girl focuses the dives onto Mimio, but the Deadeye from Senna is trying to zone them away. Well, it's a chonky monkey able to get away back into the loving arms of a Sound Barrier, and TV Girl back again, but the channel's about to be turned off, not before a few kills were traded out. NYXL Academy almost at the end, and a huge 2K from Wisp, and a 3K to clean team wipe Starry Nights. Respawn advantage for the defense. They gotta get back quick.
And they have it. It doesn't, I don't think right now, I mean, the only person who can really contest, actually perfect, your Sunday coming down and making sure that they can at least attest for something, but the pressure has to commence. They've switched off coming into the brigade, and now they are really trying to push down on this. I mean, Mimio making the perfect switch that you could possibly make. Big pushback, big results, big damage. Right now, especially with the Bastion coming into play, Starry Knights, they've pushed this back. And NYXL had no chance at that point.
I love big cheesy strats too. The Bastion, that's what I gotta teach you about. When you're in a tough situation, you're losing. Your backs are against the wall on defense. The number one thing you bring out is the Bastion Overlord. Screw your Widow stuff. Bring out the Bastion, get nanoed, and it equals profit. It's a very simple equation, and I love that Starry Knights did that. That just overwhelmed NYXL Academy with damage, who got so close to capping after kind of being stuck on at the end of B, taking some time to get the point C momentum going, but it's still a pretty far push.
It is very far, and you know, for NYXL, again, is their push better than their pull? And it seems maybe it should be, but that in itself really is going to start off in that first fight. We're seeing the McCree. What they're hoping for here, again, is that could really account for those nice headshots, get some early picks through.
I know you want to see the Widow so bad.
I really do.
If there's anyone who pulls it out, it's Bun, just based off of just how good she is on the hit scans in general. But Wisp, I mean, they turn on the lights and turn them off, actually, if I'm thinking about just the enemy's lights. Just with the 3K at the end, beautiful pulse bomb, really pulling through. And the fact that Bun trusts them enough to play the Tracer. We've seen even Bun play the Tracer too. They have these overlapping hero pools, but it's Starry Knights on the offense. Just a bit of scouting there from Bun, maybe an initial hack, but all Bun cares about is hacking, building up towards EMP, leaving.
Okay, I like, you know, Bun's doing a little silly here, actually getting something down on the Raidiant itself, but doesn't seem like that's gonna work. Okay, we see the monkey coming down. Winston assisting with Bun at this point in time. But again, right, it's just almost impossible. Right now, TV Girl trying to get some of that damage left down on the point, but the shield coming down way too slow, and Senna gets the shot, but Senna's just annihilating continuously again. It seems like right now, Starry Knights, they've lost the 1 DPS to come through, but they can hold themselves.
Yeah, and you're NYXL Academy, it's playing off the hacks from Bun. They kind of had a well-coordinated dive. Just when they don't get that immediate execution, it's trusting in Karo to get the heals off. It's a little tough, though. Kiriko's heals aren't as good as they used to, and TV Girl just got bursted down. But that's just off of really good focus fire from Starry Knights, and no really ultimates coming up besides really vying for that control of the top left high ground, where, of course, Starry Knights more focused on pushing the cart right now, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's not their main focus. Although, taking out this Winston is, TV Girl just won't go down, no matter how hard you really try to pry it open. Especially now coming down to the front lines, trying to make things happen, but of course down around the back. At least now the Tracer here on NYXL is able to fight for something, but, you know, again, I mean, NYXL, it's just the continuous workaround trying to, you know, make things happen, but it's almost impossible. You know, you got two big, brawny little guys down on the point. It's like you're really just shooting at a wall here.
I think Starry Knights are waiting for Bun to declo because they know they're just going to be flanking all the time. And once that Sombra translocates out, you kind of have this pseudo 5v4. And I think Starry Knights, that's the moment they want to engage into, as Senna gets nanoed while they were getting harassed by these double flankers. Deadeye being used. 2K for Starry Knights, who just waited, reacted, and executed.
And the execution's always looking sharp. Although Starry Knights, Lemon, they're doing way better than what NYXL was, pushing this cart. I mean, you got 4 minutes standing. They still got a lot of pulse bomb available, so many things available as well. Even now the Primal Rage, just as I was about to say it, TV Girl reading my mind as well. But there is a potential here. They can at least try to get something Bun. I mean, it is going to be able to save the ultimate for now. The Primal Rage versus Primal Rage in itself really does feel like I'm watching Animal Planet, but it's good enough.
Wisp is just a menace on the Tracer, getting a multi-kill there at the end. TV Girl sustaining using the Primal Rage against the Saba pulse bomb that was used. Starry Knights, I don't know if they have the numbers to keep this going. Senna's good at shutting down the Tracer flanks, but not this time, and not against the EMP of Bun. Starry Knights fighting tooth and nail for this. It's up to Mimio to keep the team alive, decides to go for the rally. It's countered by the Carol Kitsune rush. That's a lot of speed and cooldown reduction for NYXL Academy, who are 0.39 meters away from getting capped on, and they have respawn advantage, but it seems like Starry Knight's brawl is just too much for them to deal with.
Not only that, but with the retreat coming in, you know, you see that barrier shield come out. You have so much coverage left as well. And, you know, once you throw that shield bash in, you just push these players out of the way, and you pretty much get what you want. And it seems like they're, obviously, it worked out for Starry Knights. We see a switch to come through, and it's working out once again.
Now 4 minutes to go to the box of victory at the end. If Starry Knights can do so, they'll tie this series 1-1. This best of 5. Every map counts. Now Saba and Bun meet in a dark hallway, and that's, well, also a role exchange where Wisp was the original Tracer player. Now Bun's gonna take it over. Wisp goes to Cassidy.
Now reverting back though. Baya. Okay, looking for something, at least trying to get some deals off, especially as you see the front line start to be contested here. Ailey looking for that Primal Rage to really push back, and they jump themselves over to try to miss out so they don't get taken down. But Bun is a bit too close and a bit too fast.
Soundbeer is so good from Wicca. Save the team, NYXL Academy. They're gonna owe them a pizza after this, that's for sure. But not feeling the Lucio. Going to the Brig again. Those Brig packs, really important to just allow more freedom to your Tracer to roam around and not have to go back to Grandma Anna for heals. 3 minutes left for Starry Knights, and looking up to a Nano for Ailey to pop off.
Oh, TV Girl's waiting for the perfect moment here. Actually, this is a lot of pushback as well. Coming down towards the back line and try to get some boops across. They actually shoot down the McCree, and Senna goes down flying. You wouldn't have expected that, especially now, you know, once you see a Primal Rage in this particular area, you gotta start to be wary of your surroundings, and now it's monkey on monkey. But getting shot up, TV Girl's flying, and not even sure where they're gonna land here. A nice, okay. Here it comes. Wisp making some shots happen, and it seems like they're gonna have to be that clutch factor for NYXL.
Oh, Baya's Nano on Ailey is huge, and Karos just came in a little late, but it was enough just through the kills and the respawn advantage that NYXL Academy have to overthrow Starry Knights. And I gotta say, I hope we get TV Girl primaling Senna mid Deadeye off the map into some kind of highlight reel. You don't get to see this Cassidy T-posing into their death like that. That was amazing. Still 2 minutes left. Ooh, Bun on the prowl. Oh, the pulse spawn right into Baya's lap. And the turn and burn. That's disgusting.
It really is. Right now, though, okay, Senna re-bringing out at least their ultimate to use. But it's gonna be hard. You know, you need a bit more coverage than that. When Senna goes walking up by themselves saying it's high noon, it's also going to be no noon, because you will not be able to see after that one. So again, I mean, regaining their composure with the team, trying to regroup here, push themselves back onto that payload. But as it seems right now, I mean, it gets harder and harder. You have the pushback coming through from TV Girl. TV Girl low enough to the point where Senna shuts it off, and now's the perfect time to utilize that ultimate.
Oh, Starry Knights. Their brawl is so strong off the Mimeo rally. And at least NYXL Academy knew to not just stay around for any longer, but somebody has to go back to touch. At the last second, it's Bun. Senna with the Deadeye to try and burst TV Girl down, who wants to play their life towards the Primal. The rally from Wicca comes out. NYXL Academy rallying for one last hurrah. The box of victory in the sights of Starry Knight. And NYXL Academy need to keep them grippers on the payload at all times. And they're fighting back with their own ultimates. The Primal Rage and more. TV Girl is done playing with their food.
Oh, okay, now they're punching their food as well. This has gotten into a boxing match right now, especially as the Brigade starts to join in. And they've finished it off. They finally fended off all of the offenses coming through, and just within meters, not even to go through. NYXL, they need to keep this payload intact. They have the Deadeye to utilize here from Wisp. Maybe that'll account for something, but not to mention 2 ultimates here. They could use the Nano Boost to try to push themselves even further.
One last push, 9 seconds. Will it be NYXL Academy going to match point, or will Starry Knights push them to the edge? It starts with Starry Knights have to get on the court, and it's Ailey who's there. The Nano doesn't go to them though. They put all the eggs in the Senna basket, and Saba got slapped. The Deadeye from Wisp will just end it all. The defense stands tall, and NYXL Academy take Blizzard World and go to match point.
that was impeccable. The pure hold that they had managed. That should not have been, but they did it. It was 2 ultimates that they needed, and 2 ultimates they pushed back. Exactly the way that it should have worked out. And I love me some Bastion play, so we only got a little bit of a Bastion here and there, but I'm gonna enjoy this one.
I always go emergency Bastion and then tanks. You know, since now they're stuck on the rows, emergency Doomfist, and the supports are just stuck. They're already fast enough. Don't give them any more. But NYXL Academy, they want one more map. They're on match point, up 2-0, with a ticket to the grand finals around the corner. We're going to throw it to a quick break. It's halftime time, and you guys should stay tuned. Welcome back to Radiant Heroes. Godfrey just loves to say weird stuff right before we're about to come back to cameras, and I can't compose myself. But
I'm sorry.
Starry Knights have composed themselves because they're down 0-2 in this series.
They are down in the series, and that's super unfortunate. But NYXL, they're really looking good, and I think you know, with the first win coming through, with the second, we actually got to see a bit of you know, what Starry had to offer. And I think they still have a lot more to offer. It's just going to be a bit harder. I think NYXL, you know, as they continue to grow, they start to see the tendencies of what Starry's capable of.
Oh, but it is Starry Knight's choice of map yet again. They want to go to Shambali. And it's like in their name, Starry Knights. maybe they're buffed on nighttime maps. Shambali is pretty dark out here and it's cold, but this is a kind of a Ramatra style map. It's very favoring towards the brawl. Of course you can play dive here, but this is where the brawl continues. And I think NYXL Academy looked really good on the brawl in Antarctic though.
Yeah, they really did. And Escort is kind of different, and in a lot of ways, I guess, per se, I feel like a lot more than what kind of similar to what the payload is really looking like, but I think more so for Shambali, it's going to have that similar effect. And as we saw, right, on Hybrid, it was a lot of back and forth fight where it really did feel like a lot of the time Starry was winning that out. It was just that last second that really led them to their demise. So really just having to keep in touch with themselves and really not let any of those fights go to waste, because a lot of the time it got a bit hard.
Yeah, I know what I'm going to use something you like to say. People who are really PogChamp are Senna and Wisp. Those two are just going at it, especially NYXL Academy. Wisp side flexed from both the Cassidy to the Tracer, and Bun kind of having those overlapping hero pools. They were trying out different things. On Starry Night's side, Senna is getting almost every nano boost. That's how much you trust Senna. You're letting Alusu die so you can nano Senna. And most of the time she delivers. Sometimes just Starry Nights can't put all the eggs in one person. It's just gonna crack.
It's difficult.
Do I annoy you? You're like, ugh.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. 11. Why is she here?
I ask myself that too.
It's just my initial reaction to that information.
No, I'm like, sorry, was that not correct enough for you?
Oh my gosh, but man, okay. Well, now I've lost my train of thought and
I'm getting shambullied right now.
I was gonna say I'm sorry, but I'm not as smart as you are. An individual, and I am an individual right now, but for this team. I want to ask your prediction, Lemon, because I love starting drama. Who do you think is gonna win?
Yes, drama. Okay, let me spill the tea right now.
Okay.
NYXL Academy are up 2-0 in this series, right? Haven't dropped the map. Last time these two teams faced, NYXL Academy beat Starry Nights in the Swiss stage. Yeah, the stakes were lower, but we're kind of heading that direction again. Although Starry Nights made it very, very close on Blizzard World, almost getting to the end. I mean, it came down to the last fight. I'm thinking on this map, NYXL Academy, they were strongest on the brawl, and this is a brawl kind of map. It's cold, it sucks, but I think NYXL Academy don't suck.
Okay. You know, in the beginning, you said maybe this is Starry's map, so yeah, I'm getting mixed emotions.
I just think because of the night part.
Yeah. They're
Name
wishing
buff.
on a star. Name buff. That's right. Also, yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think NYXL, they're looking like the superior half here. You know, in terms of what's gonna happen here, I'm not too sure, but I do feel like NYXL are probably gonna take the reins on this one a little bit more.
I wonder if we're gonna see the Bun May again. And is it gonna be the Ramatra from TV Girl or a Sigma? She's played both types of brawl. I think Sigma on a Havana map and the Ramatra on the Antarctic and Kings Row, just different kind of brawl maps. Well, as Ailisu played a lot of Winston throughout the Swiss stage and throughout this point. Obviously, just Ramatra just backhands Winston all the time. So it's always nice to match the brawl.
Ooh, I like me a Winston. I like
Yeah,
me a Winston. I like
We
me
just
a
gotta get the
Winston.
chat going again. Spam
Yeah.
Winton if you want to see Winton. There.
Spam. Sorry. Spam. What's like another one that we can? I guess spam.
Yeah, what's the copy pastas for these teams?
Yeah. What? Here. Let's make one up. I guess.
What's
Spam.
Rhymes with Academy.
I don't know English.
Spam this light for Starry Night.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, my kindergarten's going crazy right now. And then
Wait, what rhymes
Academy?
with NYXL? What rhymes with L?
Spam this bell for NYXL.
Yeah! Okay, yeah!
Yo, we just popped off. We popped off right now.
And then we could say, yeah.
What are we saying? We're gonna attempt to say things anyway.
It's a little hard. You're the smarter one.
Oh, jeez. Good luck if I'm the smarter one.
We're gonna die as a society.
Oh, jeez. We do procreate, unfortunately. So NYXL Academy, they're on the attack. TV Girl's kind of hovering over the Sigma. I was kind of wondering if it was going to be the Ramatra Brawl, the Sigma Brawl. You know, they could debate us. I've already taught you this, and I fell for that lesson already. So let's look at the defense. What do you think?
I'm liking the defense. I'm having a good time with the defense. Honestly, I feel like, you know, we obviously see that Hunt the majority of the time, but Senna kind of taking a different approach to, you know, the Cassidy that we saw previously. But I get to see a Widowmaker. Oh, and we pause.
And a pause screen.
Well, production do not like me.
Every time you have a thought, we have to pause and really just
think
really?
about it.
Did she say that?
It's like now I have like people are actually analyzing me in chat because you don't talk next, and like they get to think about what I just said. And it's
I should just like verbally pause after you say anything dumb and just like let you breathe. Like Widowmaker.
Is that really a good choice right now, man? And it really does suck because I love me some Widowmaker plays, but it feels like with the maps that are in the pool right now, it's like almost impossible to play with a Widowmaker.
She's just... It's an all or nothing hero. You either hit your shots or you don't. And it's so awkward when the observer has to go online with a Widow and nothing happens like this. And then, you know, you be hanging out. Of course, the defense knows you just don't want to poke your head out when Widowmakers can come out like this, get that first pick. But I guess Wisp is sending it on it.
I like this. You know, and we get to see the potential here. I'm a big believer in all or nothing, okay? And Wisp is too, obviously. They're doing a little dance right now. I think they, honestly, this is big damage as well. So if Wisp can hit their shot, this is such big potential.
You gotta find a body to shoot. And there's nobody home. This is like some hide and go seek. NYXL Academy with the double sniper, a little uncommon on this part. Usually like kind of a tracer to pressure these defensive power positions from Starry Knights, but they've already been made uncomfortable. And you got a first pick from Wisp, so you're selling me on the Widowmaker.
What's up? Hello. Oh, okay. Hello. Right now, really just trying to go back towards, you know, where their tank is relying. And right now, I mean, trying to save the day. It's big right now because a ton of the damage coming through, and I'm actually really liking, you know, the Sigma that I'm seeing here. It's pretty much the majority of the damage coming onto that Winston, and they're having a very, very hard time trying to push up.
Ooh, Saba was just trying to flank and got orbed by his Zen, and Hero hit those shots. If you can harass a Tracer and duel it, it's quite a difficult thing to do as a support. Tracers are terrifying. NYXL Academy, once they cleared their backline, they advanced forward. As you pointed out, Sigma really good at brawling. Just rock them and sock them. Starry Knights, gotta ignore the Sigma. Go for everyone else.
Yeah, and we talked about it. Now we're seeing 100% come down on the Widowmaker. But again, it feels like, you know, maybe you were right. There isn't a lot that I'm seeing right now. But just as I see that, Wisp just didn't find the opportunity. Trying to shoot down the shield right now. Again, finding another shot. This is big. It's Wisp making these openings again. And quite possibly another. The Tracer goes back, but the damage is there.
Yeah, I wonder if Saba just didn't have the blinks, because the Tracer should not be scared of a Widow. You are the counter. You are the scissors to the paper. You gotta step up to the plate. But the issue with the last fight is Alisu is focusing a lot on killing TV Girl. You know what I said, ignore the Sigma? I like the idea of Starry Knights bubbling off the Sigma. You block off the healing. You remove the tank and all the dominoes, especially these squishy snipers can be vulnerable, but just didn't convert the kill onto the tank. Now you have 5 ultimates for NYXL Academy. And one's already been unleashed. It's the Gravitic Flux. Nano for Alice, who didn't pop the Primal Rage to save themselves. Now what will Starry Knights do to salvage this fight?
At this point, they've lost... Oh, not even that. They're not going to use the Primal Rage. Instead, they made the switch coming over to the little hamster. Now they're going to get excited here because it seems like they're using that ball to at least keep the point a bit longer.
Yeah, we've seen Alisu play a little bit of Hammond, usually on control maps, so this is a cool look at, and it's dead. But yeah, giving up the Primal is a peculiar choice, as NYXL Academy are about to cap B, and they're gonna have a ton of time for C. 4.5 minutes. Staggering out Sen is not great for Starry, but hey, Sen is on the Widow against Wisp. We got ourselves a Widow off. I know you wanted to see this.
Okay. You know what? This is my game. They've read my mind. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Senna goes down, but it's okay because Senna is, it's that first trial and error moment where, you log on to the Widowmaker and you unfortunately make that first shot not count as much, but Wisp is just really good. We've seen shots come out from them, already making some damage coming down on the Hammond, but this time around, gonna try to at least use those quad cannons to get some shots fired. And, oh, missing the shot! Actually, the Ana goes away. Not safe and sound, though, because the Baptiste is there for the trade-off.
Sen just thought they could blend in with the snow. Like, I'm a blue character, the snow's kind of blue looking, I'ma just, if I stand still, they won't see me. But yeah, Starry Knights keep getting staggered out. You're gonna grab Flux Senna solo like that? That's disrespect. Oh my goodness, NYXL Academy, 3.5 minutes, 4 meters away from the full cap. Starry Knights staring down the barrel of match point 2. Wisp is putting on a gun show. 3K with the Widow, and all they could see is a W. That's a full cap.
They need something to at least just counter that Widow completely, because the way Wisp is playing, you said it's all or nothing, and Wisp is playing like their family is on the line. They are not giving in to this game at all. And quite honestly, Senna's having a hard time as well, just simply because of that Sigma. You're seeing a lot of the time, the Sigma's actually the one taking out Senna, and Senna has no chance or opportunity to even seek out a 1v1 from Wisp.
Wisp, just the fact that you bring out the Widowmaker on this map, it's not the most common pick, but just they had issues just finding targets because Starry Knights were good at just hiding, and I think it's good to avoid peeking the Widow, as I tell all my teammates to stop peeking the Widow in my games. But Starry Knights, they kept getting staggered once you had the snowball from NYXL Academy forming. Just no pun intended, because this map is very snowy, but that's the momentum that NYXL Academy had. Starry Knights just never knew how to reset from the end of point B till around pretty much the totality of C. They never had their full 5 alive.
Yeah, just a moment though. As we're starting to prep up a bit, NYXL having the Zen. And again, I think this is really going to help out Wisp, because not only is it going to assist with that tank damage, but biggest thing right now is once they see that... Listen, I actually just saw this, but we're looking at the Reinhardt come through. That shield is going to be so much more difficult for Wisp to even hit those shots.
I didn't even know you could sit up there. And then as Wisp is like trying to be all sneaky, you got a big orange shield. Just... Hey everybody, there's a Widowmaker up here. Yeah, it's obviously to protect the Widow, but can you protect yourself against Alisu and the Reinhardt charging on in? That's what the Reinhardt wants to do. Get up in your face, get personal, because that Reinhardt shield regenerates so slowly, so you don't want to have a moment where your shield is down.
Yeah, I think that's another plus as well. Honestly, though, this double sniper composition is really working out well. I'm not even sure what they're trying to run right now, but it seems like mainly of it is damage. And as they continue, the damage is working out well. Hero taking out another one. And right now, it's pretty much difficult for Starry Knights to even get past. I was surprised because I thought the Reinhardt was actually going to be a really, really interesting pick, but, getting taken down, the shield already getting eliminated. Senna has to make a switch.
Yeah, Senna matching the Widow once again, and Sabo maybe not comfortable on that. I thought the Tracer would have worked out well to just have some kind of flank pressure, but the Reaper is an option. You can speed with the Lucio, you can teleport behind them, and really just play alongside your Reinhardt. There's many options for the Reaper, but Wisp is winning the Widow duel, and Starry Knights have to play down a person.
It's continuous. It really is like you can't win a fight against Wisp. The only thing I can think of right now is something to really take out that backline, because, when you're looking at it, everybody's going to be such a big problem leading into this game. Not to mention Karo as well, right? Just hiding behind, getting those Discourse Orbs around, down into the middle of Starry Knights, and right now, obviously, you get to see it. The Dragon Strike, but Wisp is left alone. Nobody there to help out, and finally, the main DPS is left damaged.
Yeah, that's the thing that NYXL Academy had to work with, that high ground advantage for their DPS. And that's where Bun and Wisp were trying to get to that window. Kind of a funny missed grapple there, but Starry Nights, once they pushed to that kind of slanted street, they had access to the window, which has access to that high ground. And that's what I was worried about, where it was Alisu now not on the Winston. Oh, nice shot. Able to just harass these DPS and these snipers. Bun is so scary, and that's why she's one of the best DPS in Calling All Heroes, and I could see her going to the finals with this kind of performance.
Maybe I can as well. I think overall NYXL, they've proved to, play the best of their capabilities. Obviously, they picked the 2 best DPS that they could have. I mean, that in itself is proving itself, but right now we see some of the ultimates coming through. TV Girl trying to get some of that slam down, and right now, as it seems they're missing out on the shots, the shield to come through, trying to at least gather some of that damage along so they can load up again. But not enough. The Dragon Strike to come back here for NYXL, and Wisp is having some trouble.
Yeah, when you have to have your Lucio go and pressure the snipers, you're in a lot of trouble. It was a good grab flux from TV Girl, counted by the barrier. As all the ultimates fly, Starry Nights finally closed the gap and have just run over, bulldozed NYXL Academy, put them in the locker, and take all their money. But how much time? How much did it cost at the end? All of their time. They only have 35 seconds left to get to point A.
30 seconds remaining.
Senna. Again, sticking on the Widow, but it seems like there hasn't been a lot of move here.
No one can hide.
As it seems right now, Wisp bringing out the ultimate, trying to see where everybody is, kind of gather some of that damage again. It doesn't matter if they have a shield right now. Honestly, that Reinhardt hasn't been doing much for this team.
This is the last fight to determine if NYXL Academy is going to the finals, and Senna gets their revenge. It's up to NYXL Academy to pull through when it matters, but Bud wins over Senna. You got the takes present though from Starry Nights. They did capture point A, so they'll have 2.5 minutes for B. But of course, you want to carry that momentum and send 2K on the BAP. I respect it.
That was what they needed. All they needed was that one tick to get fourth and continue on. And Senna pulled through with the one shot down in the middle of the air off of Wisp. Completely unnoticed. And then just continued to help out. So right now, Senna is going to try to prep up again. Escorting the payload still while they start to commence this fight.
Bun took a pretty powerful body shot and almost dropped early, and that's an opening Starry Nights needed. But an Amp Matrix set up around the corner. Good placement by Sen. TV Girl getting a bit overwhelmed, needs to play their life, so the grab flux can be pulled off. Fire counters with the sound barrier, and Starry Nights can still play off the Amp Matrix. Now NYXL Academy sneaking in the back lines, with looking for a shot on any of these supports. Now Baya is gonna, well, I guess harass them away. Yet a shatter from Alisu that caught some members of NYXL Academy, got the immortality of Wicca out. No kills onto NYXL Academy throughout all of these ultimates, and Starry Nights are starting to get weaker.
Oh, the Dragon Strike doing some damage there on the Reinhardt as they start to move up. But right now for NYXL, another fight won. Is another fight wanted. Now they're really looking for more. I mean, it's seeming like a gigantic bloodbath here, but they have to keep that continuation going. Starry Nights, they've done it before in the last couple of seconds. They found that opportunity, that opening, and I think it'll happen again right now. Wicca finding that long shot to come through. They're jumping up, they're looking for it. They have to push back down, and they have to regroup.
36 seconds. For Starry Night, again, their backs against the wall, pressure on them. It's do or die, last fight for the championship to extend this series. Amp Matrix ready for Wicca, waiting for the team, the enemy to get around the corner. That's Sen, I don't think wanted that far. Either way, NYXL Academy, both Amp Matrixes exchange, both teams running away from each other's line of sight, but Starry Nights need to take the space. Alisu is back. Senna needs to hit a pulse bomb of her lifetime in this backline. Caro, Transcendence, almost unlimited heals for NYXL Academy as TV Girl waits for the final moment to activate this gravitic flux, waiting to get access to these supports, and the immortality should be a counter, but you don't want to wait too long. Transcendence not available. 3 hit by the grab flux. Immortality is out. Starry Nights barely still standing, and overtime is into effect, and Starry Nights cannot get off this card.
That was such perfect timing. Sen just pretty much gave them another opportunity, another shot, but right now Wisp comes along the back line. They've switched off the Widow to the Tracer. Now they're trying to cut it down. Unfortunately though, now we're able to see that Dragon Strike really take its charge, and Ailey stays alive just due to everything else. I mean, not gonna try to break down and crack down all that ultimate just yet. They're keeping these 3 ults on lockdown just in case they really need it for those last seconds, because as it seems, it's been way too close, way too many times.
My heart is about to explode. How do Starry Knights keep capping these points in overtime? They only have a minute and it's already a huge time bank deficit, but they can still force extra rounds if they can go to the end. In 1 minute, as they're getting set up, this is pretty much gonna be last fight. Keep an eye on these snipers. Can they get these opening picks? But it's Starry Knights that have the ults. Alisu with the shatter can get past TV Girl's shield. This could be big. Even the amplification matrix first from Sen, who drops it, wanting to maybe sync up on the fire strike so that they amplify the damage there. No kills yet. Amp matrix now from the defense. Wicca trying to dwindle down the shields of Starry Knights, playing the corner so smartly though is Alisu, looking for the shatter opportunity. TV Girl doesn't have a shield, and it's up to the snipers to stand tall, and Senna with a 2-for-1 might have just done the job. 21 seconds, and Starry Knights have almost done it. Shatter to get TV Girl on the floor. That gets Suzu'd by Wicca, and NYXL Academy have one last ult to use, and it's TV Girl's Gravitic Flux, and it might have just saved the day for NYXL Academy.
They have done it. These last couple of seconds, right now for Starry Knights, the defense was there, and they finally kept themselves together, but unfortunately, as it seems, NYXL already, I mean, it's just the continuation, right? The way that Wisp was playing, the way that Bun really carried along as well, the damage overall, and we're gonna be able to see it here, it was immense. You had that double sniper composition coming along, and the shots were fired. And something like this, you talk about it, it's risky, sure, but the payback that comes through with it, the amount that you can do with a composition like that, honestly, is gigantic.
NYXL Academy with a clean 3-0, only dropping what, like 1 game this whole single limb bracket. They go to the grand finals to face Timeless Ethereal with the same scoreline, only dropping 1 game to Dart Monkeys in the semi-final. And this is gonna be so exciting, y'all. There's so much money on the line. 5,000 for first, 2,500 for second, and of course circuit points to go to the championship, which has an even bigger prize pool. And Gompers, I couldn't have picked 2 best teams to make it there.
I know. I'm super excited for this one. And, you know, NYXL, big congratulations to them as well for being able to pull through with this. I loved the performance that we saw, mostly, obviously, out of Wisp. Thank you for giving me my daily dosage of Widowmaker, and as well as Bun for really just showing up. Overall, this team, they assisted each other like crazy, and there were moments where you thought they were going to go down, but there was just a little bit of them that refused. And I think that in itself shows you how strong this team is and that they're ready to carry through for that possible victory.
I know you're a fan of Widowmakers, Gompers, and we're gonna talk to one after this break. Wisp is gonna come on for an interview to talk to us right before the grand finals against Timeless Ethereal. And Gompers, I know you like the tea, you like drama, and we're gonna ask them all the questions. Y'all, you'll want to stay tuned. welcome back everyone to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Series Major 1 by Radiant. You got two goofballs here, but we got one really good DPS player on the line for an interview. Everyone say hello and wave to Wisp, DPS player from NYXL Academy. Can you hear us? Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate
You
it.
popped off today. Oh my god, you're a Tracer on Blizzard World. You're Sniper on Shambali. Like, sell yourself. Like, what is your hero pool? Because I think you could play it all.
I'll be honest, Tracer lately has been tough because I play a lot of like normal hit scan, like Widow, Cass, Ashe, Sojourn. So like Sombra Tracer being really good right now has been difficult because like I should be on Sombra. Like typically the hit scan will play Sombra, but I'm just not great at both. So I'm just doing Tracer and Bun's doing the Sombra. Because Bun can just play it all.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can play it all as well. I mean, first of all, thank you so much for playing Widowmaker. You know, that
That might be my
I
favorite
heard it.
hero.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honestly, I listened. I was being told it's a risky pick, and I was like praying for it. I think it got through to you because you kind of owned on that, and I was pleasantly not surprised, but I was pleasantly watching. More so, I guess. You know, what was the decision behind that?
Snipers are really good Sigma, and Shambali's pretty good for sniper sightlines, and Widow's one of my better characters, so we do try to do like double sniper on that. Not every team does, but you do see it sometimes, so we just figured play to our strengths.
Okay, do we have the Wisp YouTube with the montages? Because you kind of made one on Shambali. I just want to know where to find all your montages.
I
and
do,
your videos.
yeah. My Twitch is
Okay,
just
where
my
is
battle tag WSPS, and my YouTube should be the same if you just type that in.
Okay. I'm gonna be doing that right at the break when we're done interviewing you. But before I let you go, warm up for your next match. You got the grand final around the corner. It's Timeless Ethereal. What are your thoughts on that team?
We definitely can win. It'll be a good match. I'm friends with a lot of the people on that team, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. Dart Monkeys versus them looked really close, and I was getting nervous because I have friends on that team too. But yeah, it should be a really fun match. I definitely think we can win.
Well, y'all heard it from Wisp. It's gonna be a fun final. It's anyone's game. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview between matches. Best of luck coming up.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, Bruce, all this final is stressing me out, and I guess y'all have sold me on this Widowmaker stuff.
Oh yeah, converted. Thank you. I preach. I only play 3 characters. Well, no, tank. I play whoever I can, but I only play Widow and I only play Mercy. That's right. I insta lock those characters, and if you're mad about it, stay mad. I'm sorry. And
Stay mad.
seeing it made my heart feel better about doing that because I was starting to feel a little guilty for a while. So now I don't anymore. Careful in your games, guys.
Maybe I just get the bad Widows on my team. Maybe if I had someone like Wisp, I would be preaching Widowmaker too.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to see yours. Maybe we won't stay friends after I see it though. I don't know. But you know who I am friends with? People who buy Radiant merch. If you want to support this platform directly financially with the $3 in your bank account, you know where to put that $3. Look at these shirts. They're so cute.
They are very adorable, and I'm liking the colors too. I'm liking the diversity of the colors. I like the purple. If you look at them purple, if you look at them black, if you look at them white, you're obligated to buy this. And then post a little picture, you know, at Radiant. I think they want to see it too.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's how you just get retweeted automatically. Shout out to Kat who designed this. I mean, our own community is putting in the efforts to make you cute merch, put on some cute matches for you, and we have one left around the corner, y'all. The grand final of our first major, and there's 2 more majors this year. You'll want to stay tuned on all these channels to catch more Calling All Heroes, but we're going to throw it to a break because when we return, we'll have that big grand final, Timeless Ethereal versus NYXL Academy. We'll see you there.
and the legend of the Duck Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Fought the world since 17. She'll burn down with kerosene.
Heroes Rise Up, you're being called. The Challenger Series Grand Final is going down right now. This $10,000 prize pool. Now there's only 2 teams remaining to fight for the last bits of it. $5,000 for first, $2,500 for second. And Gompers, this is how we got here.
This is how we got here. The timeline of it all. We actually just recently saw NYXL versus Starry Knights. And, NYXL, they've only really faced 1 game loss. So they're kind of coming up on this continuous reign of wins here. So they're feeling confident. And that was actually the first time Starry had lost a series and a game alone. So there was a lot of struggle coming up, but we're able, Lemon, to see a rematch from Timeless versus NYXL.
First seed versus second seed from the Swiss stage. Timeless Ethereal beat down everybody, and including NYXL Academy. So keep that in mind. This is not the first rodeo for Timeless Ethereal, and they've only dropped 1 game. Same thing as NYXL Academy, as you said. But we are going to go through the rosters one more time for everybody who forgot, starting with NYXL Academy. You did just see them take a W. We even talked to Wisp about how much they love the Widowmaker.
And I love it too. I think I influenced Wisp a little bit during your interview, telling them that, I love the Widowmaker, giving them a little boost, in the right direction. I'm a good friend. I know. Thank you very much.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. If they lose, maybe not, but I don't think they will. I think NYXL, they had such a good trial run, and even though it was in the Swiss that they had actually lost against this team, I think that Swiss is a bit different than kind of like a best of 5 series. There's a lot more chances. There's a lot more at stake, especially in the grand finals. I think NYXL, they've come into this. We have Bun and Wisp to really make that effort count, and Overall, the team is looking pretty solid so far today, so I ain't got no complaints.
Yeah, especially when you have someone like Sniper, aka TV Girl, as your tank. Kind of looking at how much they played Ramatra and things like that. They were very good, especially the Sigma on Shambali. The Gravitic Fluxes were valuable. They were very smart with their positioning. But do they have what it takes to go up against this next opponent? Timeless Ethereal. Now, this is a roster star-studded. I looked through some of the compositions they played. They can do it all. The Winston dive, some Doomfist dive, some Torbjorn Reaper, some Ramatra May Brawl. This team is so flexible.
This is actually the first time I've seen such like you know, kind of more so a team that is willing to push for anything. And no matter what they do, they really just want to, you know, push for those comfort picks. Not only that, but also just overall just get everything done as much as they need to. But overall, Timeless Ethereal, again, it's a team that has gone to this grand finals for a reason. And they've made that upper bracket run. They've come into this position right now, and they're not looking to go any further.
I know your dog is just being demonic.
Yeah.
I think they're cheering for Timeless Ethereal. I don't know. Well, if the dog vote got the vote, then I think so too. Also, Jim's Supremacy, heard a lot of amazing things about this player. The Tracer is a menace. He also flexed to the Mei, and apparently the Torp too on Lijiang Tower we saw earlier today against Dart Monkeys. But Lijiang Tower will be Timeless Ethereal's choice as the better seed, and then the loser picks the rest of the maps. This is a 1st to 3 with a lot of money on the line. Like I said, $5,000 for first and circuit points to help them qualify and get a better seed for the championship.
Having to qualify, but this is a new map. This is something we haven't seen NYXL play on yet. So, you know, there could be very much new results coming into this. And I mean, something different to look at as well, which is something exciting in my opinion. But I'm kind of guessing, like, what are we looking at here? What are you kind of assuming the compositions are going to look like as well?
I'm expecting Winston, but I think when Sawhill played Lijiang Tower last time, it was Doomfist. And I mean, not even Hawk in Overwatch League is playing Doomfist right now. A lot of people prefer more of the Ramatra when it comes to Brawl. Yeah. Just Doomfist gets countered by a lot of things. It's one of those difficult heroes to play, and if you don't execute the cooldowns properly, you're actually a liability. But I believe in Sawhill, so all good.
Oh, I saw Genji actually. Okay, now. Yeah, Genji's out. Genji's out. Genji's out of the meta. We're not looking at Genji anymore. We're having fun here with this Symmetra comes through on the Ramatra. But waste again. I am a good friend. I really am. Yay.
Except when you go, ugh, every time I finish a point. But maybe
you make me sound like I like despise you.
Only a little bit.
Oh
but
no.
We got Night Market. It's chill. I mean, this is, if you can get to the point, it's very defense heavy. So having Mei is going to be big for Bun. We saw how good she was with it earlier. Wisp on the Cassidy. This is what they rolled out with on Blizzard World. They did Tracer. You heard in the interview how they felt like they struggled, but honestly, Wisp popped off. NYXL Academy come off of a momentum run, but it's the long-range shots from Timeless Ethereal, along with getting beaten down by Sawhill, that made that very difficult.
Feels like I saw something I shouldn't have with the way those punches were flying from Sawhill. Oh my gosh. Listen, Sawhill right now is really proven to be such a good tank so far, because the amount of damage that was coming through the shots, I don't even think I saw one single shot miss.
They're just that good. That's why I like Hanzo. I mean, I hate playing against it because you just have these random arrows that headshot your team. And YXL Academy trying to take shelter around these walls to not get shot in the face by Azure. Timeless Ethereal taking shelter around the point. Not really close to any ultimates. NYXL Academy thinking about that approach, wanting to find an isolation. Maywall comes up from Bun, but it was a little too deep. Rather just block the line of sight of Azure, who takes a swift one to the left and takes care of Caro. NYXL Academy don't have a tank, they got no healers, and they ain't got no hope.
And right now, I mean, they ain't got no Lucio as well. Lucio goes down. Wicca having to recompose themselves alongside NYXL. And so far, Timeless Ethereal, even though it's been a couple of seconds, Lemon, they're putting off a really good show.
I'm loving it. You got the Dragon Strike 2 from Azure. If NYXL Academy keep going down these narrow areas, this Dragon's gonna gobble them up. NYXL Academy bring out the Immortality just to survive the rotation. But Sahil goes in, Annihilation into effect, needing all the healing they can get. With a 2-for-1 trade, that's not bad. NYXL Academy down 1 in this fight. They have the ultimates, but the panic decision just doesn't come in on time to try and turn this fight. So that'll be multiple fights in a row for Timeless and almost 80%.
They've pretty much won every single fight coming out of here, but let's not forget, we have 4 ultimates, 1 on the ready here. They're going to be able to pull some of it out right now, at least attempting to.
Annihilation, Soundberry. So yeah, the ults, they're cute. They killed 1. You got to the point, NYXL Academy able to flip, but here's the re-engage from Timeless. Bun throws the Blizzard right at the door to stop the rotation from Timeless, but they've already made it through. And now they're just running over as much as they can. NYXL Academy have the point, but I don't know for how much longer. Carol has the Ant Matrix, uses it on the coast side. If they're not careful, Lizard Wizard will boop them off. As it's a ram off between TV Girl and Sawhill, but Timeless Ethereal, once they take back this point, it's pretty one-sided.
This was the quickest that I think we've seen. I mean, even the game had to pull things back into overtime to see what was going to happen. But 100% so far, they didn't even give NYXL a chance, and I can see why Timeless made it this far. I mean, if they continue in this pace, this might be a very quick game.
Oh yeah, Azure popped off on the Hanzo, is getting these first picks. Bun, I think, had some interesting Maywalls, just not finding the isolation that NYXL Academy could really thrive. I like their rotations through the hallway to avoid some damage, but then Timeless Ethereal cut them off, whether it was the Dragon Strike from Azure, the Annihilation from Sawhill. Timeless Ethereal knew how to take initiative with their ultimates. When kind of the cookie started to crumble, NYXL Academy couldn't make the panic decision of, do you use ultimates in a 3v4 or in a 3v3? But there's a lot on the line, Gompers, for this grand final. I'd be scared too.
And there is really no other emotion you can feel. NYXL, they came from, I mean, such a big victory stride that right now, all they have to do is try to do it again, but it's almost impossible, especially with the way things are looking right now.
Yeah, every time you say a hero, everyone starts playing it. You said you wanted to see Genji, and Azure brings it out, so we don't get to see too much Junker Queen, so this is cool too.
Yeah, it is actually surprising that everybody's kind of just whipping out what I'm saying. I get to see a Widowmaker. You know what? Okay, so let's see a Mercy. Maybe we'll see that eventually.
Oh, don't summon that one to exist. It's just oh, the boom from Lizard. Oh, this Wicked get back up. Can skate through the sides. I think they managed to do so, but the rest of the team is dead, so it's an L for a W, I guess.
The W, there it goes again. The next fight, the beginning fights always went out by Timeless, and that's such a big disadvantage already starting out, because not only do you give Timeless so much time to be able to get those ticks through, but then NYXL, they have to fight again, and they're already at a disadvantage.
Oh, NYXL Academy rotating through White Room again to avoid that damage. And they did do some comp swaps, getting Bun back on the Tracer, something they're very comfortable with. As Wisp said, Bun can really play anything, and she has to be the one you depend on. Carol to the back, T2 trying to duel against Jim in the backline on this Tracer. Supremacy activated. NYXL Academy with the first 2 ticks. And not really needing to invest any ultimates. That's off sheer coordination, and they get the point back.
Yeah, the pulse bomb perfectly timed as well. Everybody going down in a couple of seconds. NYXL, they found the timing, and they managed to really bring it back. Look at this time, though. We're actually going to be able to see an ultimate start to load up, and this is big, because once the fight starts out, they get a bit more health to really carry themselves through, but Lizard Wizard really taking that up as well. So you got the 2 Lucians to take heroes for the team.
Soundberry in exchange for the Junker Queen ultimate. Timeless Ethereal playing off of contact, and you're close to rally too. If you can brawl your way through it, the Deadeye from Wiz wasn't enough to slow down the pain train. That is Timeless Ethereal, who off of the rush that they went in with, just flawlessly took the fight.
I don't know how they do it. They give like 20-30% over to NYXL, and then they never give it back. And right now, the biggest worry of mine is we're gonna be able to see the ultimate come through from the Genji. Right now, the blade to come down, and they're actually able to eliminate majority. Actually, none. They're having trouble, but at the same time, the team is helping them a bit too much, not giving them the sunshine or the spotlight to even see any sort of opportunity to get a reel or a clip in.
Oh yeah, it was hunting season for Timeless Ethereal, who hit around the corner and surprised NYXL Academy. I mean, who expects someone to be there? Who expects Jim to be there? Now TV Girl's panicking. They pop the Annihilation just to zone off Timeless Ethereal. They actually get them pretty low, and Sawhill just couldn't disengage. Probably used a shout too early in the fight, but it's 97%, and you've only lost your tank, so Timeless Ethereal are still comfortable. But here comes NYXL Academy for the touch. They've expended ultimates just to get out of spawn. They've had to swap heroes just to get back to the point quicker. At least the kills are following in, as Wisp is doing a good job of dealing with this Doomfist of Sawhill all up in their business. But Azure is getting dash resets on the Genji, and Timeless Ethereal are still pulling through.
Oh, 99 though. Okay, NYXL, they're not going to give it out a fight. You can see Bun replenishing on some of that health, and right now the Tracer goes down. The DPS is no longer, and despite the amount of times they've tried to pick off anybody on the side of Timeless, it feels impossible. I don't even know how this team continues to get carried away with these victories, but they finish this off in seconds.
The flex gods of Timeless Ethereal. I feel like they're gonna start picking every hero on the roster at this point. The Junker Queen, the rush, the coordination behind that, the emergency Doomfist that harassed Wisp into defeat, and even the Ramatra off on Night Market, still in favor of Timeless Ethereal, where we talked about maybe this was NYXL Academy's comfort pick, but you gotta keep in mind, this was also Timeless's map pick, so they felt strongly, they felt confident on this map.
They did. They actually did. Man, and honestly, I wish we got a bit more of that tension, because it felt like this was so quick that there was nothing to really build up. I mean, they played amazing. And that in itself speaks for how this game might go, because Timeless, you don't just run away with a victory like that so fast.
No, and whatever comes out of this match, y'all gotta remember that this is a community. Like, you even heard it from Wisp in the interview. They got friends on other teams. People know each other. It's a win or lose. It's none of this trash talk, really. It's everyone just supporting each other. And yeah, some teams walk away with more money. Like, that's kind of nice. But everyone wins at the end of the day. When you get showcased on these channels like this, you have a platform that you can feel safe and confident to just thrive and showcase your skills on. So Timeless Ethereal, this is not the first time I've seen them in a final situation. And they're a tough team to beat.
They definitely are. And honestly, I'm just happy that we finally get to see this team come down into the grand finals. But NYXL, they're not going to give up without a fight. We've seen the potential that this team has, especially with their DPS and everything that they've built up forward to this spot. So, you know, I do have to give them that shot. I do have to give them an opportunity to prove themselves. But it's so difficult when the game went the way that it did. It was so quick, but maybe control. It could be, you know, a difference in hybrid. It could be a difference in escort. There could be something that we're missing out on here, and I'm hoping on Hollywood we get to see that.
Yeah, Hollywood is our next map. This was chosen by NYXL Academy, so maybe going back to more a divest composition, although you can definitely pull out the brawl on that first point. But once you go beyond that, there's so many high grounds, and rotations have to be key. And NYXL Academy, you heard it in the interview, they felt like this series is winnable, and on their map pick, you're gonna feel better going to something you know best.
Back to your roots.
Yeah.
Back to here into Hollywood. I love me some Hollywood. Are you a Hollywooder?
No.
You're not a Hollywooder.
Dude, this I know you love Widowmaker, so you would love this map, and there's
yeah,
just always a Widowmaker here. Which I guess, like, I wonder if Wisp is thinking about it, because they said how much they love the Widow in the interview, and this is a Widow map if you have the space to pull it off, you know?
Man, apparently, from Lemon's perspective, I like all the trash things in this game.
Nah, I'm just judging you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. But Yeah, I mean, yeah, this actually is a pretty big Widowmaker map. I would have to agree with you. I actually surprisingly don't want to see a Widow on this map. I really want to see a dive comp. I want to see a Diva or a Winston come through. I want to see something to really solidify that push, because I feel like that first-hand push really is what starts things up and gets you going, and it feels almost unstoppable when you're playing on that defense. So, you know, for the team trying to make something happen, that's one of the biggest things for me.
And looking at Timeless Ethereal, Lizard Wizard, and Munzie. I know they have someone called Orion, who's another substitute support player on Timeless Ethereal. And with Munzie and Lizard Wizard, you've seen a lot of Lucio and Bap along those lines. And Munzie has played some Ana. Orion usually comes in to play kind of the flex support picks. So just by looking at who's playing on the roster, you get a sense of what the style is they're going with. And look at you summoning heroes into existence. You said Diva, and TV Girl says done.
Okay. You know, I think I'm just the Overwatch whisperer because everything's coming true. Hey, and I'm kind of like an okay, never mind. I was going to say I like the soldier pick, but I don't like the soldier pick because we don't have it anymore. But yeah, I get to see that dive comp, and I get to see what we're looking for right now. And quite possibly, I mean, it's going to be one of the strongest with the Tracer Bun. Going to be filling up that role.
I love the double flex support from NYXL Academy. This is something Florida Mayhem kind of felt like they debuted this composition, and that's why you just headshot Jim as soon as they tried to even go up the staircase. Kiriko is so deadly, man. The projectile is so hard to hit, though, so if you can have someone get high value like that, that's great. NYXL Academy open to tear down Timeless Ethereal before they rotate in. Oh, we're flying to space.
Okay. Relogging.
It's daytime!
Hey! Yeah, nobody likes the night.
Jim said, let's run it back. Ain't nobody seen that. Delete the VOD. Jim's supremacy can't live on by getting headshot for a spike.
Yeah, they needed to redo it. They needed to redo it, but oh my gosh, the technical pause because they didn't like the nighttime. I got a bit afraid too. I'm afraid of the dark, so thank God.
Yeah, I saw that once I saw that Winston jump and then just continue floating to space. I'm like, something wrong here.
Oh my,
like,
oh
what's
my
up with
God.
that? Jetpacks do be zooming.
I quite literally cannot. That is where I'm at right now.
I don't think they can either because well, at least the map is loaded now. Oh, we're back to nighttime. Good night.
Back to the night.
I sleep. You solo.
Yeah, I sleep. You solo. Yeah. Pretty much valid for that thought. But okay. Well, we don't have any Winstons flying up to space, despite that being Winston's origin story. He wanted to see his father again, but he's here.
I'm going to the moon. I can go twice as high. But TV Girl on the Diva, talking about this pick seriously without you just whispering it into existence. Diva is a Winston bully. You get inside that shield, you micro missiling him up. Mad respect for Timeless Ethereal to keep that same composition. Jim ain't gonna make the same mistake twice, getting headshot by Wicca, and goes right after them. Wicca, gotta be careful. At least you forced the recall out, and you got the peel of Bun.
Oh. Okay, well, instead of going up to space, I saw the Diva going down to the mines. I don't know what was going
to the moon.
To the mines.
Honestly, we might as well just start this on Horizon Lunar Colony. Bring it back into the rotation. We're going to the moon again. And 24 hours later, we'll go to nighttime, I guess.
I've never laughed this hard. This game is impeccable.
I don't think they're laughing, but I'm laughing because I'm not the one in this match.
Oh my gosh. You know, it isn't a technical difficulty. This
two
is
monitors turned off. Dude, in that security room, 2 monitors turned off. It's a sign.
Oh man. Oh man. It's a sign. What is it a sign of?
Wait, how many monitors do you have?
I have 2.
Ugh.
No. Am I like?
It's giving broke. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Guys, it's official. I'm a brokey.
Brokealer.
Oh my.
How many
do you have, Lemon?
I got 3. It's whatever though.
Let me just go to Sword, buy one more. I don't know.
Okay, do it.
It's funny though because I can't even see half of my monitor because I have a really small one and then the big one off to the side. So it's like, it just covers it because I'm dumb.
This is social media is for my third monitor and that only. So I pay that much money just to see Twitter on another screen.
Oh, no.
No tabs, only monitors.
You're a Twitter goblin. This is so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the game is actually not, you know, we're not playing hybrid, guys. We're actually or escort. We're actually playing a game that's called Who Can Go the Highest, and Winston is currently 1-0 right now.
Yeah.
And
Feeling like a leap contest, Diva and Winston. I'd have to Mythbusters this. I feel like Diva could go just as high. Actually, does anyone know who could jump higher?
I feel like it's the Diva, because the Diva can just fly.
That's so true. Not with wings, but technology or whatever.
Yeah. I feel like when
So-
she's out of mech, she can't jump that high.
That's true unless she's like secretly LeBron James. But I'd have to ask her. As we're figuring out whether we will be on daytime or nighttime, why does Winston keep jumping to the moon? And if you are just tuning in, hey, Timeless Ethereal took map number 1 on Lijiang Tower. It is a 1-3 final. And we're really just building tension.
Waiting for yeah, this is the tension builder. And you know like how in yeah, in those things
In, like,
they
movies?
tension build.
Yeah. Oh, we're on Hollywood. I see what
we're
you
the
did
climax. Yeah, we're at the climax right now.
there. Yeah. We're,
Even
well,
though we
the
should
build up
be-
towards that, I guess, because
Yeah.
I just want to see, is Jim gonna settle the beef? First time we saw the map, Jim gets headshot. Second time, they recall like a coward. Just kidding. But just, I want to see Jim now in the third iteration, 3 times his charm. Jim wins the duel against, now I forgot who the Kiriko was. Wicca, I believe. We got to see the Jim win the duel. There's 3 chances.
Oh yeah. There's 3 chances. Who's gonna win the duel? I think personally, Matt. I mean, the real question is who's gonna win the game? Like, who's gonna win this game in particular? I don't know. I think Timeless's performance was a little scary though, because I've never seen the game to go this long.
Me neither. And you're thinking about who's gonna win the game, who's gonna be not mentally boomed, like trying to do these fights, and it gets reset twice on you. So that's where that contenders experience is so important. When you've competed for a long time, stuff like this doesn't really bother you. Like, you're able to bounce back and stay focused once the game does start. And obviously, you know, might as well get the casters, start the game. Omega Lol, get it going in chat, because we'd obviously rather be talking than seeing the game.
Oh no.
I'm getting us flamed in chat on your first
You know,
cast.
it's
Let's
funny because like we
go.
can have so many talking points right now, but the only talking point of it is
yeah. We got Excel
my
Academy.
Discord just died for some reason. But
Oh, okay. I thought you died. You kind of scared me. I was like,
Oh my
"Whoa."
god.
I'm gonna high five myself here. Just got Dota Wild live. I hate to see it.
Oh no! I was gonna say it's funny because we would have so many talking points right now, but the only talking point we have is Winston.
Who has a better leap, Winston, Diva, or LeBron James? Like, that's where we've devolved this conversation to. I see your dog isn't barking anymore, so maybe not feeling the Timeless vibes. They were biased for Timeless, right?
Oh yeah, my dog was biased for Timeless. Yeah.
Nice.
I actually threw him in the cage because of that. So. No,
Well,
I'm
while
kidding.
you
That's
were
terrible.
well, you were biased for Wisp, and your dog is biased for Timeless, so it kind of like balances out.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is such a great time to go and check out the Radiant merch, yo! Because while you're chilling, might as well be cozy and chilling in a Radiant shirt. Of course, servers are having issues. Besides Winston trying to go back to the moon instead of play Hollywood, what's really happening is servers are having a bit of an oopsie whoopsie. So they're trying to switch to different regions to find a stable area to compete on. So apologies for the delay, but hey, it's time where you're gonna talk about strategy. Even though both teams have ran out the same comp on both times, it's obviously about execution.
The execution is the biggest thing. You know what? Let's just scrap everything. All right. This is the strat, Lemon. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I am thinking we get a wrecking ball. We get a wrecking ball as the tank. Then we're gonna get an echo. Okay, because echo can also turn into wrecking ball.
That's
hold on.
so true.
Hold on,
Cook
hold
it.
on.
Let her cook.
And then, as another DPS, we are getting Symmetra, because that's the only other player that I can think of that is best character. And then for the healers, we go Moira. All right.
Oh no, not the nails, bro.
And
not nails emoji.
We go Moira and we go Mercy. Boom.
Okay. Now, I'm not gonna hold my breath, one, because I would die, and two, because I don't know if we're gonna get a reset again. We might have found a stable server.
Yes.
So pray, chat, that we can do this.
I mean, at least we got an echo.
No,
the one thing
different
was right.
Nixel comp. They're playing different stuff.
It's nice though. I really do actually like an echo here, and it feels like it is a lot of like high ranged characters. So a big thing for NYXL is that McCree. I mean that Cassidy. My apologies. Sorry.
Well, at least Wisp Cassidy has that cat spray that you love so much, and
yeah,
I think that's bringing them a sense of comfort during these frustrating times. Timeless Ethereal, Jim, are you being so serial on this fire? I want to see it. But NYXL Academy, if this fire whips out, you might have wished you stayed on the Diva, but no, it's the double flanker dive from Timeless Ethereal. So let's see if this one stays stable.
I think it will here. Yeah, I mean, it's looking like we've gotten as far as we could. But already looking at the game, Jim is trying to make something happen with the Tracer and actually taking a 1v1 here, trying to get towards at least somewhat of those healers, towards that backline, maybe take out the Kiriko as well.
We said on the third chance, Jim was supposed to win the duel against Wicca. It kind of was a win. You forced them away. NYXL Academy down one as Timeless Ethereal just need to heal up their tank a little bit more, and then they could be ready to go in again. NYXL Academy just keeping everyone really hidden.
I mean, at this point, that's the game for Ethereal, and it feels like Ethereal aren't going to go down anytime soon, but an ice transport coming through from Wicca, actually being able to find some of the heroes here to be able to get that heal off, and this is big. I mean, so far, Timeless, they haven't gone down just yet. They've taken out TV Girl, so there isn't anything really at kind of like testing Timeless right now. They're kind of chilling, and it feels like, again, this is the same thing that we saw last time, where Timeless, they were so quick with it.
They are quick with it. Once the server works, it works, you know. Oh, a Nano! Thinking NYXL Academy had a recontest. Well, if they did, it's gone now. And Timeless Ethereal will get the W on the point, and now you got to think about what kind of snowball they can set up. I mean, they can even stagger out Bun here.
Radiant secured. Let's move.
He's staggering right now, but I mean, the payload's moving. It only took a couple of seconds for them, and so far the time is looking like a bit too much, so we do need some of that stall out to come through very, very quickly from NYXL. Luckily enough, though, we do have at least 2 ultimates coming in. Everybody's actually loading that up very, very quickly, so the Primal Rage there for the action, but Timeless, they're there to actually counter majority of this as well.
Ooh, the dive is solid from Timeless. You killed one of the main healers of NYXL Academy, but they have all the ultimates in their arsenal to fire back. And Nano, I'm expecting it on TV Girl, although Wisp deserves the love on the Cassidy. They've been fragging today. But with this high ground advantage, I'm looking at Azure, and this EMP has been detected, so now has to pull the trigger on it. Only hits 2, and Wicca able to Suzu themselves, teleport back to safety. Jim gets slipped into their own pulse bomb. That's not a Jim moment. Timeless Ethereal, a little embarrassed, but they're still pushing the cart. We'll see if they can make it.
Okay, not boosting anybody just yet. Yeah, pushing the cart here though. Coming up, the sleep so big and right there, and then it was almost impossible to get away. Unfortunately, you didn't have Wicca coming along to save your life here, but Wick is honestly kind of just vibing. I mean, the whole team hasn't gone down just yet. Another pause, though, to come through. Nobody's gone into space yet, though, so this is a good sign.
This is good. We had to pause before gravity turned off. Oh no. Okay, this is just kind of a nice slideshow. I got so confused for a second, but just to rewind, we have to go into pause to just analyze the gym sleep. Caro is next level today. Not only the sleep on the gym, but the sleep onto the Winston of Sawhill, I believe. And they've just been a menace on this Ana, and I think that's why they've summoned just so much attention from this dive.
Yeah, they've been honestly playing very, very impeccable. It's been kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like a team like this just thrown. We saw such a strong performance from NYXL that it's kind of like, it just feels like I'm getting slapped in the face too sometimes when you see what's going on and how fast things are ranging about, because you know, you come from a game that really feels so dominant and then you see NYXL kind of getting turned around the other corner.
Glad everyone's okay. I don't see anyone leaving the game, so this has just been a quick check either way. Timeless Ethereal, how do they get back to this high ground? Starts with either just, you know, jumping, as Winston does, but there's also teleporters you have to have access to, and out of the shadows, Azure so close to getting killed. Kitsune rush from Wicca as they spotted the translocate of Azure. Sound barrier and the nano onto Sawhill, enabling this front line as much as you can. Timeless Ethereal, though, they're losing bodies as some people dropped off the high ground. Miscommunication as Timeless couldn't execute anyone after those ults.
Yeah, but the Deadeye available here too. Although Timeless, actually, this is great for NYXL because we haven't seen a lot of pushback starting off in the last map, and now we're actually able to see it as well. They could take a step back as well, trying to regain their composure here, but the Deadeye available. So once they start to come through that entry point, I mean, this might be big for Wisp.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, Timeless is getting picked off. Oh, but Munzie manages to get a headshot onto Wicca, so this could be an opening for Timeless to work with. They see just that. They pounce right onto Wisp, get them really low. Wisp is getting a ton of support from their double healers. Man, the Deadeye to stop Timeless in their tracks, but Timeless decided to just say, screw Wisp, let's kill everybody around them. And then you have a late primal usage by TV Girl just to buy time and maybe just try to stall the cart, but Timeless Ethereal are heading for the end of point B.
Yeah, they've already made their run at this point, and it's going very, very far in a very, very quick amount of time. Right now, the pulse bomb available. Maybe try to take out some of the squishies here, but it seems like they're going around the back, and nice, they actually take out, of course, the Winston. Looking like TV Girl going down, and everybody as well. It's in a matter of seconds, and the teamwork, honestly, Lemon, it's unbreakable.
Yeah, that was only a one-person EMP from Azure, and it still ended up being a W just off of the beautiful coordination between Azure and Jim. That's why you play the double flankers, and Sawhill can just jump right on top of those targets. Almost 3 minutes for Timeless Ethereal. And oh, what's Jim and Azure cooking up? They're going to the high ground to see if they can catch NYXL Academy off guard. Bun starting to lose that duel against Jim. Presents themselves again. Jim is used to recall, has to fall back. NYXL Academy chasing for kills.
Chasing for the dub as well, but unfortunately, it's getting harder and harder to reach with. But, of course, we do have something in our arsenal here. We have the boost to come through. Right now, we're just waiting for Caro to take it down, but the heal's impossible to get, despite trying to drop down some of it, trying to at least assist the team. It seems like the power and the will of Timeless Ethereal is too strong.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush was the big fight winner for Munzie and the rest of Timeless Ethereal. Able to get the team clean wipe. And now you got 2 minutes left, and you got ultimates to spare, and you're stuffing NYXL Academy in their own spawn room doors, but someone still has to push, and I'm sure it was because you were worried about Bun anchoring that. Now Presence back on the objective. Timeless Ethereal has used all their ultimates. The Primal from Sawhill is just body blocking the door, and NYXL Academy have made their way in, and they're contesting somehow. with the respawn advantage too, and YXL Academy have a real chance to turn this fight around when Timeless Ethereal had all the ults to pull this off.
I think they do. They have everything to pull this off as well, even though they've honestly lost one at this point. And they still move back, Jim. I mean, able to recontest as Azure tries to take this, but a solo fight, I'm not so sure is the smartest. Actually recollecting themselves with the team, trying to get a heal off as well. And we're seeing Timeless Ethereal. Again, I mean, honestly, they explode down onto that payload, and I think that's what we're going to see today.
EMP from Azure ready to, just waiting for a good group up from NYXL Academy. Ready to unleash it, hits all four. TV Girl not able to use the primal in time to sustain, as Timeless Ethereal just have to anchor the cart and push it the last few meters. Azure will be back in a second. NYXL Academy can play their lives and play slow as much as they can. Staying alive is a tough task though, and the defense isn't on the cart. Jim is ruthless, and so are Timeless Ethereal.
Jim is worthless. The last words. But honestly, at this point, when you're looking at this game, it's now or never. It really is everything or nothing, and missing out on that everything, I mean, gets you in a position like this one, right? You need to try for something even bigger. But it seems like now Timeless Ethereal playing on that defensive pressure, and it's the attacking that's starting to come out from NYXL. I mean, the opportunity's there. Can they consider themselves lucky?
Oh, with that full cap with 30 seconds remaining, that's a difficult task to do. And you saw it even in the previous fight when Timeless Ethereal had, what, 3 or 4 ultimates. All NYXL Academy had to do was play their lives, and I think Timeless Ethereal fumbled the bag a little bit by just not having somebody always pushing. I think Jim just wanted to be involved in all the action, and sometimes forgets that the Tracer is the primary person that should be pushing the cart, or you got to communicate with your supports for them to be doing that as much as they can. But Timeless Ethereal still got the job done. So, you know, the A- 31 seconds versus the A+ they could have had if they won that fight is still an A in my books. And NYXL Academy, they have to match that, and that's tough.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy matchup right now. I mean, it hasn't been so far, but we're seeing actually a Widowmaker pool come through from... Okay, I'm getting debated now. I feel like my feelings are being... I'm getting emotional.
And you got this, like, Moira, Lucio, Reaper. It's like half of a brawl, and then you got a Winston. This is cool. I think Bun is going to want to teleport up to where Azure is and just pump them full of damage, especially bursting down Sawhill. Reaper is like this anti-tank hero. NYXL Academy have the close range heals. They have to go in together. Caro has just used Fade to get away from the anti-native Muncie, as NYXL Academy have pushed Timeless Ethereal off of this high ground, and they start to capture that first tick.
Now they're looking for more, though. It seems like Azure not missing a shot. But unfortunately, the shot's not heavy enough and not carrying enough damage. Right now, pushing back the monkey here. And Winston v. Winston is going to be big, but there is no dive that I'm looking at right now. Honestly, it's just the body that I'm consistently seeing up TV will really push through. Oh, but once you push alone, you're probably going to go alone as well. Saw Hill going down, as it seems. And now, I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they're pretty much getting back what they had given. NYXL taking this with 5 minutes left to spare.
Timeless Ethereal fumbled a nano gem, but the point was already captured. And I don't even have to see the chat to know probably somebody is spamming C9 in there. And just the fact Timeless Ethereal have contested for that long is a pretty decent defense thus far. You now have Sawhill and the Hammond from up high to pile drag to get that crowd controlled, to push NYXL away from each other. That's the disruption Timeless Ethereal are going for with this double flanker dive. It's up to NYXL Academy to stick together.
Oh, okay. A nice pull spawn. Sawhill is not sticking together right now with the team, but that's okay. It seems like everybody's kind of losing somebody. I mean, at this stage, but the hold from Timeless Ethereal, they're struggling a bit. And this is kind of interesting because I honestly thought in an occasion like this one with their control play, they were really good at controlling and making sure that they can at least keep an area well distanced. But I mean, as of right now, they've won out the first fight. Gonna have to win out another. There's a lot of fights that they really need to continue to take and seek out as well. But now we're seeing the ultimates come through, and this is big because G2 Mundies. Or is it
Muncie? I don't know. That's what I've been guessing. They're fragging. The way that Timeless Ethereal take the initiative too, and YXL Academy are trying to go under the roof and just push the cart, but they don't get to take the fight on their terms. Timeless Ethereal saw they dove from the high ground down low, used the rally, and just assassinated NYXL Academy. And I guess a coalescence was used. It might have been canceled super quickly. EMP from Azure sure to cancel some more. NYXL Academy in trouble as Timeless Ethereal already wipe away 2 people.
Oh, but Bud has one as well. I mean, at this point, they're pushing so far and heavy into it from Timeless that I mean, I'm a little sad for them as well, because this is like they're just going in on this Lizard Wizard, and now just sitting in a corner waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Timeless Ethereal, they touch the spawn room doors. They're gonna tweet about this one. Bun, ready for the EMP. Might not even need it. Sound barrier from Wicca's NYXL Academy. They tempo engage into them. Force Bun to translocate back, but they gotta hunt down the kills, and Wisp is doing just that. Bringing the Tracer back into the picture, what we know and love from them.
That's all you really need. I mean, being able to put together something that makes you comfortable. Timeless, though. Oh, they don't even know that Bun's sneaking around. He's kind of chilling at this point, but the EMP and the perfect timing, they all strike. Everybody is there to dive in, and you can see the way that played out. This was exactly what NYXL needed, and it's unstoppable here from Bun. They're going to continue to hit that back line and force their way in.
The Goomba stomp that TV girl just did. The EMP happened. I was like, where's the rest of the team? And you just have Winston from the moon just squashing people like pancakes. So as the pulse bomb got thrown, I think Sawhill was forced to use the primal just to try and live through it. And Timeless Ethereal looking for a stop at the end of point B, but they gotta have presence on the card. NYXL Academy got the coalescence to just hose down the competition. And Timeless Ethereal, they're going to be missing in action quite soon, and NYXL Academy will be heading to point C with some extra time.
Yeah, with the time to spare, but also with the eliminations coming through left and right. Timeless Ethereal, they've lost themselves. There's nothing they can do about it. Bunny's just continuously, like, literally catching them vulnerable. It feels like when you, like, you know, just walk into someone's house and they're sitting down watching TV on the sofa. Like, you can't do that.
You're just catching them off guard. That's wrong. And the fact that they didn't even stagger out Sawhill, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Getting hacked though again, getting harassed by this Tracer. Bun so close to that EMP. That can be the momentum push for NYXL, but Bun is the one that got hacked, and Azure got the revenge, drops the EMP, hits at least 3. NYXL Academy don't have their Moira. That's the bulk of the damage. It's 2K for Wisp to turn the fight around despite that lack of healing, and it's working out for NYXL Academy.
Oh, they're playing amazingly here. NYXL, they finally reawakened themselves and recomposed themselves as well. And honestly, I think it really is the work of the Sombra coming through. Bun is just a different breed when it comes to that DPS, and they can always outperform anybody that is playing the same type of hero. But we got an EMP coming through from Bin again. They're going to actually secure this. This is going to be big. If they manage to get another one, there comes the Lucio down, especially since the Lucio had the ultimate to use. So they've lost that for Timeless Ethereal, and now they're able to get another lead in. They can move this payload further, and that fight might have been just the game over.
Wisp is just putting on a performance. They're about to cap 2, and you booped off Timeless Ethereal, but they still got a touch at the end of the 0.01 meter mark. How much can they really contest for? Sawhill's back on emergency Doomfist, but Timeless Ethereal stepped off. And NYXL Academy will cap with also a faster time bank.
I still think right now, even though there is that 1 minute mark, right, Timeless, a team like this actually had some really good holdback. But man, it's just super difficult to make a decision because that 1 minute, that 48 seconds really does make a very, very big difference. It gives you that second-hand fight to use. But that 1 minute, it's that first fight you lose. Really, I mean, just says how the game is going to end.
Yeah, and the fact that NYXL Academy won that last fight, actually both fights, without Caro. Caro was the first to die. Azure, EMP, or is constantly assassinating Caro. And Moira in this composition brings the bulk of your heals. Wicca dropped Soundbear in the last fight, which didn't hit Caro for some reason. It was off screen, not sure why. And then Caro died. But NYXL Academy off the Soundbear brought the tempo push and just punished Timeless Ethereal, who probably extended quite far to kill Caro. And then the respawn advantage was there for Timeless Ethereal, but kind of through all the chaos, they didn't communicate who should have been on the cart. And I think Sawhill got off after they got hacked, was pretty scared of them dying and tried to cycle it. But Timeless Ethereal could have held that for longer, but yeah, it was panic.
No panic here. Okay, they've had a plan. And right now, I'm interested in the Moira thing, because I think right now, what they're really trying to testify for is getting that heal down and major damage. Not having to think too hard right now. Caro is going to be there for the team, but the biggest worry of mine is Sawhill is already down on it. Timeless Ethereal, they pushed this back!
And they did such a good job. Jim and Azure, just the dives are clinical from them. Once they're all on the same page, I mean, you shut the book, the fight is done. Timeless Ethereal will cap the point, no recontest available from NYXL Academy. And because I don't think they killed anything, there's just not gonna be even close to any ultimates from NYXL Academy. And you got 9 seconds left, which means Timeless Ethereal will be entering overtime, and they gotta go as far as they can.
Yeah, it's not going to be that hard, especially with Azure coming around the back lines here. And being able to take out some of that power to come through from the Winston alone is going to be huge. TV Girl with the back off, but still trying to make something count. I mean, they can't let this distance go too far, because this is where it starts to get dangerous. You allow them down in the OT to move forward just a bit. I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they're a type of team that moves off that momentum.
That's the momentum they're bringing. Timeless Ethereal to the high ground. Pulse Bomb close to Kitsune Rush. That would be a big fight winner, and Bun hasn't had any time to build up towards the EMP. NYXL Academy, I mean, Bun almost did get the translocate back, but Timeless Ethereal also have to stay on the cart. They almost stepped off. They're gonna give me a stroke. Has to be up to Jim, Munzie, Lizard. They have to be the ones that anchor it at all times. Overtime is gonna burn away very quickly. Even NYXL Academy don't have to win the fight. They just have to zone them off, but it's the Soundbear of Lizard that reinvigorates Timeless Ethereal to push away NYXL Academy just for a small moment. But with this overtime push, you're almost at point B. Soundbear from Wicca, NYXL Academy, they get EMP'd. Can they continue to live on in time for Bun to come back with their own? EMP ready from the side of the defense, and Timeless Ethereal running out of options. All 5 EMP, Timeless Ethereal fall like flies, and they'll only get close to point B.
They've made it far enough to the point where this is actually a dangerous game to be playing. Yes, you have 1 minute and 48 seconds, and the OT could as well happen coming into this second half. But as we start to come together, I really do think that there is a possibility here. 1 minute, 48 seconds. Lots of meters to go by. NYXL, they've proved that they can pull for something. Are they going to do it again?
Oh, jeez. Timeless Ethereal too. Even their coaching staff is goated. They have some contenders level coaches who've been around the scene for a long time. NYXL Academy too. They have Natter, who's been a long-time coaching contenders. On Timeless Ethereal, they have Salt Shaker, long-time player in the scene. They have a lot of support to coordinate these strategies and to keep their head in the game. Timeless Ethereal only had about a 48-second advantage when it comes to time banks, which is the difference about one fight. But will that be enough? That 48 seconds to go all the way to point B, which with this time, I mean, you'd have to be flawless in all your fights.
And that's all that matters right here. I think that's why they're kind of picking this, you know, Roadhog to come through. But Azure, oh no, I really do enjoy the sneakiness of this, but I'm surprised they don't assume this because it happened last time.
Yeah, it's just scouting, a bit of an ooga booga. You can even voice line while invisible, and I guess you can even scout, spy check, as they say, to just try and decloak that Sombra. They managed to get Azure to translocate back, and as Jim was following up, they get picked off too, and Timeless Ethereal might have overextended. That gives NYXL Academy a chance to capture the first and second tick, but I think a recontest is available for the defense.
Oh, this is big. This is perfect. I mean, best case scenario that could have happened. I feel like Azure there taking out Bun a bit too early, gave out their cover away. Then Azure goes down. It really leads up to that domino effect. Then you got the fight commencing once again. They finally regather themselves, so it hasn't been done. It's still the big contest to come through, but the payload now being escorted. They need to hold this down, but Jim is trying their best. They're still left in this position, playing into that role of Reaper, and not a lot of damage coming through.
You lost the point, but you didn't technically lose the fight. So Timeless Ethereal were just trying to keep sending it on the Reaper to see what else they could cook up. I mean, namely some ultimates would be nice, because the Kitsune Rush, if you can keep the spawn camp on NYXL Academy, they only have 24 seconds left. Timeless Ethereal can go to match point. If they win this next fight, it's 20 seconds remaining. The Coalescence from Caro does keep them up, forces Timeless back, and you got more ultimates to spare. NYXL Academy should have the advantage, but they gotta coordinate through all of this chaos, and so they do. They collapse on the Timeless, and we enter overtime, and Timeless gotta think this through.
They have done a good job, but this, honestly, in the sense of Timeless Ethereal, I feel like right now maybe rushing, trying to get themselves in because they know this is the last fight. If they lose this OT, that part may as well just hit that destination point. And given a victory to NYXL, they want to close this off as fast as possible for Timeless with that 2-0 game lead. But it's not going to be easy with the EMP coming through.
EMP, Sound Barrier 2, Death Blossom, but Jim's getting punched around by the Primal Rage, and it was too much for TV Girl to handle. Jim's burst damage is ruthless. Timeless Ethereal ward away the storm, and they go 2-0 in the series.
I give them the kudos for that, because at that last second, they popped everything out. They were vulnerable. They did not care. It was everything that they needed really to push themselves forward. And I mean, you could see where this led up to. I feel like the switch going on to that Sombra really was that game changer. It allowed them to find those perfect moments to go in, knowing that nobody could use any abilities, and they had nothing to work with there.
You got one person to work with, Jim. Jim's supremacy again, the Reaper swap. I was questioning it, but the way that they just followed along with the team, were able to burst down the Winston, really everyone in their path. I mean, almost Primal Raging Jim's Death Blossom was the nail in the coffin, because you just got bullets flying everywhere. Yeah. But it was so close. The fact that there was an overtime push for NYXL Academy, that could have been winnable, but it was a tough task on their defense. They just couldn't find a moment to reset, getting staggered out, and that let Timeless Ethereal get a much farther push than they had hoped. But this means match point for Timeless Ethereal. We have halftime. We're going to throw it to a break so our teams can get settled. When we return, we'll have map 3 and NYXL Academy's choice of map. It's match point for Timeless Ethereal going up against NYXL Academy. Can they have that flawless grand final run? But before we get into our next map, I have to teach you about some important Overwatch lore combos, and I didn't give you a heads up on this. Are you ready?
Okay. I'm ready for the lore.
Okay. There's someone called Bad Pachimari in this community who likes to have predictions on Twitter. And they tweeted that Dart Monkeys is a winning roster. Okay.
I remember this.
Yes. And they curse every single team they ever tweet about. It's actually like legendary. And everyone was so pissed at him for saying that Dart Monkeys was a winning team because guess what? They're not in the finals. Guess what he just tweeted afterwards? Timeless Ethereal is a winning team. Will this be enough to choke them out of this match point lead? We're gonna find out. I know. I feel that.
I don't want to be here anymore.
If we watch this Bad Pachimari curse, I feel I'm gonna feel partially responsible.
I think I see the marketing tactic there, okay? Because they're very controversial right now. You know, whatever they say goes. But now when you think about it, what if they think that they know Timeless is going to win? And since they have said that now, boom, controversy gone. If they do
evens out. Yeah.
Evens out.
He curses, he blesses. We'll find out if that'll be what NYXL Academy needs to come back in the series. At least they have their map pick. And we're going to Shambali, where we saw that earlier how good they looked on this map. They really like that Sigma Brawl, and that's how they won their last series.
Ooh, I mean, who's gonna win the series now? Because of this lore, is my question. Honestly, if it just does a complete reversal sweep, I honestly think we need that account banned on Twitter. This poor guy is getting blasted, but
he's already been flamed by the people from Dart Monkeys and Aspen too, just calling on the pitchforks. But NYXL Academy, that was such a close map too. Just needing that overtime push to go all the way. So I'm not getting a 3-0 vibe, especially that this is one of their most comfortable maps, their strongest maps. Timeless Ethereal, they gotta worry about this Wisp Widow. This was a menace, especially on point C when they got that 3K.
Apparently also, Monacy. It's Monacy.
Oh.
Monacy.
I feel like Munzie sounds like the artist, the painter.
I just thought of money.
Painter? Oh, you just say G2. Just never mind all of that. G2 now. Those are a letter and a number that I know.
That is also me as well.
I know. I almost said 2 letters. I know, and I was like, wait a minute.
Nah. Blasted. You would have gotten blasted on the TL.
Like Winston blasting to the moon, which I don't think we'll see here unless he feels like going up to that mountain.
It looks like a pretty mountain.
Have you ever climbed before?
Yeah, I've sorry.
Go on.
I have climbed I'm not gonna make your mom joke. I'm okay.
Oh my god! You just cooked on that for so long. I thought you were gonna say like Everest or like rock climbing gym. You know, you got the shoes. My mom. Thank you. I hope you're watching.
No. I hope your brother is not watching.
I don't think she is.
Okay.
All good.
All good. Okay, I've saved myself.
We'll see if NYXL Academy have saved themselves with this map pick. They'll be defending first and more. Okay, double sniper Sigma. I wonder if Timeless Ethereal were watching the VOD or were they just getting snacks? Because I think you should have scouted this.
I think they were voting. I think Jim knows, and Jim is feeling confident. And honestly, there's nothing more exhilarating than playing a Widow and knowing there's a Widow on the other side. Because it feels like a competition at that point. Like, who's the better Widow?
Oh, yeah. That's exactly. And then some people don't respect the 1v1 duels, so then you gotta type in chat, you know?
Yeah.
So if you lose, you just blame, like, people getting in the way. Look at this shield maneuver from Wisp again. Just, hey, in case you didn't see this Widow up here, they're there. The big difference, though, is also the support lines. You have the Zen Mercy, which is just to empower the damage. Not as much healing as the Bap Zen. That has also a lot of poke potential. But, oh, actually, some swap-ups. There's also the tank matchup of Ramatra versus Sigma. TV Girl has to be really careful how they just kind of position. You don't want to get run over by a Ramatra.
Yeah, and that's going to be a switch coming onto the Tracer there from Jim. I think this is going to be big for the sake of really just targeting Wisp there. But already the shots, okay. You know, this was what I was expecting. We saw the shots come through before, but I'm surprised the Sigma shields aren't really creating some of that coverage for the team, knowing that somebody as dangerous as Wisp is here.
Yeah, Wisp is just picking off this backline. You see G2 hiding. I wouldn't jump that. Nah. We do not jump in front of Widows. Timeless Ethereal. They got close. I mean, they forced NYXL Academy back. They got a pick, but no cigar this time.
Hello. Greetings.
They're trying to lead themselves with Timeless Ethereal. It seems like there's always something going on for this hybrid. Or coming through, but right now Wisp again trying to find another shot. They've got one off the Hanzo before. Of course, not a lot of coverage being created here, as of course they do have a Doomfist coming along, although on the side of Timeless Ethereal.
So far, so good. One-person advantage for NYXL Academy. Not a ton of heals, but at this point, you're either dead or you're not. Like, there's a lot of one-shot potential, as stupid as that sounded, but G2 wins that over Wisp, trades, but still an anchor on that cart for the defense.
Okay. I'm just seeing kicks after kicks, and honestly, that legwork's looking good for Kara. Right now, their TV girl, I mean, it's looking like the Sigma's working out, but the shield keeps being knocked down. I mean, the damage too strong. Well, saving it up, trying to regather their composure. Wisp taking a bigger angle. Nobody knows. The secret is out, though. Getting the headshot, and now the Winston comes back. This is big off Sawhill, making a winning call, allowing Jim to come back alongside as well, taking out the biggest number for the team here, actually forcing Wisp into a position where they feel forced to change themselves and their hero.
Timeless Ethereal just have made so much space off of Sawhill. There's a slight hold there by NYXL Academy, but they don't have the bodies. It's just actually corpses everywhere. Timeless Ethereal makes so much space. They keep forcing Wisp to grapple back, as you mentioned. But at least someone they can depend on is Bun in this EMP. This can be a stop. They already drained about half the time bank of Timeless Ethereal, so it's not a bad defense whatsoever.
Pretty easy right now for Timeless Ethereal. I mean, he's been having a good time as well. Kind of playing into this. Still, Wisp is feeling very confident on the Widow. And I guess this is mostly just the map that really allows that to happen. But the Dragon Strike to come through to really clear things over. Bun getting detected, though. Not able to do much, but the EMP comes out at the perfect time. The damage is going to be immense here with that hack to come through. The Wisp can't seem to profit.
NYXL Academy, it was good timing on the Bun EMP, just not able to translocate back. You know, when everybody turns around to deal with you. So I think Bun knows they gotta deal with Jim, they gotta go to the Tracer, see if they can have more flank pressure. And NYXL Academy gotta change their strategy up.
Clever. Yeah, man, I mean, I guess more so. We're seeing a lot of changes and switches come out from Timeless, and it feels like they're trying to honestly just find what could counter this whole entire composition to come through. But I feel like most of it is going to be pretty difficult to do, but the Primal Rage, we're ready for it, and finally, they've completely just gone against all of their will right here for Timeless Ethereal, but they're getting down easy and early. The Zenyatta pulling this out in order to help everybody out. Left on the point here, trying to assist the payload, trying to take back the control, but they've lost it completely on the side of NYXL.
Such a good transcendence from Caro to heal TV Girl back up. You might have lost Wicca, but you have the respawn advantage. And NYXL Academy just have to contest the card. They don't have to be too crazy. And picking off Jim, trying to blink in front of 4 people. That's going to be a tough road to cross. Timeless Ethereal only have 2 minutes left, and they could be staggered if Bun decides to go on the hunt, but deciding to play safe.
safe as they can play at least here. Okay, but the pulse bomb actually loading up nice and easy, so we can get rid of something here. Bun could profit a lot off of this, but we do see the change coming out from Wisp. The Cassidy to come through. Kind of like that sniper role at this point. All you really have to do is you can play a bit closer to it, but the Genji getting shut down!
That's so unfortunate. You don't notice the stuck line at the top by the pulse before they brought out the Dragon Blade. That is so unfortunate for Azure. But still, Timeless Ethereal get the cap, so it's a W is a W. They got 2.5 minutes to go towards the end as far as they can. And it was an expensive fight just to get that, but NYXL Academy don't have much either. It's an amplification matrix from Wicca that will be the fight starter.
Man. In this moment, Timeless Ethereal, I mean, they're really just continuing that push. They're so close to victory right now. At this point, they can taste it. But it's a struggle to win every single fight. So not too much of a struggle right now, especially with Widowmaker gone. Seems like they've honestly found their balance here with this current composition. Seeing Azure back onto that Sombra, pushing back towards it. You can see the Winston, again, always being that capable force and the primal range to come through once more. But the sleep actually being such a perfect timing here. They've lost out on time. They only have 3 seconds left to utilize this, and they have to push back again.
And someone woke up Sahil. And the kills continue on for Timeless Ethereal. 90 seconds left, staring down the barrel of a map completion. NYXL Academy close to some ultimates, but can they live on? It'll be up to supporting TV Girl on that anchor, but Sawhill just bubbling off the heels. Jim loses the duel against Wiz. That magnetic grenade could be such a doozy. Timeless Ethereal's backline in trouble. What a sleep from G2. Bun managed to live that. Usually that's a death sentence for a Tracer, but Timeless Ethereal were just disengaging anyway.
Yeah, with the shields from TV Girl as well, that honestly left a couple seconds left for Bun to just chill out. Honestly, take a little nap.
Go to sleep. This is nighttime.
Yeah.
We could be settling it on this map too. We could be saying goodnight with Timeless Ethereal being on match point. Of course, we got to go to the second round, but you know, just to build the tension and all that. Azure got also stunned. Surprise they lived through. Never mind. TV Girl with the Gravitic Flux was countered by the Soundveer of Lizard Wizard, and G2 with the Nano wasn't enough to keep the truck going for Timeless Ethereal. 20 seconds left.
And as the time starts to continue right now, Timeless Ethereal, they've had such a good holdback, and the fact that NYXL, they haven't been able to make it past that mark. And this is the last fight, though. We do have a pulse bomb from Bun that could come out to honestly shut things down. Right now, time is of the essence. The squishy's there. Honestly, is the pulse bomb gonna come through? No, they revert themselves backwards, but the overtime is taking course. And I think this is the perfect time. What? They're just waiting for it as they stay alive, but right here it comes. I mean, Modesty being able to get the shots, hit the shots as well. The pulse bomb coming out from Jim in replacement, but the OT, it might as well be Timeless Ethereal's name to take because they have just dominated.
We have, and Timeless Ethereal, you're not even out of the woods yet. I think Azure's EMP got canceled too. Didn't hear the sound line and didn't see anybody get hacked. I wonder what happened there because I think that cost the Timeless Ethereal the map completion.
Yeah.
Either way, it's still a very good push and you can win off of this, but I wonder what happened at that moment, to be honest.
Switching sides.
Ooh. Oh, it was the accretion of the Sigma that canceled the EMP. Shout out to our observers feeding me all the info, but that's crazy because that was the win condition the Timeless were really depending on.
Oh, man. There were so many things. I feel like that definitely could have gone into play, but you know, in the moment, it really, the heat starts to get to you. But I feel like I actually thought right there for a second, Timeless Ethereal, I thought they were going to take that. You know, push it all the way back up because they had so many heroes left standing. But, you know, in the last couple seconds, everything went down now. We're seeing a different composition come out. We're actually seeing that Hanzo come into play in the Ramatra there on the defense.
TV Girl's Sigma, though, is so good. This is not the first time they've hit an accretion on Azure's Sombra, forcing the translocate back. Just the way they position, too. They're the ones who got Timeless Ethereal to swap off the Ramatra and go towards Winston. And that's where Sawhill focused so much on bubbling off TV Girl to block off the heals, and that was a difficult task too. Timeless Ethereal. It wasn't an easy run to get almost to the end of C, but they have a better defense. They can be your Radiant Heroes Major 1 champions. NYXL Academy, the box of victories at the end of the map if they want to extend the series.
Yeah, looking for a first pick as well to come out from Wisp, but we switching over to that Cassidy. The biggest thing here for NYXL that they really need to do is you talk about, I mean, obviously the Sigma to come through, and that it is powerful in itself, but I have to see that in action. Already Azuri making some shots happen, but of course the back off. There's so many obstructions that could really help out the team here, especially with the shields coming through, and we're seeing TV Girl live in action here on the Sigma.
Especially good, the speed call from Wicca was so smart. NYXL Academy completely caught Timeless Ethereal off guard. Didn't see that they were in that back alley and ran them over. Timeless Ethereal need the space to operate. Azuri does not want to get up close and personal with NYXL Academy, so that'll be a first fight win for the offense as they look to extend and get point A.
The barrier appears.
Experimental barrier honestly being that divide between both of these teams. NYXL Academy versus Timeless Ethereal. The shot being fired right now as it seems, an 89 coming up for the ultimate to come through from Wisp.
Oh, I'm surprised Wisp didn't die there. That was crazy. Yeah, Deadeye available around the corner, and Timeless Ethereal used the immortality to not die from the ultimate just in case. Amplification Matrix from G2 around the corner too, and NYXL Academy, they respect that space, but I don't think Bun did, and Jim delivers the pulse bomb. NYXL Academy are down 2, but someone has to touch for the defense, and it is Sawhill just barely, and they reestablish themselves, even use the sound barrier to run over the last couple of people from NYXL Academy.
Yeah, with the touchdown. Oh man, it just gets harder and harder because now the Ramatra's starting to pick things back up again. You see Karo right now, at least for NYXL, if they want to keep this push up, we got at least some sort of nano boost to come through. But I mean, the biggest thing is that we kind of got to wait for an ult to pop up unless they're going to use that on the Sigma. Really trying to utilize that as well, but it gets harder and harder as the Ramatra starts to push things back up. And Timeless Ethereal, they're not looking for anybody to utilize any sort of aggression. Instead, they're going to push it back themselves. The punches left and right, they're hooking them. Line and sinker.
Left and right hook, just knocking them out. Great speed call from Lizard Wizard, plus the annihilation of Sawhill caught NYXL Academy off guard. You got the E-slow from Ramatra that caught Karo and wasn't able to escape out of that before, you know, the lights went dim. And that might be the case for NYXL Academy because there's only 1 minute and 8 seconds left. They got 2 fights left just to get A.
Right now, okay, nice. Dragon Strike to come through. It still is a challenge to start up, but you can see, okay, the divide coming through again. The Sigma starting to push things up, but Wisp unable to miss a shot right now as it stands. The seconds are starting to get short here, Lemon, and the shorter they get, the harder it's going to be to start to continue yourself to move forward. Even though that 3 minutes was replenished, it could have been a lot more.
At least NYXL Academy have the ults to pull this off. You know, the Deadeye can sometimes surprise people. If you speed around a corner, channel the Deadeye, you can punish something like a Tracer, and Sawhill's shield is on a cooldown. So if you can catch them off guard, this could be an opening, but mainly I'm looking at TV Girl on this grab flux too. Timeless Ethereal have the Amp Matrix. They can pop around the corner. Timeless Ethereal just speed right into them. Overwhelming Wisp. Great pulse bomb from Jim. And 5 versus 3, that's all she wrote for that defense.
It's difficult right now for both of these teams. I mean, again, right, this is the second game that Timeless Ethereal has won. If they win this one out again, it could may as well be game over with Timeless Ethereal taking that first place spot. And I mean, the continuation of that damage to come through, they've pretty much won out this fight once more. The defense is looking a lot stronger than what it was down on that offense, but I mean, with the load-ups of the ultimates we're seeing here, possibility strikes again.
2 minutes. NYXL Academy, Deadeye to just slow down Timeless Ethereal. They keep taking so much initiative. but tried to channel the Deadeye so long to chunk down that tank. But it was Timeless Ethereal that had the last laugh. Remember, this card is at B, and Timeless Ethereal are playing like this is at A. They're trying to spawn camp NYXL Academy, but they're respecting this now, going back to the cart.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, at least they're able to see the location of themselves. They're from Azure. It's okay, though. At least the shot's coming down again once more. And the Dragon Strike ready and available for prep. All they're going to have to do... Actually, everybody's pretty much cornered and signing into one certain area. Not going to use it just yet. Instead, really trying to push and fight for this. The timing is one of the most important portions of these types of fights. But if NYXL Academy lose out on this one, they're going to have to try to ever so desperately seek out the attention here. And they're trying their very, very best, but Jim comes along the back. Now you see the Dragon Strike. The damage is immense, and it's impossible to get away from something like this with the Pulse Bomb to come down once more, and everything really revolving around the situation. It's Timeless Ethereal, unable to be broken.
3 ults for Timeless Ethereal. They baited them. They baited NYXL Academy into this closed-in fight, popped the Annihilation, sped into them, used the Dragon Strike to lock them in exactly where they wanted them, into the loving arms of Sawhill. That was expensive for Timeless Ethereal, but they still have 2 important ultimates. The Amplification Matrix from G2, just to hose down NYXL Academy. Wicca has to be on the ball with the sound barrier to give the sustain NYXL Academy needs. And TV Girl with this grab flux, that's going to be a big win condition. Accretion out, got Sawhill on their knees. Amp Matrix to support them. Sound barrier, tempo engage for NYXL. This is for all the marbles for the championship 2 of Timeless Ethereal. Win this. Overtime into effect and ultimates despair. Sound barrier gone for Lizard as Carol decides to nano wisp. Has to be the hero. Delivers 1 kill and now a second. Deadeye to finish off the 3rd. NYXL Academy, they're bringing Timeless Ethereal to school.
Oh my gosh. The OT, they're actually going to be able to get this quite possibly. If Timeless Ethereal so far, I mean, they have picked out the Lucio. And there's one more fight left, Lemon. If NYXL cannot stop this before it gets heavy, it might be big game over. But we talked about the accretion to come through from TV Girl. I think they have the power to really pull through with this. They're putting up that experimental barrier to try to stop this push and the damage to come through, but it's getting harder and harder. Jim has the Pulse Bomb to use. They're gonna back themselves off to regain their composure, to get that health back, but the Pulse Bomb to come backwards and the damage not there.
Oh, but TV Girl's able to anchor this card, keep the overtime alive as far and long as possible. Bun, Dragon Blade, you don't have any support ultimates. You just have Carol that can teleport with you. Dragon Blade already 20 HP! Booped away by Lizard! Timeless Ethereal, time to annihilate what's left of NYXL Academy, who had a lesson to take from the books of Timeless Ethereal, who got flawless in the grand final. 3-0 are your Challenger Series champions.
The last seconds of the game, pulling out the Lucio and leading your team to victory was one of the best decisions they could have done, despite the Pulse Bomb missing the shot. I feel like one of the biggest things there was the shutdown of the Genji ultimate. That would have carried them far. That would have won them the game for NYXL, but they knew exactly how to play that. And listen, the load up for that ultimate was insane, but you got your Radiant Heroes Major 1 champions, Timeless Ethereal. Well done.
What a masterclass that they've put on. Shout out to Timeless Ethereal and the Backroom 2, Debit and Salt Shaker, assembling the strategy guide for this team. I mean, it was such a close final. The 3-0 doesn't tell you the full story, but $5,000, that's a good story to tell for Timeless Ethereal, and 900 circuit points to qualify for the championship at the end of the year, and 2,500 for second for NYXL Academy. I know New York Excelsior, the team proper, is so proud of this team. And then Starry Knights, of course, and Dart Monkeys third and fourth. Actually, just like the seeding of how Swiss bracket ended up, 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly in that order.
Oh, and this was a fun game to watch as well. I feel like there were so many last second moments where Man, NYXL, they had that. They had that. The ultimate to come down from Genji. That blade was it for me. And I was like, they take this. They finally get it back. And they just got downed. It was like, it was done. It was done. The moment I saw the Genji go down, it was over. But the 3-0 from Timeless Ethereal.
Well, we're going to have an interview with Timeless Ethereal to get their thoughts on, what is the journey for them? They have big careers ahead of them. I mean, this platform, Calling All Heroes, is just a stepping stone in what awaits them. We're going to throw it to a break so we can get our players, settled down from all this adrenaline and then get them on the mic because we'd love to hear their thoughts. So y'all want to stay tuned for that. Welcome back, everyone, to Radiant Heroes Major 1. We just finished off our grand final. It was a ton of fun. A big congratulations once again to Timeless Ethereal. And as good fashion in every post-match, we gotta have an interview with a winner. And one winner we have today is Sahil, tank player for Timeless Ethereal, on the line with us right now, hopefully. Do you hear us?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you guys. What's up?
yay! Congratulations on the W today. What a 3-0 final. Tell me, I mean, what does this win mean to you and the team?
I mean, I think it's great. We were able to. Well, I was on the last year's Timeless roster, but I'm really glad that they could get first place this time after losing to Dart Monkeys last time. I'm glad that I could help them win, and I really enjoyed playing the tournament with them.
All right, my question is, so what were your first thoughts when I heard about the lore from Pat Pachimori, and what were your first thoughts? Did you see the tweet that they had tweeted out?
Yeah, I tweeted under that as Joker. Like I thought it was doomed, but
Okay.
we all thought it was doomed. We all just replied to that guy instantly. Like
The Dart Monkeys are pissed at him.
but we broke the curse. We're
At
different. We're not like them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Y'all got blessed. But you got to bless us with some Doomfist today. I gotta ask all tank players about their thoughts on Doomfist this meta, because I don't even see Hawk playing Doomfist lately. What do you think?
Bro, I think he's like a lot better than people give him credit for, especially into like the Ram Rush. You could just there's so much disruption you can do, especially with the Ana. Nano Doom will just like kill in a backline just instantly. I think it's really strong, and people underrate the Doom comp a lot. I think there's a lot of hard counters to it, but if they don't play them right away, then you can do a lot of work.
Okay. I like me a Doomfist.
Shout out to my Ana
so
Cal.
okay. So Sawhill. Is that your name? Is that where
That
you
is
got
my
the
real
info?
name. Yeah, it's just my real name spelled
Okay.
differently. Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking you got it from like, I don't know, maybe you saw like Saws on a Hill or something. You're like, inspiration.
Yeah, me when I see a small mountain.
But more so, I did want to ask, obviously, if there was anybody that you wanted to shout out. You are the victors. Like, talk your trash. Like, do whatever you want at this point.
Well, I want to shout out our warm up, the Coyote Killers. They helped us out a lot with the warm up. We knew exactly how to play against their comps because of them. They did a great job warming us up. I want to shout out my whole team. They're the GOATs. Jim Win, as you all know. It's always about Jim Win. And yeah, that's it. And we're not salaried, and one team is,
Wow. Who are y'all talking about? I have no idea.
They went to Korea.
They went to Korea. Xboxes. Timeless Ethereal though, what is next for y'all? I feel like you have such big careers ahead of you. What's next? More Radiant Heroes majors, contenders? What's up?
Oh yeah, we're looking to dominate the rest of the majors as we have here. Maybe the minors, the majors, all of them, every tournament, the finals, everything. We're not expecting to lose. And yeah, that's about it. We're just gonna try to stick as a team and do what we can to keep winning.
Stick together, because if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. It's fine the way it is. You guys are more than fine. You're amazing. Congratulations on the dominant win in the final. Go enjoy that money, that time off, and we'll see you at the next event.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for hosting the tournament. Thanks for casting. It was great.
Oh, yay. We love a nice interviewee, Compers. What a time we've had. Let's pull up the bracket, because this has been a long event, a 3-day affair, starting with a Swiss stage. Everyone battling each other out to qualify into the single elimination to get to the end of the road. What a day. What a weekend.
It's been an amazing weekend. I was lucky enough to be able to, obviously cast those Swiss stages, but to be able to even be here and see Timeless Ethereal and NYXL Academy, the two top teams that managed to bring themselves to this moment. And Timeless taking things in a 3-0 fashion is impeccable. It's kind of funny how the closest game that we got was in that round of 16 with Vancouver Titans Blue versus Genesis Reign.
And this is cool. Like, speaking of Vancouver Titans, just the fact that there's so much Overwatch League support. I mean, both just, of course, partnering with Radiant, but also just with the teams. It's cool to see. And it's surprising to see a team like Dart Monkeys not make it to the final, but I think we can all thank Bad Pachimari for that one. But I'd love to see how just the standings have turned out. I know everyone is fighting for qualification points. If there's no graphic for that, it's fine. I could just tell you 900 points for Timeless Ethereal. That's going to be important. 750 for second, NYXL Academy getting that. 600 for Dart Monkeys and Starry Knights. This is all, and then, you know, there's points all the way to top 16. So, you know, a lot of people getting that. This is to get to go to the championship, which has a $20,000 prize pool. But this isn't the only major Gompers. There's so many events this year.
There really is. There's so much going on, and in my opinion, it's nice to be able to see just the range that Overwatch is going to, and how many people it's really reaching out to, whether it be collegiate, right, whether it be you know, academy teams that really want to have their own chance in contenders and whatnot, and then seeing the pro league, and now, you know, obviously calling all heroes and the Radiant Heroes major. So there's always something going on, I feel like, in the world of Overwatch, and that in itself is exciting enough.
Course, and thank you to all the casters, the production, Radiant, for putting this all together. Expect an announcement, eye emoji, from Calling All Heroes next week about the next event, the minor event happening. There's going to be 3 majors this year too, tons of just prize money